Good morning and welcome to today's Board of Commissioners meeting this November 12th of 2024. Today I do have listed Rabbi Dorch to provide our invocation. It's good to see you this morning. That will be followed by the pledge, which will be brought by Deputy Aguzma, Field Operations of the Sheriff's Office. For those of you who are willing and able, please stand for both our invocation and our pledge.
In a week that has been a busy one for our country, and in a week in which we have honored our veterans, the brave men and women who serve our country, the common thread that I'd like us all to pray for together this morning is renewed faith. Faith, according to Rabbi Jonathan Sachs, is the ability to live with delay without losing trust in the promise, to experience disappointment without losing hope, to know that the road between the real and the ideal is long, and yet all of us may be willing nonetheless to undertake the journey. In this week's reading from the Torah, we read about the promise God makes to Abraham that his descendants will number the stars, and this was not an immediate promise, but one fulfilled in time. Why? Because for God and for Abraham, that delay was an exercise in faith. It was a lesson about the power of the journey, about not losing hope in the future for a better tomorrow. And so we pray, our God and God of all humankind, in this moment may you remind all of us of the power of keeping faith. We know, all of us in this room, that the work of governing with all of its back and forth is also a journey, an exercise, and we must each and every day renew our faith. And so we ask, dear God, that you inspire us not to lose hope, not to lose faith, but that your word inspire each of us to remain present for the journey ahead. With this in mind, dear God, bless our Cobb County Commissioners with renewed faith in your promise for a prosperous tomorrow. They give of their time, their commitment, and their love to build a stronger county for all of us in this space. And as we place our faith in them, so may they place their faith in us and in one another. Lastly, the God who is our protector, we ask that you keep your faith in our United States. This week in particular, we express our utmost gratitude to our veterans and those who keep faith and provide service to all of us. May our veterans and their holy service inspire us to embrace the ties that bind us closely together. And so we conclude, may you inspire us to keep trust. May we know that the road between the real and ideal is long. And may all of us here this morning remain willing nonetheless to undertake that journey together. Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Rabbi Dorch, and also Deputy Aguzma. Our meeting is now officially called to order, and we do have 3 presentations before us. The first one is to have a check presented for the Make-A-Wish Georgia Foundation, and this is with respect to the annual Cobb County Make-A-Wish 5K. For those of you who are here as a part of this presentation, please join me and Commissioner Richardson up front. Well, I want to thank all of you for being here today. We have revived what was a recurring 5K, but certainly after the pandemic, I think it came back with a bang, as you have raised a whopping $40,000 to give towards Make-A-Wish Georgia. And I had the opportunity to participate in the festivities. It was a great time had by all. And just appreciate all that you do to make a dream come true for a very special child here in our community every year. I know that this item came through Commissioner Richardson's office initially, so I'm going to have her share a few words as well.
Just want to extend my, thank you. I just want to extend my appreciation. Certainly a constituent reached out and they said, hey, it died and we want to bring it back. And I was like, okay, sounds great. And public safety, I mean, you guys just wrapped your arms around. We did all the fun things throughout the year to prepare for it and just appreciate all of the work. I mean, my gosh, incredible. So thank you and congrats.
I would like to say it was a pleasure working with Make-A-Wish. These ladies, they do a lot of great things, and this organization is one of those organizations that no matter how much work you put into it, you get more out of it, which we did this year. So, and the person I think for us that did the most work was Miss Deidre Watts. She did a fantastic job.
Thank you. It was definitely a pleasure and honor to just kind of take this task on and run with it. I'm a runner, so I'm passionate about it, and then I'm passionate about volunteering and community and bringing people together for a great cause. And I just want to thank everybody up here and all of our teams and the rest of the volunteers who are not present. You guys made this happen. I know that I probably was a little bit over the top, but we just wanted to bring a great experience to all of our runners, and we definitely just wanted to just make sure that we can grant plenty of wishes for our kids who are waiting in line. There are several kids in Cobb County who need us, and I just want to challenge you all in this room to just think about volunteering with Make-A-Wish Georgia. I mean, it's good ground, it's good seed, and I just want to just encourage you to get involved. Thank you.
All right, so I get to also say a huge thank you. It's actually more than a couple kids. We have 54 kids in Cobb County right now pending for their wishes to be granted. Last year we granted 40, and this will help us reach even more. So just thank you all so much. We're always here if anyone does want to get more involved, but also just come out and support the 5K next year. Thank you.
All right, next up, I will ask those who are here with Operation Green Light for Veterans to please join Commissioner Gambrill up front.
Commissioner Burrell is going to be joining me as well. It's with great pleasure that we present this proclamation to you. Whereas Cobb County residents honor the men and women who served in the armed forces, we believe their service is essential to maintaining our nation's freedoms and way of life. Veterans continue to contribute to the community through organizations like the American Legion, Veterans of Foreign Wars, and various religious and civic service groups. Some also serve as county veteran service officers in 29 states, helping veterans access more than $52 billion in benefits each year. And whereas approximately 200,000 members of the military transition to civilian communities each year. Research shows that 44 to 72% of these individuals experience high levels of stress. Service members are at an increased risk of suicide the first year after leaving the military. And whereas the National Association of Counties and the National Association of County Veteran Service Officers encourages everyone to participate in Operation Green Light, an initiative raising awareness for veterans who face challenges accessing benefits. And whereas the initiative invites residents to display a green light in a window of their home from November 4th to 11th as a symbol of support, honoring the service and sacrifice of those transitioning from active service. The color represents hope, renewal, and well-being. And therefore, we, the Cobb County Board of Commissioners, hereby proclaim the week of November 4th, 2024 as Operation Greenlight for veterans, reflecting the county's commitment to supporting them as valued members of our community. This, the 12th day of November, 2024.
Thank you. I would just like to say thank you to Senior Services for participating in property management, because if you notice, all the green lights in the breezeway and in some of our offices are lit up for veterans. And I just want to thank you for participating in this. This is a national program through NACO, and it's something that we've been doing for the last 3 years, and it's an honor to show our appreciation for our veterans and those who served. Thank you.
I just wanted to say thank you to both of you and the rest of the board for this proclamation. Obviously, it's an important issue to us. We want to say thank you to all veterans, and we want them to be seen and appreciated. And so I invite you next year to please join us in this. And in the week leading to Veterans Day, please light up a green light at your homes. It will tell everyone how much we appreciate their sacrifice and just say thank you to everything that they've done. I want to also extend a thank you to property management, because without them, we couldn't have changed all of those light bulbs. And so I hope you've noticed that a lot of the county buildings, a lot more this year even, have been lit in green for this week. So thank you so much. Okay, last but not least, we have one more proclamation. For those of you who are here with respect to the American Revolution, American Indians Committee, please join Commissioner Burrell up front.
Good morning, everyone. Once again, this year I have the honor of presenting a proclamation to the DAR for Native American Indian Heritage Month for November. So these ladies are busy. We have them up here for Constitution Week. They were in the parade yesterday, as some of you were, spectating. And now we're here for Native American Indian Heritage Month. Whereas the history and culture of our great nation have been significantly influenced by American Indians and indigenous peoples, and whereas the contributions of American Indians have enhanced the freedom, prosperity, and greatness of America today. and whereas their customs and traditions are respected and celebrated as part of a rich legacy throughout the United States. And whereas Native American Awareness Week began in 1976 and recognition was expanded by Congress and approved by President George Bush in August of 1990, designating the month of November as National American Indian Heritage Month. And whereas in honor of National American Indian Heritage Month, community celebrations, as well as numerous cultural, artistic, educational, and historical activities have been planned. Now, therefore, we, the Cobb County Board of Commissioners, do hereby proclaim November as National American Indian Heritage Month in Cobb County and urge all of our citizens to observe this month with appropriate programs, ceremonies, and activities. This the 12th day of November, 2024.
With me today is the Regent of the Fielding Lewis chapter of the DAR, Karen Cavett, and our Vice Regent, Melissa Tanner. My name is Wanda Patterson, and I am Chair of the American Indians Committee. I'm wearing today the traditional Indian tear dress of the Cherokee Nation, and I'd like to briefly tell you the story of this dress. In 1838, the United States government sent 7,000 troops to Georgia to collect the 16,000 Cherokees and force them to move west of the Mississippi. They collected those Indians so quickly that they were not allowed to pack anything, so they went just with the clothes on their backs. They had to walk 800 miles from Georgia to Oklahoma during the coldest winter on record. Needless to say, there were deaths. 4,000 Cherokees died on the Trail of Tears. When they arrived in Oklahoma, their clothing was in tatters because they only wore what they had on when they were arrested. The American government sent bolts of calico to the Cherokee ladies for them to make clothes. They did not send dress patterns, and they did not send scissors to cut the fabric. So these ingenious Cherokee ladies designed a dress that could be made by tearing the fabric in 23 separate strips of various lengths and widths, and then putting them together to make this dress. So this is the traditional dress of the Cherokee Nation. The American Indian Heritage Month preserves stories like this for the 500 plus tribes of Indians throughout the United States, and we very much appreciate our Board of Commissioners for helping us to recognize this month.
Thank you. Did y'all want to say? And I would just like to add how dedicated these ladies are to doing this and other Constitution Week and everything else that they participate in. I saw Wanda at the grocery store, and she reminded me, November's coming, we need to do the proclamation. So, I mean, it's always on their minds and in their hearts. Thank you.
I'm going to get my camera, if that's, can I get my camera, get somebody to take a picture?
Sure, or you can get mine. Just a little bit that side. Yep. Thank you. All right, here we go.
Wait a minute.
All right, here we go. 3. Gotcha.
Thank you. Thank you, ladies.
It's hot in here. Okay, Okay, that concludes our presentation portion of this meeting, and we are now at our public hearing tab. We do have two public hearings, and the first one is with respect to the water system, and it will be presented by our agency director, Judy Jones.
Good morning, Chairwoman, Commissioners, and County Manager. The Cobb County is conducting a public hearing for employment of consulting services where contract fees will likely exceed $100,000 for the FY26 Ultraviolet Disinfection Systems Rehabilitation, program number T5009. The water system intends to issue a request for proposals to select a consulting firm to provide design services for the rehabilitation of the disinfection processes at our Noonday Creek, Northwest Cobb, and R.L. Sutton water reclamation facilities.
Thank you. For our public hearing, we'll take an unlimited number of speakers to address this matter and this matter only. And again, this is with respect to the Ultraviolet Disinfection Systems Rehabilitation Program. I'll go ahead and open up the public hearing. And please note that speakers will have a maximum of 3 minutes to address the board, and will take an unlimited number of speakers. Good morning.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name's Craig Harfoot, and we're back to hiring consultants again. And my experience with any kind of service like this is that manufacturers that make these things, you know, I don't get what the consultant is unless he's the sales rep for the company. You know, there's specs on all this stuff, and it's, you know, I know about ultraviolet. They were using that in all the air conditioning systems when there was COVID. But we got a bigger problem with water, and it's all the pharma in the water that all the treatment doesn't take out. This ain't going to take it out either. But the whole deal is, I think you should be having, instead of consultants, people coming in here from these corporations that are going to make this equipment and let us see what they got and let the public decide, not a consultant, because you got all kinds of intelligent people in this county. I mean, and citizens. And when you know, this is an unknown number. It's just going to exceed 100,000. It could be 1 million. It could be 2 million. But the deal is, if you got no big contracts and all that, it's like really blind. So what I'm proposing is that you don't do this, that you actually, there's only going to be X number of companies that make this kind of equipment, and you might as well put the whole, they got literature on all this stuff. People can read it. You know, there's engineers in this county. There's, like I said, I think you're missing the boat, but the only way we're going to ever eliminate waste in Cobb County, and we do need to eliminate it because the assessments you're putting on these houses are not sustainable. And I don't want to go too far into that, but we'll do this later. But that's why you're going into the next public hearing is, oh, how can we make it more affordable, you know? But the way you make it more affordable is
I would just
quit
ask that you
hiring
please
consultants.
tighten your comments to this
Quit
matter of the
hiring
water rehabilitation.
consultants.
Okay, thank you.
And
Let him speak, please don't interrupt his time. Go ahead.
yeah, clapping doesn't help the speaker. Anyhow, you know, you keep doing this stuff, and it's not the right way to do it. So please, I'm asking, I'm not telling, I'm begging, you know, let's do it a different way.
Okay, thank you. Are there any more speakers for this matter and this matter only? Okay, not seeing any, we'll close that part of the public hearing. Commissioners, do you have any questions for our director? Thank you.
Thank you.
We will now go on to the next public hearing. and that is to have our first public hearing on the proposed code amendments, and that will be brought by our Community Development Director, Jessica Gwynn.
Thank you. Hi, good morning, everyone. Jessica Gwynn, Community Development Director. This is the first public hearing for our 2024 Code Amendment package. As you'll recall, we did a work session presentation to you on October 22nd to go over all the code amendments that are being proposed. This is the first of two public hearings. The presentation this morning is it's going to be the same presentation that you saw on the 22nd, but it'll be in order of the code. And I've also added into the section 134, the recommendations of the Planning Commission. This presentation, I'll make the presentation, hit the highlights, but we do have the subject matter experts here if there are questions, but just in the interest of time, understanding there are a lot of speakers and a heavy agenda today, we're just going to hit the highlights on these amendments. So the first is to Chapter 2. So this is administration. This one is a pretty simple amendment pertaining to the film permit, specifying that any party that's doing filming here in Cobb County is required to submit a film permit application to the Cobb County Economic Development Department. This is something that's consistent with our practice, so it's a matter of bringing our code into compliance or into consistency with our practice. Chapter 6, this speaks to alcoholic beverages, procedure for fees, suspension, and revocation. Section 6-147G5B amends language to be consistent with state law. And this is specific to what the criteria of information is that must be provided if someone is to file an appeal to the Board of Commissioners. So again, this is to bring our code into compliance with state law. Chapter 18, this is a change to the plumbing code, and this is to bring our code into compliance with the recommendations and the requirements of the Metropolitan North Georgia Water Planning District. They are requiring that all jurisdictions within that district, including Cobb County, adopt these standards. There's revisions to several definitions. There are some specific water efficiency requirements that are specific to 1 and 2 family dwellings, so only to 1 and 2 family dwellings. There are changes to landscape irrigation system requirements, and that's only on new systems. Changes to uses for reclaimed water from a wastewater treatment plant, and also to changes to rules for sizing water piping systems to allow for design methods to account for water conservation. So again, that is something that is being required by the Metropolitan North Georgia Water Planning District. As we move on to Chapter 50, we had some changes here in Chapter 50 to bring our code more in line with the model ordinance for the land disturbance erosion control activities. You'll see there's some clarifying language in there to differentiate that there's a community development director when we say director, but then there's also the EPD, Environmental Protection Division director. So to clarify in that language and those definitions, when we say director, which one are we referring to? Definition for fill and clarifying that, and also clarification of the state code section related to the Georgia Water Quality Control Act. As we move on, in section 50-76, it clarifies what's required for site plans as we do plan review checklists, and this is by the Soil and Water Conservation District. It does provide a process for suspension, revocation, or modification of a permit if someone is not compliant with the erosion and sediment control requirements. And it also provides for a permit application to be rejected for applicants who have multiple violations within a 3-year period. And then section 50-79 speaks to if there is an administrative decision for these permits, for land disturbance permits, what that review period would be, that it would be a review period of 10 days or an appeal period of 10 days if someone would like to, say for instance, their permit is denied, they would like to appeal the decision of our staff, then there's 10 days that they could do that. Moving on to Chapter 78. We've got a couple things going on here, and these have been worked on with the police department along with the business license division and community development. The first section that we'll talk and speak to is section 78-112. There are a number of permits that are issued. This one is specific to door-to-door salespersons. Currently, that runs through both shops, community development as well as the police department. The way that it's being proposed, this would all move into the hands of the police department. So that way we don't have so many hands involved in, taking the payments and the background checks and all those things. So that clarifies that. It also creates categories for a permit that will not be granted so that it's more consistent with the way other permits are issued by the permits unit in the police department. That would be including alcohol, health spa, pawn, and also precious metals dealers. When those permits are denied, they would still go to the license review board if they were to appeal that denial. It also changes, there are several places in there that it refers to the business license division or business license office, so it scratches all that and replaces it with the Cobb County Police Department Regulatory Services Unit, and then changes the language that says license to permit because that is more consistent with what that actually is. As we continue on, as you'll recall, the board a few months back adopted a moratorium on health spas to give staff the opportunity to review our current codes in light of concerns. And this is certainly not a Cobb County thing. It's a thing that's happening nationwide where health spas are often used as a vehicle for human trafficking. There are a number of recommendations and best practices that can be incorporated into our code. And again, the police department's done a great job of working closely with our division to look at what are some changes we can make to the Cobb County code in order to hopefully address some of those issues. So some of the changes that have been made, again, just hitting the highlights of these, there's some changes that have been made to definitions in the section so that it's more in conformity and compliance with state law. It clarifies and removes any references to professional health care establishments, so your doctor's office and what have you, as well as fitness centers. Sometimes people think health spa, they think the LA Fitness, and that's not really what we've got in mind here. So just clarifying that. It adds a definition of massage therapist, massage therapy, or massage, and that is now taken directly from state law. So again, just making sure that our code is more consistent with what the state law says for the sake of clarity. Goes into a number of other sections here, speaks to inspections, that any regulatory unit of the county would have the authority to inspect those records as long as they're not protected by HIPAA. A list of all employees is to be filed with the counties, and it includes that owners or managers would be responsible for reporting that list of employees. Currently, there's a 72-hour grace period. This is now being removed, that needs to be done immediately prior to them actually starting to work there and them being, of course, the massage therapist on site. It includes in here that the licensee or manager is responsible for reporting the hours of operation. It speaks to prohibited contact, that there's a requirement that all persons performing any type of massage in Cobb County, with the exception of, or including actually foot massage, they would need to be a state of Georgia licensed massage therapist. So that is something we do require state licensing for all massage therapists in Cobb County. It goes on and speaks to requiring that all names are included, including any aliases on the application. They also have to submit a diagram of the floor plan of the establishment. It speaks to a number of provisions in here to ensure that health spas are not a place that are being used as residences. And there's been situations where it's been found that some of the workers of the health spa are actually living in the facility. So there's a number of things that have been incorporated into this. And that's actually been seen as an indicator of potential trafficking. It speaks again to grounds for denial, suspension, or revocation of the license, and also provides for there to be an appeal to the License Review Board. And also that if there's someone who has repeated violations, that they could also go to the License Review Board and potentially have those licenses suspended. It speaks to work permits. And the work permit, of course, is what each employee has. And so just backing up a little bit, so as you recall, you have the moratorium in place. The moratorium was in place for 6 months if the board does opt to move forward with adopting the proposed amendments to the health spas. And of course, you'll have a second public hearing on that, and there could be changes to that if the board desires. At that point, you would also have the opportunity to lift the moratorium early if you would like to. Chapter 110. So here we get into subdivisions. A lot of this stuff here, some of the things that we'll be bringing forward again is stuff that just kind of brings into code what our practice is already. Currently, there is some language in 110-1 that speaks to a variance for public road frontage if a property doesn't have adequate public road frontage. There's not actually a variance process for that. As you know, those requests come to the Board of Commissioners, so it just strikes that language to make that consistent with the current practice. This is a great recommendation we had from our civic groups here, procedure for plat approval of subdivisions. We've had some situations where a subdivision is approved and perhaps the Board of Commissioners incorporates in there some requirements for zoning or for open space requirements, or the code calls for that, or there's some covenants that are required. What this is incorporating in here is a requirement that any conservation easements or mandatory covenants protecting open space or conservation areas must be recorded prior to us approving that final plat. So that way we still have that mechanism to make sure that those do get recorded as they are required to do. Moving on to chapter 122, this is in our water and wastewater system chapter. There's a requirement to notify water system dispatch before operating fire hydrants. And that is also addresses apparently issues with private firms that often conduct fire flow tests, so that way they do that, get that notification. Clarifies a requirement for developments to provide gravity sewer and when septic systems may be used. Speaks to assured water pressure, and also specifies that septic systems must conform with the regulations of the Division of Public Health. Moving on to chapter 134, and again, chapter 134, of course, being the zoning ordinance, the zoning chapter, that is the only chapter that the Planning Commission has purview over. So the Planning Commission had a public hearing last week and heard all of these amendments also. They've put forth some recommendations, and of course, as you all know, for the benefit of the public, the Planning Commission is a recommending body that provides recommendations to the Board of Commissioners on planning and zoning matters. So the first section is section 134-1. The code currently states that family means two or more persons related by blood, legal adoption, or marriage occupying a dwelling. It goes on to say related means persons are all related to each other within the fourth degree, as defined in OCGA 53-2-1, which includes parents, children, grandparents, grandchildren, brothers, and sisters, and then speaks to foster children. What the code that's being proposed, the amendment that's proposed, is to add or guardianship, so it would be related by blood, legal adoption, or guardianship, or marriage occupying a dwelling. The amendment also proposes to remove the related definition, which includes parents, children, grandparents, grandchildren, brothers, and sisters. We've seen there was recently a land use permit application where for unrelated adults on the property, typically under our current code, nieces and nephews, aunts and uncles would not be included among those related persons based on our definition. So we had one recently where it was a niece who was reported to be living in that property. So that's where this came from, is to add a little bit more flexibility in terms of what related means. The Planning Commission recommended approval to include the legal adoption or guardianship. They also recommended to include in there, they wanted to keep the related, but add in there some flexibility for brothers and sisters, nieces, nephews, and or fiancés. So that's the planning recommendations. To keep that related includes, but then to add to that inclusion of brothers, sisters, nieces, nephews, fiancés. Moving on, 134-1, another definition here is impervious surface. What's been changed here, and the recommendation is to add this additional language in bold, and it speaks to what impervious surface is. Of course, impervious surface being permanent improvements affixed to the earth that water cannot pass through. The recommendation here is to specify that calculations for the percentage of impervious surface shall be made on an individual lot-by-lot basis, not in the aggregate for a community of lots, for instance, a subdivision. So if the limitation is 35%, that would be per lot and not just overall through the site. The Planning Commission did recommend approval of that language as written. Moving on to single-family dwelling. As you know, currently our definition of single-family dwelling specifies that it's a living quarters for one family including up to one unrelated adult, a family and one unrelated adult, or two or fewer unrelated adults and their children or grandchildren. The amendment being proposed at this time is to expand that to a family and two unrelated adults, or three or fewer unrelated adults and their children or grandchildren. It goes on to include in there a recommendation that we include all rooms in a primary structure shall be accessed through the front or primary door. And then also to increase the number of vehicles that would be allowed to be parked outside of a garage carport or in properties that are zoned PRD, OSC, RA, R15, R20, and R30, to that be increased to 5 from 4 currently. So currently it's 4, the recommendation is 5. The Planning Commission did recommend approval of those changes. Moving on, as we speak to accessory dwelling units, and I understand there's a lot of discussion about this, is proposed to add a definition for accessory dwelling unit into the code. Accessory dwelling unit being a residential dwelling unit subordinate to the primary structure on the same lot. So you have your main house, the primary structure. An accessory dwelling unit could be whether it's a garage apartment, a basement apartment, what have you. Accessory dwelling unit may be either attached or detached from the primary structure. The Planning Commission recommended approval of adding the definition. Beyond that, they did not recommend approval of any of the ADU-related changes. So there was a recommendation in there to include in the language. And so right now, the draft that you have and the draft that's been put forward publicly, we've already made some suggestions for things that we can incorporate into the next iteration of that draft. So we don't make changes prior to public hearing number 1 from what's been advertised. Between public hearing number 1 and public hearing number 2, we'll incorporate some of these other recommendations to put forward publicly, and we've already presented it in the work session. And any changes from the Planning Commission recommendation, we can also include that into the revised drafts that will be published with the next agenda. So some of the language that we recommended to include into the single-family definition is a line at the end that would say 1 single-family dwelling unit shall include the primary structure and may include up to 1 accessory dwelling unit. Just to clarify that whenever we say single-family dwelling, we're not saying, well, you've got your main house, and then you have your ADU, and in each of those you can have this many unrelated adults, this many parking, cars parked. No, 1 single-family dwelling unit can either be the main house or the main house and the ADU. The occupancy and parking limitations should be spread on the lot as a whole. So that's where we were recommending adding this language to clarify that to the single-family dwelling unit definition. The Planning Commission recommended denial of that. We also, as proposed, accessory dwelling units that are detached from the primary structure, so it's not a garage or a basement apartment, or it's not a structure, as you know, currently you could have an accessory structure that could have habitable space, but it would need to be connected by a heated and cooled hallway and fully enclosed no more than 25 feet. You would still be able to do that as proposed by right with a permit, just as you can today. So what's being proposed with the code amendment here is that to add an avenue for ADUs that are accessed from a separate entry from the primary structure and perhaps detached, that those would have to have a special land use permit. Today, there's not an avenue for that at all. Special land use permit, of course, is a zoning process that goes through public hearing process with the Planning Commission as well as the Board of Commissioners, ultimately decided on a case-by-case basis by the Board of Commissioners. We've included here that the ADU should not exceed 50% of the gross square footage of the primary structure, not to exceed 850 square feet in total. So if you have a 3,000 square foot primary structure, you wouldn't be able to have a 1,500 square foot ADU. ADUs can be no more than 1 story in height, not to exceed the height of the primary structure. A minimum of 1 off-street parking spot to be provided for the ADU. For single-family residences, typically you have to have at least 2 off-street parking spaces as proposed. If a SLUP were to be granted for an ADU, we would require an additional parking space to accommodate that. ADU would have to be connected to the utility meters of the primary structure. So all the water, the electricity, and all that would also run through the utilities of the primary structure. Makes it less attractive, perhaps, to rent that unit out. ADUs only to be located in the rear yard. They have to adhere to all the side and rear yard setbacks of the primary structure. So again, that doesn't change from what's currently required by zoning. Maximum impervious surface coverage for the lot shall not exceed the zoning district limitation. So, a number of our single-family lots, the impervious coverage is 35% maximum. If you've already maxed out with your main house and your driveway and backyard shed or whatever else you have on your property, if you've already exceeded the impervious coverage, you wouldn't be able to add an ADU. They still have to meet that same requirement. ADUs must adhere to all other standards for accessory structures in the zoning district. There could be no more than one ADU per single-family lot. Also, and this is again where some language that we're proposing that's not in the draft that was published, the version 1, but that we would propose incorporating into version 2 that moves forward to public hearing number 2, is language to specify occupancy and parking for single-family dwelling units to include the primary structure and the ADU, so both, that's one single-family dwelling unit, shall be in accordance with 134-1. So again, just to clarify that number of unrelated adults, that number of vehicles parked outside applies across the entirety of the lot. Currently, the draft version 1 states that the ADU shall not be utilized as a short-term rental property. We would recommend modifying that for version number 2 to say that short-term rental of either the primary structure or the ADU shall be prohibited. It does require that the owner of the property would reside in either the primary structure or the ADU, and also that the property owners would have to sign an affidavit stating that the ADU is not in conflict with any applicable covenants, conditions, deed restrictions, or bylaws. As you know, the county does not enforce covenants. We don't have that authority to enforce covenants, but we would, just as we do with short-term rentals, require them to sign an affidavit that states that this is not in conflict with any of those. The Planning Commission did recommend denial of the special land use permit for the accessory dwelling unit. I wasn't at the meeting, but as I understand it, seems that the Planning Commission perhaps had some interest in looking at exploring this with a study group or a group of citizens, a task force to look into this a little bit further. So for now, their recommendation is that is denial of this. With that recommendation, also currently in our single-family zoning districts, as I mentioned before, we do have a requirement that any accessory structures that have habitable space would be connected to the primary structure by a fully enclosed heated and cooled hallway no more than 25 feet from the primary structure. If we were to move forward with the ADU SLUP proposal, then we would propose striking that language from R80, RR, R40, R30, R20, R15, and R12. The Planning Commission, as they recommended denial of the SLUP, has also recommended denial of this change. It wouldn't be necessary or appropriate if the board was not to move forward with the opportunity to have a SLUP for a detached unit. Moving right along, special land use permits. We're proposing to increase the required landscape screening buffer for clubs and lodges, non-commercial, abutting residential property lines from 35 to 50 feet. The Planning Commission did recommend approval of that. 134-94, again, this is a situation where we're making the code better reflect our current practice. In the code, in this section, it says that the Board of Zoning Appeals makes recommendations to the Board of Commissioners for variances on road frontage or lot size reductions. That's not the case. Actually, those come directly to you, so we're just removing that as one of the responsibilities of the Board of Zoning Appeals to reflect our current practice. Planning Commission did recommend approval of that. 134-123, action by the Planning Commission. As you know, this specifies what recommendations the Planning Commission can make. Often they do, well, not often, but from time to time they do recommend, rather than saying we approve or we recommend denial of the current request, sometimes they will say we recommend deletion to an alternative zoning district. That's something that they do on a regular basis, and just providing that in the code, spelling out that that's also an option. Planning Commission did recommend approval of that. We get into the supplemental regulations in 134-266, and this is specific to electric vehicle charging stations. Of course, you know, we incorporated about a year ago some language into the code for electric vehicle charging stations. When we did that, we spoke specifically to residential versus commercial properties. However, the way we treat single-family residential uses and a single-family home from the basis of the parking needs is going to be very different from a multifamily development. So what we've proposed here is to apply the non-residential requirements to multifamily zoned properties. So, you know, under the single-family requirements right now, you couldn't have more than one electric vehicle charger outside. That's obviously not going to be sufficient where there's a multifamily property, so this would bring it in line to what would be allowable for a commercial use. It does exempt charging stations within parking decks. that have been approved by the Fire Marshal and the Development Inspections Division. You know, those are tucked away, they're not visible from the street. And, you know, that was, of course, whenever we brought this forward last year, a lot of the concern was about, you know, you see parking lots at shopping centers that have large banks of electric vehicle charging stations, minimizing the visual impact of that on the surrounding area. Of course, if it's in a parking deck, it's not going to have that same visual impact, so it would exempt those charging stations as long as they're approved by the Fire Marshal and Development Inspections Division. Planning Commission did recommend approval of that. 134-271, special exceptions. This is similar to the change in the landscape screening buffer for clubs and lodges. This would increase the required landscape screening buffer for places of worship abutting residential property lines from 35 to 50 feet to provide some additional screening there. Planning Commission recommended approval of that. And that was everything in Chapter 134. The last amendment that we have, this is in Part 2, Chapter 2, Administration. This speaks to the South Cobb Redevelopment Authority. And as you all will recall, House Bill 1330 changed the South Cobb Redevelopment Authority to the Mableton Development Authority. That area is entirely within the city of Mableton at this point. And it speaks to how that board would be appointed. Currently, the Board of Commissioners has some appointees under this. 5 members would be appointed, are currently appointed by the city of Mableton, and then there are 2 members appointed by the Cobb delegation. So with all that being said, it's appropriate that at this point that we remove that section from our code because we no longer have the South Cobb Redevelopment Authority. It's now the Mableton Development Authority, wholly within the city of Mableton and within their jurisdiction. So that's the highlights of the amendments. Next steps today, of course, we would just ask the chairwoman to open public hearing number 1. After today's public hearing, the next public hearing will be public hearing number 2 next Thursday night, the 21st at 6 p.m. right here. And of course, following that public hearing number 2, the Board of Commissioners would have the opportunity to vote on the amendments. So with that, I would ask the chairwoman to open the public hearing unless there's anything else for me.
No. Thank you, Jessica. Appreciate it. Again, the same rules will apply to this public hearing as it did to the prior public hearing. We will take an unlimited number of speakers who can address the Board of Commissioners on the matters presented in the code and those matters only. I ask that you do be mindful of speakers' time, and everyone has a limited amount of time, so please give them the full amount for them to articulate their thoughts to the board. With that, we'll go ahead and take our first speaker. And I know we have a number of speakers. Just be mindful as people line up. I see. Just be mindful as people line up. Sometimes you do have people that will make a semblance of a line. You're free to do that as well. All right. Yes, ma'am. I hear it.
Hello, my name's Danielle. I live in Parkwood Commons in Cobb County. And I can't believe this is even happening. We cannot take any more cars or people in our neighborhood. I'm in disbelief that this is happening. We, as the owners and the stakeholders, the people who live in these houses and invested in these houses, we bought these houses. We chose to buy in a family neighborhood because it's a family neighborhood. It has a culture that is inherent to a family neighborhood. We want that. We want what we bought. We deserve to keep it. We invested in it, and we deserve to keep it. We value our larger yards and our less crowded living conditions and the ability to enjoy quiet, peaceful surroundings. If we wanted to live in an apartment complex, we would be living in an apartment complex. We would be. It's that easy. Like, that's where we would be living. We chose a family neighborhood because that's where we want to be, and that's where we wanted to put our money. I am very concerned about safety on our streets. Parkwood Commons is an older neighborhood. It has long, winding roads, lots of trees, forest. Sometimes cars are lined up on my street on both sides. EMS vehicles would not be able to get through. And this is now. This is now. Just imagine what will happen if the ordinance changes. Just imagine if there is a baby, a child, an elderly person who cannot get the help that they need because they can't get down the street. Actually, one night, because there were renters in the house beside me, this was a couple years ago, there were all the cars were down the street, And I was just very concerned because I could hardly get my car through there. And I knew that a fire truck or an ambulance wouldn't be able to get through. I called 911 and I said, I'm really concerned because if we have any kind of emergency on our street, there, EMS will not be able to get through. And they completely agree with me. They cited a safety hazard and sent police. It was only about 20 minutes and police were there to escort the students out and move their cars. So that's not acceptable. That's not safe. And can you imagine adding more people to the street? We won't even be able to go to work because we won't be able to get out. Okay, so there are so many points. I could keep going forever. However, my next point of contention, I guess, is the board's authority. I understand that perhaps you guys don't have the authority that you need to make the rules that we have consequences. For example, I have a person on our street right now. He was advised by the board to leave 8 weeks ago, about 8 weeks ago. He's still there. He's not leaving. Why would he leave? There's no consequence to leave. And if the board lacks the authority to follow through on these laws, I can appreciate that. That's a terrible position to be in. I feel for you.
Ma'am, sorry, your 3 minutes are up.
Thank you. I would just ask that if you are having difficulty with a code matter, Jessica, someone from your department could speak with her. I'm not familiar with that, but okay.
I'm sorry, I
Yes,
didn't
you
hear
can
that.
speak to our Director of Community Development if there's a code matter and someone's not supposed to be living in your community based on.
Oh, I have.
Okay.
Yes.
I would just ask again that you
All right.
talk with her
Thank
directly.
you.
Thank you. Yes, and for all of our speakers who may not be familiar with our procedures, please state your name before you begin.
Okay, thank you. My name is Christine McKinnell, and I live in Miss Gambrell's post. However, my in-laws live in Miss Burrell's post. I'm here as kind of a sandwich generation person. I have a 20-something-year-old son, and I also have aging in-laws, and so the ADU is appealing to me, more so for my in-laws than my son. And there is a lot of confusion for me with this. I also would like to say I'm a 30-year real estate agent in Metro Atlanta, so I have vast experience in single-family housing. I did, in looking up and researching, see in an ARC report that there was a suggestion for a housing task force to be created in Cobb County. I have Googled and I have not yet found that, so I highly encourage that to be formed to address this ADU issue, as well as affordable and alternative housing for our elderly and veterans. I understand cottage developments are very popular, however, not approved in Cobb County. My question, I have a lot of questions. Is this for taxpayers to create affordable housing instead of the county? And in looking over the code amendments, I understand that if a ADU is less than 650 square feet, it does not need to submit for plan review, and I will email this to you and the Planning Commission for some clarity. So my questioning would be around that. While we're talking about 850 square feet for an ADU, I question the less than 650 square feet. I understand also, as it was mentioned, that the ADUs and the single family will be combined as one unit. In just doing some simple math, with homes I have owned in Cobb County, my 1,600 square foot house plus an 850 square foot ADU with other definitions requiring 390 square feet per adult would mean that 6 adults can live on my property right now. If I go back to the house I moved from in East Cobb, that was 3,800 square feet plus an 850 square foot ADU, meaning 390 square feet per adult. Does that mean 11 adults could live in that property I owned in East Cobb? I also understand that an affidavit has to be signed by the property owner stating that it does not conflict with, say, HOA documents. Who is signing that? Is that getting approved by the HOA? Are there penalties for deceit on that affidavit? The short-term rental, that can be 31 days. And who is enforcing and following up? If someone would like to write a lease for 31 days,
and then move out sooner. So thank you, and I will email everybody. Thank you.
Okay, we'll take our next speaker.
Good morning. My name is Kathy Slough. I live in Marietta, Georgia. I do live in a condo, but this would still affect me. I'm on the poor section of East Cobb, and I'm in a condo, and I'm surrounded by single-family homes. I moved there for peace, tranquility, trees, and a family atmosphere. I am retired, but this still would affect me. Here are my questions. Crime and safety concerns as a woman. We are starting to have huge transit populations in and throughout Cobb. Who's going to monitor this? You guys don't have time to monitor this. So we don't need any more crime and safety issues with increased transient populations. Then, where I'm at the intersection, it's already rated F for traffic. So we might go to Z for traffic, for way beyond horrible. And parking. We all know how parking is in Cobb. It's virtually non-existent. And as the prior speaker said, our first responders, how are they going to get through? Privacy and noise disturbances. The more people, the less privacy, more noise, more parties, more work for our first responders. Impact on my property values and resale marketability. I'm a mature person. I don't like to use the word old. I don't want to have to move because you guys want ADUs. It's ridiculous. In Cobb County, the Planning Commission said deny it. We don't need it. Cobb County will continue to go downhill, not uphill. I think a lot of us chose Cobb to live here for the peace, tranquility, families of all kinds, but with crime safety concerns, traffic, parking, privacy, noise disturbances, impact on my property values, maintenance oversight, there will be no maintenance and oversight. So this is a ridiculous idea that doesn't even need to come to a vote. Thank you for your time.
Good morning. I'm Donna Wynn, and I appreciate having the opportunity to speak this morning. I did attend the planning session and heard the discussion around this, and I appreciate that they voted to deny. I still want to speak against it because I'm sure it is an issue that's going to come up again. We're still looking at ways to address housing and affordability. But I just wanted to point out some things that for homeowners, a house is the biggest financial commitment most of us make. And when we purchase a home, we base it on many factors. And one of those decisions is the neighborhood. Is it well kept? How does it look and feel? All of that is controlled by zoning. So when we buy a home, we buy it based on the zoning for that neighborhood and that home. And that zoning exists today when we buy it. It's a contract. We not only make a contract with the homeowner we're buying from, but with the county. That neighborhood was zoned that way, and that factored into our decision to buy it. By proposing to allow ADUs to be built on a lot currently zoned as single-family residential, you're basically breaking that contract that was there when I bought that home. Adding an additional second house to any single-family lot, regardless of the lot size and the zoning that it has today, effectively cuts the lot zoning in half and renders the existing zoning useless. I am surrounded by 5 neighbors, 2 on either side, and we adjoin 3 neighbors in back. I have no plans to put an ADU, so This is not something that I want to take advantage of, but if all of those neighbors decided to do it, instead of 5 neighbors, I have 10. And that's not why I bought where I bought. So I just ask that you consider the contract that's in place with the homeowners that bought in the neighborhoods they live in today, and continue to keep that in mind as you move forward with any zoning changes. Thank you.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Jill Flam. I'm representing East Cobb Civic Association. We have handed out copies of our recommendations previously submitted by email. ECCA has concerns with how these code amendments are being presented to the public. Version 1 of the code amendments is still the only version published on the Cobb County website. An accessory unit fact sheet was added to the website. It, however, states as facts some things that are not written in the proposed code. The occupancy and parking limitations apply to the entirety of the single-family lot. That is not in the proposed code. Renting either the ADU or primary structure could jeopardize homestead exemption. How? Now there is a PowerPoint presentation that presents even more changes that have yet to be published to the public. How can we be expected to comment on ever-moving targets? This shows how rushed these code amendments are. In Chapter 18, the changes to regulations regarding kitchen and lavatory faucets, landscape irrigation, shower heads, and dishwashers. No permit is required to install or change any of these items. Why is the county putting forward code recommended by a planning organization in Atlanta that is unenforceable? We recommend denial of this section. The addition of ADUs, along with the increase in the number of unrelated people allowed to occupy a house, is an attempt to add density to LDR and VLDR housing codes we currently have in the guise of offering affordable housing in these categories. It doubles the density on a piece of land without changing the residential code by allowing 2 separate dwelling units on that property where only one could exist previously. Once a SLUP is granted for one property, it would have a cascading effect by encouraging people to apply for the increase in density in the same area. This change would have the same effect as allowing spot zoning. Companies can buy properties with ADUs and turn them into all rentals. How are you going to determine who the property owner is if it is purchased by a trust or an LLC? All these proposed code amendments taken together have the potential to destabilize or destroy many existing single-family residential neighborhoods. Here are additional problems. The ADU can be rented for a term as short as 31 days or a semester, causing turnover in the neighborhood and schools. The ADU can be used for a business with associated noise and/or smells. The signed affidavit provides no real security for HOAs as it is unenforceable by Cobb County and requires civil litigation. And if the neighbors object to the addition of an ADU, there is no defendable mechanism for the application to be denied based on on that fact. ECCA recommends denial of the proposed code amendments for ADUs. Thank you.
Madam Chairwoman, Commissioners, my name is Richard Grome. I am President of the East Cobb Civic Association. ECCA agrees with the Planning Commission's recommendation that in Section 134-1, the definition of family, that the deleted sentence pertaining to the definition of related, as defined by the Official Code of Georgia, Section 52-3-1, should be reinstated. In addition, adding or guardians is not needed. It is already included in the definition. We do not support the additions of nieces, nephews, and fiancés, as these are hard to enforce. As proposed, the definition of single-family dwelling unit will now allow up to 3 unrelated adults with children. This is taking a step back to old code. 3 unrelated adults were deleted some years ago to 2 unrelated adults due to the problems around Kennesaw State University with multiple students in housing, causing code enforcement and police to be called repeatedly for cars parked illegally on the streets and grass, as well as noise. It didn't work then. ECCA does not believe it will work now. The proposed code is now written would allow 3 unrelated adults and children in a single-family dwelling unit and 2 unrelated adults with children in the accessory dwelling unit, or ADU. 5 or more college students, depending on any one of them, are related on a single piece of property, which can be as small as 12,000 square feet. This would allow as many as 4 renters on one piece of property along with a homeowner. The effect of this is to allow a rooming home to exist in an area zoned for single-family homes that can destabilize an existing neighborhood. Section 134-1, single-family dwelling unit parentheses 3, changing the code to allow 5 cars parked on a driveway due to the proposed increase in the number of residents does not alleviate the code enforcement problem of cars parked on the street. Cobb County has been allowing shorter driveways in new subdivisions. Many driveways cannot handle 5 cars without having to shift cars on and off the driveway. Subdivision with private streets cannot have parking on the street. Illegal parking now is also a fire department issue. It is just easier to park on the street or the grass rather than risk being blocked in on the driveway. It becomes a code enforcement police problem with illegally parked cars. The number of cars allowed on a driveway should be done on an individual case basis. These proposed code additions and changes not only do not solve any problems, they have the potential to create more problems. ECCA therefore recommends the Board of Commissioners deny these changes. Thank you.
Madam Chairwoman and Commissioners, my name is Lisa Taylor, and I've lived in Cobb County for 40 years. 34 years ago, my husband and I searched for 10 months for our perfect home and bought a home in a single-family neighborhood, Parkwood Commons subdivision in District 3. We bought our home in reliance of having a stable zoning code. In September, I invested almost another $100,000 in our home, and our large investment should not be upended by such callous disregard that you're currently discussing. We have 304 homes. I'm on the board. I counted about 82 either original homeowners or those who have lived there at least 25 years. We want none of these changes. In particular, we don't want 5 cars in driveways. We can't handle it. It was 3, now it's 4. Now you want to change it to 5. When our neighborhood was built beginning in 1983, Cobb demanded very little in the way of infrastructure, and our stormwater runoff mainly depends on natural creeks. More density will only bring trouble in this regard. Changing the definition of family will mean family really no longer counts, as anyone can be a 3rd or 4th cousin. But mostly I want to ask you not to increase the number of unrelated persons in homes. These are clearly code changes, not cleaning up the language. Now would be the time to define caregiver. You might remember that case from August 20th. This is not changing the definition of a family. Decide what a caregiver is. We had 1 LUP in our neighborhood this year, and it was less than genuine. What you don't see are the other 7 factually known homes that are violating the single-family zoning. Code enforcement had been called in on most of them. Code is a great department. I know many of them by first name. They work hard and respond immediately to our calls. At each of these homes, they ask for a voluntary occupancy statement. None is usually given. Then they do an early morning inspection. Most of these homes pass the number of cars test, and the case is closed. The case is just closed. And we know, we have leases that tell us that there are 6 unrelated college students in these homes, but the case gets closed because there's no teeth to back up your rules. Code does not have the tools they need to do anything else. These 7 homes will never apply for a LUP. They're usually corporate-owned. One charges up to $1,000 per room per month, and the minor fine they incur of $135, if they ever do wind up in magistrate court, is just the cost of doing business. You ask for analysis of LUPs. Some that you see have merit, but the worst ones will never come.
Ma'am, sorry, you're 3 minutes up.
afternoon, everybody. My name is Cammie Sanchez, and I am a resident of Cobb County for 43 years, and I've lived in the same home for 40 years. The ADU, I assume, is meant to be progressive for the county, like the MSPLOST under the ARC. It is not a progressive plan, but a regressive plan. It will diminish the years of investment we have made in our properties, and we likely will be funding fence builders, surveyors, breakup of neighbors, and neighborhood. It overrides the original zoning. I like the view from my back deck now and don't want it to have to massively change. I don't want to have to move. I don't want to have to look at other people whom I don't know. I've lived next to people that I know, that I have confidence in. I feel safe being around. I don't know who's going to be in these places. If you believe that this will help homeowners earn money and house families who cannot afford to live independently, the better way is, in my opinion, is to take a good look at what the overall budget for the county is and lower our county taxes. Does this override HOA's rules? I bet the larger million-dollar subdivisions will fight it and win. Smaller ones like mine will be forced to comply. Our subdivision has had at least 10 water main breaks during the past 5 years, and our roadway is barely wide enough to allow 2 cars to pass, and that will complicate it. It will make it more difficult for school enrollment planning, sewer lines, water supplies, water pressure, trash pickup, backyard opportunities for fun. Also, guardianship is not only for children. If you change the code, it can be for adults who need one. I ask the board to table this plan, or better yet, stop it from proceeding at all. I thank you for your consideration.
Chair Cupid and commissioners, we appreciate your service. My name is Jim Fawcett. I'm an architect, and also a retired professor of architecture, Georgia Tech, Southern Poly, which is now KSU. I had the opportunity to teach for 32 years. But I've actually designed my own home, built it in East Cobb 50 years ago this year. Had a wonderful life, raised a family there, and it's been a wonderful county and also a neighborhood to live in. I would be delighted as an architect to have more work. Currently, I'm doing a lot of additions to existing houses all over the Atlanta area and many in Cobb County. And these additions are within the current codes. They comply with the setbacks, they are complying with the amount of square footage, and I think this is a very proper way to go, is to add on to an existing residence. It keeps it into the single-family residential zoning. And I'll share with you, my wife and children and I have very close friends in San Diego. We visited them over the years, and I have made a comment many times, if I had to move away from Georgia, I would probably select San Diego as the place I'd want to live. Several years ago, I had been back, and the people that I visited had indicated drastic changes happened in San Diego. They had a zoning change that allowed ADUs to be built on property. Initially, one ADU was built, and now it's gone forward, and many ADUs are built on a single piece of property. My friend said it's just unbelievable that a man on the water, the sewer, and certainly the parking, said the kids now used to have land to play on their property, and now they're having to play on the sidewalks and the streets. He says, when I try to back my car out of my driveway, I can't see because of the ADUs and the cars. He said, many times I come home and can't even get into my drive. There are just cars everywhere. and said that recently he mentioned he had been to Seattle. He said, when I retire in a few years, I'm getting out of San Diego because of this change. So please look at the challenges people are facing. He said the quality of life here was great many years ago, but the quality of life has diminished, and I want to leave this community because of the ADUs that are surrounding me. So I appreciate you listening to me, and I hope that you will not allow this to go forward. Many thanks.
Good morning. Thank you all for your service. My name is Carol Gunn, and I am a Marietta native, and have a concern, of course, about the ADUs. And, you know, so many of our comments have been, many people have already mentioned concerns that we all share. One thing that comes to my mind that has been heavy on my heart is that we know that we are doing this to accommodate the great influx of persons into our country. And my heart breaks because reliable sources say that there have been 325,000 children who have crossed our border in recent years who are unaccounted for. And that would be the entire student population of Cobb County and Fulton County would be only 200,000. If those children disappeared suddenly, it would have a great concern for everyone. These people are here. They're not here, in my opinion, organically. There are forces beyond even probably what most of us are aware that are causing this, and our communities, not just in Cobb County, but nationwide, are trying to figure out what to do about this. So I appreciate you taking this. I understand, I'm a realtor myself, and I understand the challenge right now for first-time home buyers. It's so hard for them to get into the market. And you look at this in one hand and you think, oh yes, this would be great because it allows housing. People need housing. We would rather have people in housing than people on the street and people homeless, certainly. But there do need to be regulations, and I do think that if we can think about not just the short-term effect, but the long-term effect, and that accountability and the ability to enforce these codes is so important. And if we don't have the ability to enforce them, we may as well not make them because it's going to be a waste of time. And I would also point out that in communities that have HOAs, many of the more affluent communities who have HOAs have also architectural control committees. And typically, if a homeowner wants to do something to their home, they have to have that approved through the Architectural Control Committee that is part of the HOA. And typically, if there is a conflict between like a county or city code and the HOA, the more stringent code or covenant is what is observed. So it is very possible that the more affluent communities in Cobb will be able to push out this ADU event and that persons who, well, and basically—
Ma'am, your 3 minutes are up.
I want you to hear me. Anyhow, speakers, get close to the mic. Instead of clapping, do this. They can see that. I don't have to hear it. But anyway, my name's Craig Harfoot, and this seems DOA. I mean, I've never seen the Planning Commission vote for get rid of it. And then you got your heavy hitter East Cobb and other groups telling you don't do it. I hope you listen. But I understand the problem. And I talked about it with Bob Ott years ago. And I said, if you keep reassessing this property up and playing this game with the values, I said, you know what happened in 1927? I lived in East Point. Between arts and crafts houses, the equivalent of what St. Leon's is across the street from me. You know, they were under $1 million then. They were like 800,000 when they built them, but, or less. And now you got reassessed to 2 million. Well, when people can't buy those, you know what happened to those arts and crafts houses? They turned into rooming houses. They happened all down Midtown, Juniper Street and all that during the Depression. But right before the Depression, 1927, between two houses in East Point, arts and crafts on Cheney Street, they cut two 49-foot lots, put in two 1,100 square foot houses, and they were something you bought from Sears, a kit house for $5 grand. You didn't even pay property tax on $5 grand, you know, when they instituted that, because it was below the homestead exemption. What you need is to raise the homestead exemption to entry-level housing price, which in East Cobb looks like $400,000 thereabouts, you know, because this last go-round, they wiped out all the 250s and all this stuff. I heard it when, you know, it was after the Olympics and in Smyrna and all this, when you first had a bunch of Mexican laborers, they'd get together and they'd share a house, and they parked all these cars because they were all going to work. And then the Cobb County Commission said, oh, we can only want 4 cars in the driveway, and they said all this stuff, and it was like anti what you're trying to propose now. But the whole thing about affordability is you can't have 10 million people come in this country undocumented. Yeah, you're going to have a housing crisis. If materials are up, you're going to have a housing crisis. Lumber cutters are saying their business has gone to nothing because nobody's buying lumber. So the pricing's got to be reset.
Sir, your time's up.
I'm Maria Cooper. I live here in Cobb County. Let me start by reminding you guys that you work for us, not against us. You're supposed to work for us, not against us. This decision or this proposal is right now ludicrous. It is unwell planned. There are way too many ands, ifs, or buts. It should not go forward. But if it does, after it is properly planned with every detail in mind, it shouldn't be voted on for a year. People need time to look at it and decide. This is our place. It's our right. There will always be poor people. Always, no matter what you do, there will always be poor people. That doesn't give you the right to destroy my property, my neighborhood, my Cobb County. No ADUs, no zone code changes. By the way, in case anyone does not already know this, affordable housing means Section 8. It means welfare. Cobb can't enforce the codes now. There is no teeth to our rules, regulations, and laws. And add to that politically correct, where no one can say anything when someone is doing something wrong. You think that ADUs are going to follow your rules, your regulations, your laws? You're going to have to create a law enforcement department to be able to take care of it if it ever goes through. What about Airbnbs? That's another perfect example. All bad changes. More people, more trash, more traffic, more crime, more ugly, less reduced, severely attacked quality of life. Don't destroy Cobb. Don't destroy the goose that laid the golden egg. This is a residential, suburban community. It is not Fulton or DeKalb or other places like that. Stop trying to turn it into that.
Hello, my name is Diana Young, and I reside in the Parkwood Commons neighborhood, which is a well-established family neighborhood of single-family homes in Ackworth. Considering the proposal of accessory dwelling units in Cobb County, I am very much against it. I understand the purpose or the anticipated purpose of ADUs and why they might be okay for some communities, but certainly not for all. There are several reasons why ADUs in the backyards of existing homes can be linked to such things as zoning laws, building codes, and infrastructure limitations, but most importantly, community resistance. Neighborhoods may resist the idea of ADUs due to concern about property values, aesthetics, or changes in the character of their community. Residents may fear that ADUs could lead to overcrowding or that they might attract transient populations. But besides neighborhood concerns, other things to consider would be the infrastructure limitations. ADUs require utilities, and in some areas, existing infrastructure may not support added dwellings, which could result in overburdening municipal services and required additional road capacity, and that's just to name a few of the items. Services within a neighborhood is predicated by the density of the anticipated residents. If you allow AUDs in an existing neighborhood, all of the services would quickly become outdated and fail because of the added load on the structural integrity of these services. These might be tolerable in new neighborhoods, but they just wouldn't be feasible in older communities. Parkwood Commons is an older, established community which was designed and built over 40 years ago when ADUs were not even thought of. When you change one thing, and the more things you then change, the more likely for unintended consequences to occur. As a Parkwood resident, I hope you think long and hard about the approval of ADU units in Cobb County. They might fit in tolerably well in new neighborhoods where adequate planning is still able to be made, but I see no real advantage or benefits to allowing them to be placed in older communities like Parkwood Commons. Parkwood was brought to life with a very specific family ambiance in mind. It has been cultivated and fostered within that same distinctive nature for all of its 40-plus years. Please don't subject Parkwood or other similar communities to the changes.
Ma'am, sorry, your time's up.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Brian Hastings. I am a longtime resident of Ackworth. I just have a few questions. Who asked for this action? For anything to come to the board, somebody had to ask for it. I think all the residents of Cobb County need to know who asked for this ADU establishment. What will be the benefit? Who's going to benefit? What's the end goal? Is the end goal to destroy suburbia and make it into another Fulton County? And why wait until the week after the election to bring this to the public? Why was not this hearing started long before the election? Was it because you were afraid to lose the election because of the request to add ADUs to properties? I hope everyone thinks about all of these questions long and hard before you vote on it. Thank you.
Commissioners, citizens, I'm Dan Larkin. I live in Meadowbrook off of Powers Ferry. I think I'm the third licensed Realtor to speak today, and we had an architect as well. And also, I had the broker for one of the largest real estate firms in Cobb County, who will remain nameless, sent me a text today saying, quote, "This will destroy Cobb." So we're realtors, you know, this is what we do, okay? I live on a 1/4 acre lot. Now it's going to be an 1/8 of an acre lot. What about privacy and quiet enjoyment? What about my fire department dragging hose to the back shack on fire? How are they going to reach it with the ladder truck? The ladder boom isn't going to reach the backyard. I got news for you. To traffic increases, many people have talked about that. And so we're supposed to worry about impervious surfaces, right, everybody? And now we got another roof and another driveway, right? So, and of course, all of you have big money for the permeable driveway made of brick, right? Like, yeah, we got money for that. I'm also a Georgia licensed master plumber. What about the water and sewer overload? Just saying. What about lots of kids moving into these ADUs and overwhelming our schools? We're eroding the quality of life in Cobb. Most people are working and too busy to come to this meeting, mostly a retired crowd. Everybody's working. So like the last gentleman said, we wait till the day after the election, the week after, then we throw this. Why wasn't this on the ballot? I'm almost done here, bear with me. Tiny homes are cute, but they're not very livable. I've been into camping my whole life. I was a Boy Scout. I've studied all kinds of campers. It's not cute when you sit down, you have to fold up your bed and fold up and pull the table out, especially for elderly people. That's not cute. It's something you see on TV that looks cute. It's not livable. So the nicer neighborhoods, other people have brought this up. They're not going to be dealing with this. But what about the working class blue-collar homes like in Meadowbrook? We're not going to be able to fight this probably. And I just urge you to vote no. And please leave our county. People have said it many times. This is our most valuable asset. We have a right of expectation that the county is going to look out for what we bought. And that's why I moved here from Boston 21 years ago.
Sir, your time's up.
Good morning, Chair, Commissioners. This is getting pretty obvious that nobody wants this, kind of like nobody wanted the stormwater runoff tax, and the two gentlemen ahead of me said, whose idea is this? Like, where the heck did this come from? I can tell you where it came from, World Economic Forum. And this is why I'm not making stuff up. All you do is do a search, and you can see World Economic Forum, WEF, and then put in the, where is it? The ADU, and it comes up. And it says, accessory dwelling units, a zoning solution to the U.S. housing crisis. This was just last year. ADUs are small secondary homes that are built on the same lot, used for a variety of purposes, such as housing aging parents, all that. Many jurisdictions are now relaxing zoning regulations to make it easier for homeowners to build ADUs. And then guess what? NGOs, those nonprofits, they're getting involved too. They're helping fund them. They're helping house them. Gosh, wonder who they're going to house those with. So we have to say that this is adulterating Cobb. It's getting pretty clear. Has anybody come up here other than a couple of people saying maybe, but nobody wants it, okay? Even the zoning And the Planning Commission was like, kind of gave it a hell no with a 5-0 no to it. And remember, and people have said this already, you took an oath to us, not to World Economic Forum, not to Deloitte and Accenture, who are partners with World Economic Forum. Is this Deloitte and Accenture's idea, and then you're just executing on that plan? So I see that there's no eye contact over. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know if you knew I was up here. So again, whose agenda are you listening to? Because citizens' rights matter. Okay. And guess what else too? There's something's in there. We don't trust you. Thank you.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Mike, and I just have a comment. Well, I don't really know how stuff I've heard about Cobb County being suburban is it's just not true anymore. Cobb County is becoming more of an increasingly urban place, and it's part of Atlanta. It's part of the Atlanta metro area, and I feel like people are in denial about that. And that's why they voted down the M-SPLOST, among other things. But I don't know how I feel about this, but I do think that some people are very much think this is still like a very suburban county. And while that may be true in West Cobb and East Cobb, that's not true of like the entire county. Thank you.
Good morning, Commissioners. Thank you for allowing us this time to address this issue today. My name is Rick, and I've been in Cobb County since 1984. So I've been here for a while. I've seen the changes come and go. And the concern that I have is I just found out about this about 48 hours ago. The reason I'm here today, you've heard, I'm not going to try to repeat everything that everybody has said. But the concern that I have with the ADUs in my neighborhood, the concern is the folks that invest, the investors that come in. They come in, remodel the house, then they resell the house a lot more than what the house is worth, driving up the market values, driving up the property taxes, and that's of grave concern to me. The other thing is that we have issues with one house in my subdivision, and I've dealt with this, so that's why I'm here today, because I've actually experienced what these folks are talking about. And it's a situation where there was a nonprofit set up in the house for addiction recovery, for drugs, for alcohol. I'm not against that. Those folks need to be helped. But the problem is the owner was absent. The owner was absent. And so we, the homeowners, are left with having to deal with these situations ourselves. Whether it's to call the police. In one situation, we had inappropriate behavior between a man and a young lady who was inappropriately addressed out in the cul-de-sac, and we have children that live on the cul-de-sac. Not every situation happens that way, and I understand that, but the potential is always there. Even if you have a situation where caretakers are being kept in the ADUs, those situations are going to change. And when that changes, then it turns into rentals. And then the rentals turns into what I'm just describing. And rentals turns into Motel 6. I disagree. I think Cobb County has always been suburban, always should be suburban. I know that there were some reservations when the Braves decided to move here in 2013 because we rushed into that thing. And this is the same problem. We're rushing into this again. And unfortunately, it's us, the taxpayers, that are finding out about it at the nth hour. And so all we're saying is, please, please vote no. Vote no for your constituents who want to preserve the county, which is the best county in the country. And we want to keep it that way. And it's not because we don't want to allow others in. It's not because that we don't want those problems to be fixed. We realize.
Sir, your 3 minutes are up.
Good morning, Chairwoman. Good morning, Commission. My name is Matt Stegall. I live in District 1. Been in this county for 35 years now, almost. And I'm up here, I kept hearing people come up, keep seeing headlines, keep seeing people's opinions of this, and it's fear, 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 fear. Just being bombarded with fear, radical changes, undermining our suburban character, all of these claims, and I just look at it and I'm wondering, like, what, how, or like nobody wants this. And I look at the statistics and I look at, the trends of what's happening here in the county. And, the median home price is now $450,000. Median rentals, $1,255 a month. We do have a housing shortage. People do want to live here, but in order to live here, they have to make an income of a certain amount just to be able to afford living here. We're creating a systemic segregation based off of class and income in this county, and we're doing that because of the restrictions placed in our zoning code and the way we build our homes. And by doing that, we're creating kind of this, like, the people who moved here years ago, decades ago, while housing was affordable, are now still trying to dictate what people are doing with their homes that they live in now. And so for a country that values its freedom and for a county that values its freedom, we're not just trying to, control what's happening in our neighborhood or our house or, everything. We're trying to control what's happening throughout the county and what others are trying to do. And it's this dichotomy that I just really don't understand. And, and I look at the facts of what's being proposed here, and it's super restrictive. People still have to live on that property, still have to live on that, whether it's the ADU or the primary dwelling. People, short-term rentals, everyone's talking about Airbnbs, that's completely outlawed by this. And no matter what happens, this is just creating a definition and a process for people to stand up and get approval for a special land use permit. This isn't a build by right zoning change. This is a special land use permit where people have to sit there and show their designs, show what they're doing, show how they're actually adding this accessory dwelling unit for what might be a family member, for what might be an actual income opportunity for them in the property that they live at. And so all this fear-mongering about changing our county and changing all that is just it's another method of controlling people and how and property owners and what they can do with their property. And I think, as I hear all this fear-driven comments and I hear all these radical, statements, and I look at this and it's fear of two things. It's fear of change and it's fear of other people. And as we look at those two core, causes of those fears, I'm hopeful that we can overcome that, find a way to do this, find a way to create this definition, this process that gives homeowners the ability to provide a solution for us to help solve the housing shortage. And with that, I'll be done.
Excuse me, let's be clear here. You are not at a movie theater. This is not a ball game. You are not at home watching a sitcom. I'm being respectful of those who want to support others who agree with you. But I will not respect those who are disrespectful to those who you do not agree with. I see your sign very clear, but I also hear you clearer. And this lack of tolerance for a change of code doesn't mean there has to be a lack of tolerance for those who are coming up and speaking. Protection of your First Amendment rights also includes protection of others. I ask you, please refrain from this. This is my only warning for that. Yes, ma'am, please state your name. You can go ahead.
Yes, I knew that was going to happen to me. Right when I got up here, everybody was going to get in trouble. I just want you to know that I came alone. I don't have a sign. I don't have an insult for any of you. I'm not part of that. But I do have concerns. So I've written something here, and I'll do my best to get through it. The single problem
Please state
of
your
not...
name.
I'm sorry?
Please state your name.
Elizabeth. Yes. The single problem of not having enough school bus drivers and bus overcrowding is reason enough to reject this proposal. No one's spoken about this, but we have kids that are on buses for over 2 hours when they leave the school in the morning. They're having to be picked up an hour and 30 minutes before school begins just because there's not enough bus drivers. The county has tried to hire new bus drivers by raising the rate that they pay the bus drivers, but they can't get new ones. I've had to go pick my kids up at 5 o'clock in the afternoon from high school because there just simply aren't enough bus drivers to get them home. They're doing a route, coming back, getting more kids, and you can't hire them. They don't want to do the job anymore for whatever reason. After COVID, they all quit, and the bus is alone. So say you had an ADU, say you had 30 new kids on a bus route. Now you need another bus driver. You can't hire the bus driver. They're not there to hire. So just that alone, I have 3 of these guys that are in the school system that are suffering from this. If I wanted my little dude who's 9 to get to school on the bus in the mornings, he would have to wake up at 5:15 in the morning, get on the bus at 5:40, and school doesn't begin until 7:50. That's ridiculous. If we add more students to these routes, who's going to hire the bus drivers? They're already at $25 an hour. What are we going to have to do to entice them to come to work? They're just not. So then you have parents who are like, I'm not getting my kid up at 5:15 in the morning to get to school at 7:50. They barely make it on time, by the way. It's not like they're getting there at 6:30. They're getting there at 7:50 already. And so we're having to drive our kids to school because we don't want them to get up 2 hours early. That's not right. They're dead by noon, So that's traffic right there. So then you have no bus drivers. You have the additional, of traffic. And I have a personal opinion about, I don't think any of you want ADUs. I think that you had to present this because of something that somebody down the line told you to. And I do trust you. I trust you'll do the right thing because you know us, you love us, you're here for us. And I know that because I just know that. And pardon me because I'm nervous, but I think that the real reason this is happening is just, it's trickle down. I don't think you need to beg for your vote. I don't need to do any of that because you all know what you're doing. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Good morning. I appreciate this opportunity to give my opinion as well. My name's Rick. I've lived in East Cobb for about 30 years. I'm somebody who keeps up pretty well with politics. I'm typically not all that ignorant about things going on in the country. I first heard about ADUs no more than 4 months ago. When I first heard, I thought it was a joke. You cannot be serious. I blew it off. This is never going to happen in Georgia. Was my first. It just reeks of dishonesty toward. It's just so uncivil. Anybody purchasing into a neighborhood and making this kind of investment, that's not what we signed up for. That's not what we bought. I don't have to sit here and tell anybody how it's going to impact a neighborhood to have this kind of thing. If they existed already, if the neighborhood already had it at this point, I never would have bought where I did. It's a given. I don't even have to tell you that. The other thing that no one's really mentioned, at least I didn't hear it, as I talked to people, once I heard about it through East Cobb Association, and I talked to my neighbors, and I talked to a lot of folks. I play a lot of tennis. I talked to a lot of folks. I've not heard of one who's even heard of this happening and coming up for a vote, let alone a vote later this month. It's an outrage. I have not talked to one person who's even heard this is about to be voted on. So that alone, it almost looks like a cover-up. Something of this importance to not make sure that there's an effort that the people impacted are being made aware of it is an outrage. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
John McLean, resident of District 1. The first public hearing was actually at the Planning and Zoning meeting held on Election Day. Interesting that even your own appointees on that board voted unanimously to abandon the effort to approve the code amendments regarding ADUs. They stated, and I agree, that, quote, "It looked like someone woke up yesterday morning and decided it was a good idea," end quote. It was, quote, "haphazard and sloppy," end quote. That the language is, quote, "being changed as we speak," end quote. In fact, that language has changed at least twice since that planning and zoning meeting. Code amendments are always changed in January. Why are we doing this now? What's the rush? Commissioner Cupid and Ms. Gwynn told the Marietta Daily Journal in 2021 that it, quote, "is not a roadmap for urbanization. Single-family neighborhoods will remain single-family neighborhoods," end quote. Ms. Cupid said, I quote, "I think it is something that draws a lot of our people to our county, and I have no interest in changing it," end quote. Based on those comments, I think some explaining is warranted. When I moved here 22 years ago, I saw suburban neighborhoods with happy children playing in well-maintained yards. Single-family homes were just that. But now it is suggested that the parents, unlimited number of children, unlimited number of grandchildren, aunts, uncles, cousins, nieces, nephews, fiancés, and up to 3 unrelated adults with their unlimited number of children, grandchildren, are now a single family. I envision my neighbor's house growing from 4 people to maybe as many as 20. So be honest with us. What's the end game? You want rental properties in everyone's backyards. You push mass transit. Thankfully, that was voted down in dramatic fashion. You are approving countless apartments and townhouses. Because of that, our schools must address transient students, which decrease the chances of all students getting a good education. Removing illegals would create housing opportunities, but our sheriff has broken this county's relationship with ICE. What's the goal here? You are not allowing people in this county enough time to digest and consider this. This needs to be delayed so the community can digest it. And finally, without gaslighting us, please tell us your end game. This is not about grandma living in the backyard.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Ron Carter. I'm president of the Lake Somerset HOA in West Cobb. And to refute one of the comments that folks were making radical statements against the ADUs, to me, they were common sense concerns from people. I have several concerns. I wonder why we're changing the Georgia Code definition for a single-family home. I attended the Planning Commission, and about half of the concerns there from folks were they just don't have enough room to park their cars. And we're talking about increasing the number of vehicles to 7. We currently have 6, 4 out front in the driveway and 2 in the garage. And when questioned about, well, can't you park some of these vehicles in your garage? No one wanted to take out all their storage out of their garage to park the 2 vehicles. How many vehicles is too many? Imagine 7 vehicles at a single-family home. In our neighborhood, we have constant issues with the rental properties not being kept up. And unfortunately, our HOA is a non-mandatory HOA. It was developed back in the 70s. I've been here almost 50 years. And we rely on code enforcement. They do a good job with the resources and the personnel that they have. I can't imagine what it would be with an ADU in the backyard. Understand that the officer can't even go in the backyard now to check on violations. Instead of loosening these restrictions, we need to be strengthening our codes. We need better enforcement. We need stricter codes than what we have now. This is very ill-conceived. It's been rushed. I'm concerned about the infrastructure situation. Our amenities, which include a lake, a pool, tennis courts, clubhouse, were built and designed for the number of single-family homes we have. What is this going to do to the use of we have a hard enough time policing our amenities now. Our insurance went from $4,000 a year for our neighborhood up to $7,000 in 1 year. And we're at the point now where, being a voluntary association, it's hard to get people to pay their dues. So with adding an ADU is just going to exasperate that whole situation. We're all on septic tanks, 168 homes. How do you build an ADU on a half-acre lot with a septic tank system? Can't be done. Unrelated persons, we have all kinds of issues with that. And
Sir, I'm sorry, your time's up.
Here I am, I've lived in Cobb County for 25 years. Marietta Daily Journal. Radical, Cobb rejects Cupid's ADU proposal. The Cobb County Planning Commission has come out against the Cobb County Planning Commission has come out against the proposed code amendment guiding accessory dwelling units, a change Cobb Chairman Lisa Cupid believes could address rising housing costs and changing family structures, while one planning commissioner fears it would, quote, undermine the fabric, unquote, of the county. This week, the Planning Commission voted 5-0 to recommend the Cobb Board of Commissioners deny a code amendment pertaining to ADUs, permanent housing structures, also known as in-law suites or granny flats. Planning Commissioners Fred Beloin and Christine Lindstrom did not mince words when criticizing the proposed changes, calling them, quote, radical, unquote, and, quote, sloppy, unquote, respectively. If adopted, Beloin said, parking, traffic, and street safety issues would be exacerbated. Property values would be threatened. Crime rate would rise, and the rate of but that's an incorrect spelling, of Cobb School would grow. He added that Cobb Board of Education Chairman Randy Scammahorn came out against the ADU amendment in the latest release of his, quote, just the facts, unquote, blog. ADUs would likely lead to many more verbose and other short-term rental uses, turning these backyard houses into party huts and transitioning our single-family neighborhoods into mini motels, Beloin said. Beloin said if the amendment was approved, it would fundamentally change the county's housing makeup, which is roughly 2/3 owner-occupied now. Quote, in my opinion, what we have is a movement that seems at least in part to be initiated by some people from Chapel Hill, North Carolina, and College Park, Georgia, to shove down our throat a completely different code and undermine the fabric of what we've had here in Cobb County for a very long time. He said, this is the Cobb Planning Committee, and they're voting against this. Why the hell are you, Monique, Joanne, Lisa, Jerica, Kelly, in particular 3 people, voting for this? This is wrong. You know it's wrong. We know it's wrong. Represent us. Do what's right. We voted down M-SPLOST. We knew that was wrong. You now need to vote down the ADUs, please. Listen to the people in this county. You've heard how many people?
Mr. Ipkin, your time's up.
Hill right. Here we go again with another Cupid shuffle.
Throw something out with a little notice, and this time during a busy election season so people don't have an opportunity to learn about it, can you say sleight of hand? People don't have the time to have meaningful input into the crafting of changes. This is not government run to serve the people, it's government run to rule the people. The protections our single-family neighborhoods have to preserve their character are on the chopping block. You add more unrelated adults and adding more parking, including on and off-street parking. You propose to remove the family limitations so that anyone can be family, and Cobb County will have to do DNA tests on each occupant to enforce the code. There's no limit on the number of children that can overcrowd our schools. You specifically make these ADU rentals properties if desired. Right now, aging parents or children can be accommodated on property in their own space with an attached structure. But you want to make that a separate home that can be rental facility, turning our single-family neighborhoods into multifamily neighborhoods with clogged street parking. You even try to sell it, tugging on heartstrings using grandma. But in reality, someday grandma will be gone. I've had 2 deaths in my family in the last 6 weeks, and I now have 2 estates with 2 houses I have to deal with. As much as I might like to keep them in the family, I can't. I've already been approached with a flood of investors eager to buy the properties to make them into rental houses. If they have a detached ADU, these would become 2 rental houses. You're opening the door to a conflict that you won't be able to win down the road, and the single-family neighborhood will become a multifamily neighborhood. A fundamental protection of our single-family neighborhood is removed. Chair Cupid, you and your Nod Squad dismiss our concerns, saying that they don't understand it, and if they did, they would like it. Let me be clear. Hell no, we don't like it. Hidden away in the code is the removal of public notice on property signs on variances. Someone could create a non-conforming lot and you would strike the requirement to notice the public. Your own planning commission called this sloppy and hurried. Why are you ramming this down our throats? Chair Cupid, you should all show the people some respect and table this. Every neighborhood should have input into crafting the code for our neighborhoods. No more Chair Cupid hand-picked committees. Give the people a real chance to have input on the front end. Stop telling us what we get and allow us to have input on what's best for our neighborhoods. Set up town halls with real two-way dialogue, not a presenter that runs out the clock.
Sir, your time's up.
Good morning, Commissioners. I'm Alicia Adams. And one of the things that I've loved about being affiliated with the Chamber was having been an ambassador. I love being part of Cobb Chamber because the saying was, Cobb is a great place to live, work, and play. And I'd like to see us return to that kind of focus, where the primary is the life, the living. As we go forward with this ADU thing, first off, why are we changing the terminology of what a family is? If we go back, way back to the times of the Torah, people pretty much knew what family was. So why are we trying to change it now, number one? If it's really about our families, if it's really about taking care of mom and dad, or taking care of our sons and daughters that are just out of college and getting acclimated into work-life balance. Why are we contemplating rentals? That doesn't make sense to me, but that's one of the premises that we could move forward on according to what I've seen in the ARC ATL documentation. But most importantly, if we're all about transparency, why do the HOAs not have full knowledge about this? Brookstone. When you contacted Brookstone HOA to ask them their opinions, what did they say? What about Indian Hills HOA? What did they have to say? What did any of them, Vinings Homeowners Association, what did any of them have to say to you? Or did you not reach out to them? given that they're going to have the onus of the responsibility for ensuring adherence to both their codes as well as this new proposed administrative oversight. Isn't it important to have them partner with you? It kind of makes sense to me. I mean, and for us to say, well, we're going to make sure that all of the homeowners sign an affidavit of understanding of their HOAs. Ladies, allow me to use a simple ideology. How many people do you know driving on the roads that don't know the laws for driving on the roads, but they've been driving for 20, 30 years? And yet we expect them to know all of the logistics of their particular covenants. So I believe it's a bit disingenuous to expect them to specifically adhere to it. It's going to put a tremendous burden of oversight on the HOA associations or on us to call out our neighbors that are in error, the ones that aren't adhering to the covenants as well as the specifics of ADU. Let's keep the community in Cobb. We're not ARC ATL. We're a great place to live, work, and play. Let's keep it that way.
Okay, do we have any more speakers who are here? Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much for being able to address you today. My name is Richard Hintz, representing Preserve West Cobb, Inc. I wanted to come forward today on behalf of our members and our community and just point out a couple of things. With regards to the Chapter 134 changes, proposed changes to the code, specifically the ADUs and the definition change to family, the addition of additional unrelated persons residing in a single-family residence, the parking, I implore you to please reconsider voting on this at this time. Create a steering committee. Give this back to the citizens and let them come forward, let them do some research and come forward with some ideas. I sat through the Planning Commission meeting last week, and there were a lot of off-the-cuff remarks from your own planning commissioners about, there really should be some sort of limitation with lot size. Perhaps a minimum 1 acre lot should be part of this definition. And there was a lot of that discussion that went into the reason that they voted to deny that change at this point. There are a lot of things with this that could have unintended consequences. First off, a lot of the HOAs and property owners associations, a lot of your R20 and R30 homes, which is 70% of your residences, those governing documents, those covenants, don't define single-family dwelling. They rely on the county's definition. And when you go and change it, you're now potentially changing what's going on in all those homes. Those HOAs don't have a chance to fight that. It's just as defined by the county. I would encourage you to please consider tabling these issues and putting together a steering committee, as the county once did when they looked at changing the number of unrelated persons years ago. And please don't move forward with this vote at this time. It's just, as your own planning commission has said, there's a lot of questions about the language, and there's a lot of potential for unintended consequences. Please, I appreciate your time.
Hello, my name is Carol Gers. I just have one short thing to say is, to me, the most important thing is what somebody else addressed is like there's kind of a contract between a home buyer and the county. You buy a property that is zoned single-family residential. That's what you expect to have until you sell your home. Instituting something like this completely undoes what you thought you had. You had a single-family residential. With these, it will no longer be that. You will be like undoing the whole zoning that you've worked years to create. And so I please ask that you vote no. Thank you.
Hello, commissioners. I just woke up and am learning who my commissioner actually is, because it was such a surprise that my county commissioners were going to vote to change the map. So I'm still trying to figure out if I have Jerica or if I have Joanne. I think now I have Joanne. So I'm just waking up. And then I open, after I wake up from that, I see that in my local newspaper that we're going to have ADUs. Well, what's an ADU? An accessory dwelling unit. What does that mean? A shack in the back is what I've determined after all of the articles that I've read online, everywhere. Hearing the Cobb Planning Commission vote it down 5-0. We have intelligent people on our Cobb Planning Commission. People that I know that you've trusted for years to represent us, to tell you, to advise you. You do not need to be advised by the World Economic Forum. This is Cobb County. This is not Davos. Thank you.
Is there anyone else here to address the board? Okay, not seeing any, we'll go ahead and close this public hearing. Commissioners, typically when we have our code amendments, I will go down the line and ask each of you to provide remarks, but I will begin remarks this time, and then I'll go to Commissioner Gambrill, as there's some things that I do want to clarify. I have served now going on 12 years, and we've had many different iterations of what the code amendment cycle looks like. We used to have code amendments come forward 2 times a year. We increased that to even 4 times a year. Then it went back to 2 times a year, 1 time a year. It has fluctuated. So I just want to make that clear for those of you who may be now getting involved in this process, that there has been no rote way that we have addressed code amendments or the frequency of them. The addressing of this now, there may have been a lot of reasons as to why this is coming before you in November. I can tell you that there was no deceit, there was no malintent that was considered when providing this code amendment package here in November. I think there was a desire to get a code amendment package out before the end of the year, and it came up at this time. In moving this code amendment package forward, I have been waiting for 4 years to have code that began to address issues of affordable housing in this county. I believe when I first started as chair 4 years ago, the median home value in Cobb had increased significantly to about $350,000. It is now, as someone here shared today, could be upwards of $450,000. I wanted to begin to address that, but I knew what was most important for Cobb was for us to look at our housing code in general, because for the many years that I've served here, we had an outdated code that was outdated by decades. And we have very savvy civic associations like East Cobb Civic Association, Mableton Improvement Coalition, and others who know how to address applicants for zoning and how to put in protections for their communities to make sure that we have a standard of housing that moves forward in their area. And I knew that it was important for us to just standardize how we were putting these additional amendments to get to our housing to a level that we knew that we desired of our code. So we decided to look at a unified development code. That would give us an opportunity to update our code. Most communities have it. It would streamline things so that developers, our staff, and citizens could understand what our housing code is. There has been concern about addressing any other housing matter while we were addressing the UDC. Initially, I refrained from addressing any housing code, even though we had citizens who would come every meeting, as some of you have been coming a lot over the past 4 years, and have heard people talk about our lack of work around affordable housing. But I knew that it was difficult to try to move forward both things at the same time. Yet, in that first year, even though I did not bring forward changes to the housing code, other commissioners continued to bring changes to the housing code forward, and we started to have them almost every code amendment cycle. I did not know what would happen. I did not know if I would be reelected, but I knew over the 4 years that I had that I owed it to a significant portion of our population, about 10% that lives in poverty still, and there are many others who are burdened with housing. I knew I owed it to them to see what we could start to put forward to address affordable housing. I commend some of our commissioners. I've seen 2 instances in zoning where housing has been set aside for workforce housing. However, those changes were certainly good starts, but not overwhelming enough to impact the broad issue of affordable housing that we've had. So I spoke with my code development director, and sometimes I'm very charged about what are we going to do to address code enforcement, address affordable housing. We've had people coming and telling us what an issue this is. We know housing is unaffordable even for some of our employees, many of which cannot afford to live here in Cobb County. I looked for the lowest hanging fruit. The lowest hanging fruit. I'm on many different affordable housing task forces. I asked for what is the lowest hanging fruit that could be considered. We could look at our additional housing, our current housing, as opposed to adding additional housing, because for some of you who've been coming to zoning, you know how difficult it is to change the zoning, because many people don't want additional housing, even though the housing crisis is being caused significantly by supply and demand. And we are not building a supply, and there's great demand. And for those of you who are familiar with economics, that only drives up price. Well, if we're not going to impact it through additional housing, let's impact it through our existing housing. So we looked at what can we do to perhaps consider the many land use permits that have been coming before the board with respect to additional cars, with respect to related people or unrelated people in a home. And also, there had been conversations throughout the years with respect to ADUs. I asked for us to put that forward. Here we are today. We are struggling to address affordable housing, but that struggle does not mean that we address it without you. And so your input is very important. It is not a secret to any of you that affordable housing is an issue. It's not a secret to any of you that change is probably not desired in this county. So how do we know that change is coming by way of our housing prices anyway? What do we do to address the fact that we have people living here who are having more difficulty affording it? What do we do if those that can afford to live here still work here and are having difficulty coming here? How do we start to address those things? Because the reality is there are more people here, and there will continue to be. If not in Cobb, as somebody said, we are part of Metro Atlanta. And Metro Atlanta is very desirable. I think there's opportunity for Cobb, with all the intelligence that we have in our community, to figure out how we address this. And I think that we can do it in a way that is respectful to one another and respectful to what the needs are. So before commissioners speak today, and thankfully, may not have had the support of everyone, but I will be back to be able to better address this issue than what I have been over the past 4 years, because we're still trying to move forward the Unified Development Code. So there's opportunity for us to finally address affordable housing. Many of you are engaged in this matter, and I like the suggestion that I think that some of you have shared. It is, can there be some town hall meetings with respect to this? Can there be some committees with respect to this? and I like that idea. So what I am proposing, commissioners, is that we do take a step back, and it may not be for all of the 3 changes that have been provided. I'll wait to hear your perspectives when it comes to additional persons in a home, when it comes to additional vehicles being parked in a home, when it comes to ADUs, and when it comes to other housing considerations, because we did have a paid study that was provided to the board with respect to affordable housing. We have time to really think through all of these things. I say time. Those of us who living in a home and can afford to live in our current home, we have time. But I just got an email yesterday that said one of our providers for rental support has hundreds of people lined up. Hundreds of people lined up who need assistance to live in their current residence today, who may not be assisted if we don't figure out how we can increase the funding that we have to our nonprofits here in Cobb County with respect to that. So it's comfortable, we have time. For those who are struggling in our county right now with housing issues, they don't have time. But because I want to be respectful of you, I'm hoping that we have enough time to begin to really make changes that are impacting our community here in Cobb. And not just Cobb, they're impacting citizens throughout this region, throughout this state, and throughout this country. And I believe Cobb County is able, we are able to address this issue. And I am going to seek you out, because you took time here today to be here, to constructively help us address this issue. One last thing, the greatest housing character change in our county took place not over the past 4 years, not over the past 10 years, not over the past 20 years. The greatest housing boom in Cobb that changed Cobb County's character the most happened in the 70s and 80s. I wonder what the people who were here before then had to say about those who followed, about how we changed their Cobb County, about how we put our cars on their roads, and we put our kids in their buses and in their schools, and they had to make those changes for us. I wonder what they said about us. Because I certainly hope they didn't say the same things about us that I heard here today. I certainly hope that they envision that those of us in this room had something positive to create to this county that we call home, even though most of us changed the character of this county more drastically than anyone before or after us. So I'm going to rely on you. I'm going to tell commissioners here today, I am amenable to pulling any modification to Chapter 134. I am not amenable to us not addressing this issue constructively. I'm not amenable to saying, as I noted here, the first person stated here today, our community can't have any more people or any more cars. Because our communities have you and they have our cars, we can contemplate that somebody else can live here in this county. We can contemplate that if our children go to college, they can have a place to come home to and live. Perhaps if you don't desire under our roofs in another place that they can afford. We can contemplate that, Cobb County. So my suggestion, being the chair that pushed my community development director to finally address these issues, which I thank you for doing, because I know it has not been comfortable. And it doesn't feel good being in the middle of a crap sandwich where you have people coming at you on both sides. So I personally thank you for putting forward code to help us address this. And Alec, I'm going to sit here, if you can stomach it, because of what you've had to bear already, I don't know why you would, but if you could stomach it, I would need to lean on your help to work with the same people here today who perhaps have not been the kindest through all these past 4 years when we address any housing policy. But I'm going to ask you to do it because you're the one who we asked to lead us in community development, because we believed you are capable and able to help move Cobb County into the future. So I'm going to ask you personally for your help. I'm going to ask the citizens here in this room for their help. And I'm going to ask the citizens of Cobb County who are not here for this help to help us consider a Cobb where others beyond us can live and live affordably. I will turn things over to you, Commissioner Gamble, and we'll go down the dais for any suggestions you have. And again, please know that my offer still stands to pull all of the housing changes that were considered in this code.
So I too will support pulling section 134, except for 134.37, 134.266.
Hold on for me 1 second, Commissioner. I just want to make sure I'm getting.
Essentially, what I'm saying that I am fine going forward with is the changes to the churches, the changing in the buffer from 35 to 50 feet.
Okay. So just
And then also the charging stations. So essentially, those two amendments, but they cover 3 code sections. Sorry, Jessica, did I miss something?
I wanted to point out that in 134-1, we also would have in there that we would incorporate into the second draft that change to the impervious surface definition to clarify that calculations for the percentage of impervious surface shall be made on an individual lot by lot basis, and that was not related to the housing. So I just wanted to.
So I would support that one going forward as well. Thank you for that clarification.
Nothing else in there.
Yep, I didn't.
I think that's it. Well, and then there's also the ones, so just so I'm clear.
So 37.
37 specific to the landscape screening buffer for clubs and lodges.
266, which is also, I'm sorry, 266 is the gasoline pumps.
The charging stations.
Charging stations, yep. 271, which is again changing the 35 to 50 foot. And then the impervious surface one, which section?
That would go in 134-1. It would be added to that definition.
So I would support the 34-1, that definition only being changed.
So my other question, the other two that were included in 134 that you did not mention is 134-94, specific to the BZA, making recommendations to the Board of Commissioners on variances and road frontage.
I would support that one.
And then 134-123, specific to incorporating into the code that the Planning Commission could recommend deletion to an addition.
I would support that one. Thank you for bringing those in as well. So, since we've gone on to the discussion beyond code amendments into housing, I'm going to throw my thoughts out there. We've heard of this Advanced Cobb Housing Task Force. We know it is still active. Supposedly I am on it, but I have never gotten an email. And the only way I was invited to the most recent meeting was because a member thought I should come and sent me the link. So if we're really going to get serious about discussing housing, we need to be inclusive as a board. And again, we go off saying we're all one Cobb, but I can tell you this, I don't feel like all one board. So as to how we've gotten here, in paying attention to zoning for almost the past 20 years in Cobb County, every time that we have rezoned a property, we have put a stipulation on there stating the minimum house size. That minimum house size in the early 2000s was 3,000 square feet, and now that minimum house size has grown to 4,500 square feet. This Board of Commissioners, not the current board, but this county Board of Commissioners, over the past 20 years, has essentially eliminated that middle housing. Because we're not encouraging developers to build anything smaller, because they come in and say, oh, we'll do a minimum of 4,500 square feet, and we're like, great. Yet, people don't need 4,500 square feet. And then we go about and we start, oh, well, we're gonna do senior housing, and we're gonna put the minimum square footage at 1,800 feet. That will help make it affordable. Yet then we start packing in 5 units per acre. The developers then start getting very elaborate, and we're still sitting at $750,000 for an 1,800 square foot home. Still not affordable. But we've doubled the density in areas that were only supposed to have 2.5 units per acre. Let's also talk about parkland. Housing prices, land prices didn't go up until we started paying $175,000 an acre for green space. That started with the first parks bond. And as soon as people were like, well, if the county will pay $175,000 an acre for parkland, they'll pay that for residential. That is how housing started to get more expensive in Cobb County. So what can we collectively do as a board? Because again, we can't control land prices. Yes, you can say, oh, we'll do more density. Density hasn't helped us. It's only caused us to go in the opposite direction. What we can collectively do as a board is when these developers come in asking for rezoning, start specifying they have to start building a housing mix, not restricted just to 4,500 square feet. I've had these courageous conversations in my district. County attorney has also been with me, along with John Peterson, in these conversations. Let's start stipulating that they build a variety of housing, because the bottom line is developers know they can build 4,500 square feet and sell them in Cobb County. They're not worried about affordability. They're not worried about who's going to buy them. They just know they're going to sell. So collectively as a board, we need to start taking a position that if a property owner or developer comes in to rezone, they're asking for something more than they can do as zoned. So again, ask them, okay, what housing variety are you going to start offering? We also need to start considering, and I know I have two, I'm not sure if they're still both here, I have two gentlemen that were in a conversation with me last night. Again, we were talking with the developer about a rezoning. There are duplexes out there that don't look like duplexes. You would drive by it and think it's a single family home. Would we be willing to allow those to go into a single family residential district? Right now, you only have to go into an RD, which is residential duplex. But again, these are questions that this board can start considering that would start addressing some of the housing issues, yet still not destroy the single family neighborhoods that people have contractually come to Cobb County to enjoy. So we're going to have to start pushing back on the developers. And the question is are we willing to do that? I can tell you I have been doing that in my district, which is maybe why you're not seeing a lot of rezoning applications coming forth in my district. However, I can tell you, and Jessica can confirm this, I've got a lot of permits for housing being built right now. So it's not stopping development. What it's doing is it's causing developers developed as zoned, which makes the constituents happy, because instead of 50 homes, they're only getting the 20 homes to which the land was designated for, the infrastructure was built for, the schools were made for. So I think we, again, need to start having a serious conversation as a board to stop stipulating minimum house sizes unless we start stipulating a variety of housing, because we're the only ones that are going to bring it back.
Thank you, Commissioner. I appreciate those suggestions. Really do. Thank you. Commissioner Richardson.
Absolutely. So I'll start off with the code amendment comments, and then, certainly I know we've had a few conversations about housing. There's a lot of concurrency on some of the thoughts. With regards to the code amendments for 134, same. I have similar concerns when I first saw the ADU code proposal. And I think the town halls and the conversations are absolutely critical, because it could have, for me, there's a principal component to the future land use plan and what impact it could have to how steady and consistent that is to what's the reality on the ground. I think there's just a little bit of opportunity for more clarity and some, just like I said, I think the town halls and conversations are absolutely required. There needs to be more discussion around it. With regards to the school protection comment that came up as well, there is with having an ADU being defined in our code, there's an opportunity for us to make sure that there is a true process associated with it that has oversight built into it. So that is one thing that I do think is in the positive direction. Same for the school protection concern. It allows the schools a chance to actually weigh in those zoning analyses. So I do appreciate that. With regards to the vehicles, I would like to see that be, I think it still also needs to be tabled, but that to be tied directly to square footage of the pavement itself or the driveway itself, what's available. I know that was something we had discussed in our conversation at some of the zoning hearings, because it's just, this comes up so often, the cars and the families, that, you know, I do believe having some consideration around what guidelines are there is really important, so I would like to see that be included in those conversations in town halls as well. And then as far as the family definition expansion, I do think nieces and nephews are a great addition to the definition of family. I don't think it should be limited to just sons and daughters. They're just some very unique situations that are, and not unique in a sense of not common, because they are frequent. And so I think they're frequent enough that it should be accommodated by our code. So that was one thing I am a fan of. So having that be a part of the conversation, I think will be important as well, to get that input, especially with our civic associations, just because, you know, there's such a diversity of communities within Cobb County that I think it's absolutely important that we consider that for the final code. So I look at the 134 as like it's a draft. It's a draft for us to build on, to look at, to debate, discuss. I think all of that's going to be necessary for us to come up with a solution that's lasting and accommodating for all the different communities in Cobb. Definitely ditto on the mixed use concept, like having the mixed types of housing available. I mean, I think I've shared publicly a few times, I'm looking at 11 different models that can address affordable housing, because affordable housing means something different to different communities, and there are different solutions that are needed for different communities. And so seeing that be incorporated in those conversations are really important as well. ADUs are one opportunity that may be valuable for certain communities, but I'm looking for that to come back through those conversations and what makes sense and what doesn't make sense and what guardrails and parameters. I think an acreage limitation or requirement is something that's good for that as well. And then definitely the missing middle, that's been a very, very common conversation with duplexes and how we can look at optimizing some of the real estate that is here. I think that is something as well that I'm supportive of exploring, in addition to many other things around financing and how investors are playing in our housing game and development game. I think those are all opportunities, but I won't go into too much. It is available on my commission website as well. It's like a write-up of all the different options that we can look into and different ways that we can approach housing. So I won't belabor the point. Thank you.
First of all, I'd like to say that I'm definitely opposed to this as written, period. I'm not sure why we hired a consultant for almost $500,000 to revamp our code with the UDC, where, and now we're having 8 chapters before us to vote on it or approve or deny later this month. So it's been over a year that the consultant has been looking at UDC, and it was my understanding that they were going to clean up everything, and we wouldn't be having code amendments once a year, twice a year, or whatever, which are normally done January and February. And then I guess last year we had some in August that were carryovers. And now these were originally supposed to come to us, I think, in August or September, and it got pushed to October, and now to November. So I don't understand why we're putting this out there now when we have not gone public with the UDC and what all is entailed in there. And could this be addressed in there as well? Or is it already addressed in there as well? I don't want to just say that I oppose this. I want you to know why and my rationale. First of all, you've heard many comments which from today that I do agree with. It will ruin the character and fabric of our subdivisions, neighborhoods in Cobb. It will increase the density in our residential neighborhoods. And to me, I think the way you can add on to your house now, which is connected or not connected with a breezeway, is I don't see why that needs to change. I don't see why that can't stay as it is now. We've had a lot of zonings come to us recently for land use permits, for more cars, more people, unrelated, and they're all a result of, or majority of them, I won't say all because there may be one that isn't, are a result of code enforcement. Neighbors calling because of the traffic, the cars parked on the street, the people in and out that they don't know. And to me, by increasing the number of unrelated adults or increasing family members to include nieces, nephews, and whoever, fiancés, whoever, it it's helping the folks that are breaking the law, not helping the neighbors who are reporting it, and that it's impacting in their subdivisions and neighborhoods. So I think the ADU section of 134 needs to be removed, period, and keep the code as it is with the additions to families for elderly parents, for teenage children, but keep the family united. If you have renters, if people build these accessory structures, first of all, how do we know they're going to be affordable housing for renters or other unrelated to come in? I don't know what it costs to build an 850 square foot home. I'm not a contractor or an architect, although we did hear from an architect today, so maybe he could tell us. But if they rent that out, they got to cover those costs of a, I don't know, $200,000 addition or ADU or $300,000. I don't know what they cost. But you can easily add on to your house for an in-law suite or, and not even have to go through zoning if you meet all the requirements. So if the majority of this board to hold this or table this until further study, I will support that, but initially I recommend that we pull ADUs, period. And if they do get approved, I don't think they should just be no short-term rental. I don't think they should be rental at all. And there's still a lot of questions on, does it impact your home values? We had some realtors speak today to that. And there's also questions on the homestead exemption, how will it affect that? Let's say you're under 62 years of age, but your elderly parents live with you. Do they get the senior tax exemption? And do you still get the homestead exemption, whether you live in the primary residence or the ADU? There's still a lot that we don't know, and this just hasn't been vetted. But there's also the enforcement issue. you know, code enforcement has their hands full with these now, and they can't ask who, they have to take the owner's word for the unrelated or related adults that live there. They have, I mean, they can't, for invasion of privacy or whatever laws for privacy, they can't really tell or know if they're unrelated there or not. So it's hard to enforce now. That's why we're getting all these LUPs at zoning, but we don't have the resources to enforce this now with police and code enforcement officers. So it's going to be a burden on the county resources. And then the school enrollment with parking, traffic, just additional everything. A few years ago, when we increased the number of cars outside from 3 to 4, I was the only commissioner that voted against that, and I didn't approve of going to 4. So I certainly don't approve going to 5. It's too much of an impact to the surrounding neighbors. So I know you say this has to come through zoning and get a special land use permit. But my issue with that is if they have variances, let's say they don't meet the setback requirements because of the half-acre lot or quarter-acre lot, and they have variances when they come through zoning, or they don't meet the impervious surface that now is going to be 35% per lot, which it should be, it could still get approved in zoning. It could have 10 variances and still get approved. We've seen that happen over the years. And I'm not pointing fingers at just this board, but it's happened in the past. So just because it has to go through zoning and have 2 public hearings where neighbors would come out and speak for or against, it doesn't mean it's going to meet all the requirements and get denied. It could still get approved by a majority of this board, and it has in the past. So I'm opposed to it, period, and I think there are other ways that we can look at affordable housing, and we'll leave it to the board to table or remove. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you to everyone who joined us today and shared your comments. I certainly appreciate your thoughtfulness around our proposed ADU code amendment. But just a few things, but I'll start by saying I am also amenable to holding it. I do support moving forward with those amendments that Commissioner Gambrill already outlined. But for the others, I'm willing to also hold until we can flesh out some more details, have community meetings, hear from the public. But, you know, I've heard comments earlier from some that feels that this is something that we're pushing through. And I just want people to understand that this is an annual process that we have with the county. This is something that we do every single year. That information is posted on the county's website. But I think what happens sometimes, people pay greater attention to those things that they feel they are personally impacted by, and that's okay. And that's okay, you have the right to do that. But for those that are joining or listening for the first time, I want you to know that this is a process that we go through annually. There are comments that I agree with some of the speakers that I would like to see incorporated, perhaps if this moves forward, like the acreage size, for example. I think a gentleman mentioned that perhaps we should restrict it to 1 acre. That's something I would be willing to explore. But also the guardrails against new development or new construction. how do we manage that when we have a builder to go in with a new construction and they build an ADU in the back? Obviously, I don't know in that respect if they would require a LUP, since it is a new construction, so that's something that we should probably also explore. I think there are two thought processes as it relates to ADUs. One is the intentionality of expanding a residential space for families. Families are growing. The comments shared earlier today, this is not Cobb County of 30 or 40 years ago. A lot has changed. Families have changed. Families are growing. So what we are tasked at figuring out is how do we move forward to accommodate growing families that are very different now than they were 30 years ago. And again, that's why your comments are important. Whether you believe we're hearing you or not, we do, and we take those comments into consideration. But there's a balance that we're trying to strike and figuring out the best path forward to address the housing concerns. But then there's also the thought process of this is some backhand or backdoor way of the liberals creating more density in our county. If that's your thought process, then that's either your thought process or we need to do a better job at communicating. We need to do a better job at communicating and sharing with you why that is not the case. But when I see emails that reference the reason this is being done is so we can house people on welfare, and we even heard some of that today, then I don't know how much talk or town hall or convincing I can do to get you to think otherwise. So I do believe that there are two schools of thoughts, or there are two thought processes regarding the ADUs. But in speaking of affordable housing, and this is just a very sexy term that's being used, not just in Cobb County, but nationally. This is not just a Cobb County issue, but with affordable housing, by HUD's definition, not the Board of Commissioners, not Washington, well, I guess it is Washington, D.C. if it's HUD, but the definition is where the occupant pays more than 30% of their gross income in rent and utilities. That's what affordable housing is. Affordable housing is not people that are on Section 8. There are working poor. There are people that are working every day, but they still are poor. They would also benefit from the collective conversation and any policy that we would put forward to help stabilize their families. What I think people may be seeing, just based on comments and emails that I've read, is we'll have a subdivision of 100 homes and we'll have an equal amount of rental units. That's not the goal here, and I certainly don't want to see that, and Jessica can testify to that. That was one of my concerns when we started having this conversation, is not to turn subdivisions into rental communities. It is instead to allow additional living space for families, which, by the way, we have on our books now. Our code has that accommodations for families. So we're just looking to tweak the code, have input from the community, and just figure out a path forward. I am sensitive to the number of cars that are parked on the road. Every month at zoning, we receive applications for additional family members, additional vehicles on the road, and we receive an equal amount of complaints as well. But as far as consideration for allowing one additional adult and possibly one additional vehicles, they're not necessarily the bad actors. The bad actors are the ones that are parking 10 and 12 vehicles at their property. Those are the ones that we receive complaints from. I'm not supportive, although I am supportive of redefining what family means in terms of members. I'm not supportive of fiance being included in that. I just there's no way that we can really prove that. And I guess to some of the speakers' point, we really can't prove any of it, quite candidly. But I'm not supportive of a fiance living at the property. But some of the recommendations that were shared earlier regarding the board taking a closer look at some of our zoning ordinances, I am fully in support of that. However, I'm not familiar with the 4,500 square feet minimum, but the commissioner did share that these were imposed before this board has taken, before this board has been put in place. The applications that I've seen, at least in my district, has been 18 to 2,000. Maybe the highest is at 220 square feet. I'm sorry, 2,200, thank you, square feet. And when we talk about the pricing, and we have several realtors here, I myself am a real estate broker, and I've been around the real estate space since 2000. And I've seen a lot of changes over the years. And many of you have heard me share in the past that, you know, there are a lot of variables that we can look at and point the finger to figure out why we are here. And I'll go back to the market crash in 2007. That's when I started to identify changes in the real estate market when we have REITs, or the Real Estate Investment Trust, to purchase property. Invitation Homes, American Homes for Rent. The strategy at that time in 2007 was to go into subdivisions, mine included, and to purchase homes and turn those into rental properties. The challenge is the average homeowner cannot compete with Wall Street. But this is capitalism at its best, right? But it does have a trickling effect. We need to also consider our short-term rentals, our Airbnbs. I mean, they're great when you're on vacation. It cuts the cost of hotel stay, but it also reduces and takes inventory off the market, which means that the homes that are on the market are going to be more expensive, pricing people out. So all of these things are things that we need to look at. And there were several comments made about homeowners being able to contractually enjoy their property, a contract that they have with the county as it relates to zoning. But please keep in mind that your neighbor has a constitutional right also to their property. They have a constitutional right. So I can't, on the one hand, say, well, you know, you have a contractually right to enjoy your property, therefore I will grant that to you, but I'm going to deny this person their constitutional right to their property. It's not that simple. It's not that simple. But I am supportive also. There was a recommendation made of reconsidering our zoning lots. There's several lots in Cobb County, and my district included, that are zoned R30 and R80. Rather than having ADU, perhaps we can narrow, or we can make those into smaller zoning districts. But when we do that, we'll have an R30 lot that a developer would like to rezone to R20. People don't want that. We'll have an R80 lot that perhaps maybe a developer would love to rezone to R30. People don't want that. So we're limited, well, I don't want to say we're limited, but for the recommendations that we bring forward, I would just really charge people to let's think it all the way through, much like you are asking us to do, and we appreciate that. But when we have applications where a developer says, hey, we're working in partnership with you, we understand that there's a housing crisis. So let's look at changing an R30 to an R15 perhaps. We certainly wouldn't worry about a 4,500 square foot home because it wouldn't fit on that lot. So what can we do? How can we dissect our code so that people feel that they are protected with what they bought into in Cobb County? I'm sensitive and I respect that. But also, at the same time, how do we accommodate even employees here at Cobb County that would love to live here, but they just simply can't? So these are things that we just need to take into consideration. And there was also, and this will be the last thing that I'll say, but there was a comment about this board approving apartments all over the place. Please keep in mind that Cobb County has 7 cities, and we don't control the development that occurs in those cities. So for some of the apartments that you see going up, that's not on us. Those would be within the municipalities. And that's it.
Okay, thank you. So it is now 12:05, Commissioners, and I'm sure we can have additional dialogue. I've been asked by a commissioner to invite our director up to answer questions. But before I do that, it is 12:05. At the minimum, I'm going to take a break, so if anybody needs a bio break, they can do that. But we typically have a lunch break whenever we are in zoning and we get to this hour. And I cannot perceive how we do not break for lunch. If not now, by 1 o'clock, we have a very heavy agenda for the rest of this meeting that includes 3 license hearings. So at the very minimum right now, I'm going to break for about 5 minutes. Yes, go ahead.
Chair, because a lot of the people in the audience are only here for these code amendments, so I've heard from my fellow board members what we want to do with certain sections of 134. Mm-hmm. So I think we need to make a decision as a board to help staff if we are going to hold this or if we are going to withdraw this. Because if we are going to go out to the community and start having these discussions, I think we need to withdraw it to allow staff the time to do that. If we hold it, we need to say when we're going to bring it back. And I would like to make that decision before we go on break or for lunch, just to allow the room to clear, and then we can come back to other business.
Definitely for lunch, but I know this is going to require conversation, and I don't want to get started. So please, let's come back in 5 minutes. I'm going to give 5 minutes, just 5. We'll come back, and then we can continue this. Thank you. right, thank you for coming back to our, good seeing you. Thank you and welcome back to our Board of Commissioners meeting. This November 12th of 2024, we are in the middle of deliberating our code amendments for our first public hearing. And Director Gwynn, if you don't mind approaching. When we left off, Commissioner Gamble was asking about tabling this, and I believe you're going to respond.
Yeah, I just wanted to be sure that we were clear. With code amendments, and Bill, you correct me if I'm off base here, but you know, we advertise the code amendments. There's a 60-day window then for the Board of Commissioners to take action on the code amendments. So it's not like with zoning, for instance, where you can continue or hold something month to month to month until you've got it worked out. Essentially, and of course, this came up when we also had the stormwater utility before, as Commissioner Gambrell mentioned. So that's just something I wanted to make clear just for procedural standpoint.
Thank you for that. So we will
So,
hear.
I'm sorry, so I think what she's saying is it's preferable for it to be withdrawn, and then if there's a subcommittee or something created, then when it's ready and prepared, then it would be advertised at the appropriate time. So.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Brawl has a question.
Okay.
Use your
Jessica.
mic, please.
Jessica, can we, I know 134-1 is the definition, so that needs to be withdrawn. And everything related to ADUs, 135, 193, 194, 195, 196, 7, 8, and 9.
If it would be helpful, I can walk through my understanding based on Commissioner Gambrell's initial comments. As I'm understanding it, we would move forward with 134-1, but only the definition of impervious surface coverage. That's the only thing that would move forward. And so we would take out the changes to the definition of family and take out the changes to the definition of single-family dwelling unit.
Right.
So only the impervious surface. Then moving on, so that's 134-1. 134-37, we would take out the proposed amendment to add subsection 35 specific to accessory dwelling units, but keep in there
Clubs
the
and
piece
lodges.
specific to the landscape buffers for clubs and lodges.
Mm-hmm.
We would take out the changes and not move forward with 134-193 through 199. That's where it removes the requirement for the heated and cooled space. We would keep in there 134-94, which speaks to the BZA making recommendations to the Board of Commissioners on variances for road frontage. Because they don't do that, it comes straight to you all. So that's not related to the ADUs.
Okay, but 134, 193 to 199 deals with accessory buildings like storage, storage units or
Right.
whatever, but not ADUs?
So
Is that what you're saying?
What's in there right now, in each of those sections, it currently has a line that says, or a subsection that says, you know, if an accessory structure is going to have habitable space, which we don't have a definition for ADU right now, but it means space that's livable, it's heated and cooled, there might be a bathroom, there might be a kitchen. If it's got habitable space intended for human habitation, it has to be connected to the primary structure, so the main house, by a heated and cooled, fully enclosed hallway, no more than 25 feet from the main structure. So that would exclude things like sheds or garages that aren't intended for human habitation. So the way that it's proposed right now, we would take that out, because if we were going to have a process to allow for a special land use permit for a detached ADU, that piece would no longer be necessary. But if you're not going to move forward with that piece at this time, it's appropriate to leave that piece in there for now. So we wouldn't move forward with that code amendment at this time either.
Okay, and what about 134-35?
Okay, so 134-30, it's 134-37 subsection 35.
Right.
So that would
Sorry.
come out entirely. We would not move forward with that. We would move forward with the change to 134-37, which speaks to clubs and non-commercial lodges, about the landscape screening buffer. That's not at all related to ADUs, so that's a separate amendment, but it just happens to be in that same section.
Okay.
And then we would also keep in there 134-94 about the Board of Zoning Appeals eliminating the language that says they make recommendations to the Board of Commissioners regarding variances on road frontage and lot size. That's not something that currently happens. So that would stay in there, also not related to accessory dwelling units. 134-123, action by the Planning Commission. That's where we would incorporate language into the code to say that deletion to an alternative zoning district is another recommendation they could make. Again, not related at all to ADUs, just something that reflects the current practice. 134-266, that's about the electric vehicle chargers, also not related to the ADUs. And 134-271, special exceptions, which pertains to enhancing the landscape buffer, increasing the landscape buffer for houses of worship, also not related to ADUs.
Okay, so if we're looking at 134-197, 10 would not be taken out, section 10?
That's correct. All the changes to 193
And that would
through
keep
199
the
would stay as.
addition with the enclosed
Right.
hallway?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Director Gwynn, online, can we post 2 versions of our code amendment package so we have the original there, and then based on these changes, it's clear to the public?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Absolutely. And typically, with the second version of the package that comes out between public hearing number 1 and number 2 we'll still have the first version available for people to look at. We'll have the second version. I also include a chart that shows exactly what the changes are made, so it's easy to just look and see too.
Very good, thank you.
All right.
Okay, Commissioners, do you have any other comments or questions based on today's hearing? Again, we are not voting today. We are just listening to the public and taking into account any other observations.
We have to vote to withdraw.
You're
We
able
are
to
able
vote
to
if you want to
withdraw.
withdraw it, yes.
Okay, so we can withdraw that today. Okay, Commissioner Gamble, do you have a statement you need to report?
So I will second Commissioner Burrell's motion. Was that a motion you just made?
No,
No, okay.
no motion.
Okay.
Like, you're gonna need Jessica to make the motion. After all of that.
So before we get to the motion, I'd like the clerk to, Commissioner
Before we get to the motion, I'd like the clerk to record my statement as is found on page 205 of the current agenda.
Thank you. Commissioner Sheffield?
No,
Do you have a statement? Okay.
Just one comment I didn't mention. Just thank you very much for leaning into this. I know this
Yes.
is hard, especially with the very different opinions and personalities on this board, and I just appreciate I appreciate it. Thank you.
Ditto, thank you, Director.
Thanks.
For our clerks, did you note the changes that Director Gwynn made with respect to what we are looking to withdraw? Okay, so with that, I move that we withdraw portions of our code as stated by Director Gwynn.
Second.
Is there any additional comment? Call the question. The motion carries 5-0. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner, before we move on, the next part of our meeting is to have a second public comment. Bill, how many speakers do we have?
The sheet is full. I don't know how many are still
Okay,
here, but the sheet's
so
full.
that would be an hour of public comment, so I just want to provide a couple of options here. I would ask that we either have public comment and then break for lunch, or we break for lunch now and come back for public comment. And,
I'd rather take public comment.
okay, that's what I'm hearing. Commissioner Braun?
The first 10, we're doing first
Just
10, that's
whatever we
30
do.
minutes.
Oh, that's
No.
right, it's not, you're right, it is 30 minutes. Okay,
I-
so we'll
I
break
agree with
after
that.
that, thank you. I'm thinking they're all in bank. All right, so we will take public comment and then we'll break for lunch. Okay. Bill, I'll turn things over.
Yeah, typically, as the board provides the podium for public comment, it's appropriate for us to review the related meeting rules. Please state your name, and if you're speaking on behalf of an organization, all comments should be made to the commission as a body and addressed through the chair. Public comment is not a dialogue with the board, but an opportunity for speakers to provide their comments to the board. Comments should not be slanderous. The board encourages, regardless of the topic, for the audience to be respectful and courteous to all speakers. Everyone attending this meeting should give each other the right to both listen and to be heard by treating each other with civility. Statements made during the public comments portion do not necessarily reflect the opinions of the board or the administration of Cobb County government. And there's a podium on your, there's a timer on the podium to keep track of your time. And the first speaker is Mr. Emkin.
Yeah, my name is Leroy Emkin. I've lived in Cobb County for 25 years. And I'd like to read something that I spoke about a year ago, in case there are people here that haven't heard this. And I'd like to thank the attorney, Mr. Rowling, for his statements about how these comments should be made. But I think it's important to read this in any case. The comments I'd like to make are in connection with our rights in the First Amendment to criticize our local, state, and federal government during periods of public comment as described by the following two court cases. I know there's been a lot of criticism, but I think it's important to know that we have that First Amendment right. One was the New York Times case against versus Sullivan. Perhaps the most fundamental of all First Amendment free speech principles is that individuals have a free speech right to criticize the government. In the New York Times versus Sullivan case, U.S. Supreme Court Justice William Brennan famously wrote of a, quote, profound national commitment to the principle that debate on public issues should be uninhibited, robust, and wide open, and that it may well include vehement, caustic, and sometimes unpleasantly sharp attacks on government and public officials, unquote. We certainly had that in today. Second was the Mama Bears lawsuit filed in the U.S. District Court for the Northern District of Georgia. A parental rights group in Forsyth County called the Mama Bears won a federal First Amendment rights lawsuit against the Forsyth County School District. Included in the court order, Senior United States District Judge Richard Story ordered the following, quote, the court also permanently enjoins the district, its officers, school board members, etc., from enforcing the respectfulness requirement, the restriction on personally addressing board members, including the superintendent, or any restriction on profane, uncivil, or abusive remarks contained in the Forsyth County's current public participation policy, or any substantially comparable provision in a future Forsyth County policy. And that, quote, this injunction is binding on the district, its Board of Education, their successors, agents, attorneys, and assigns, and all those in active concert or participation with them, unquote. So thank you for allowing our First Amendment rights to be exercised. We really appreciate that. I appreciate it, and I hope everybody in this room understands and appreciates that. Not that we intend to be caustic, but in the event someone prefers to be that way, it is permitted. So thank you.
The next public speaker is Alicia Adams.
Hi, I'm Alicia Adams, and I am still from District 2. And first off, Chairwoman Cupid, I want to applaud you and congratulate you on a win for a new term. So we will move forward, and we will move forward together. I want to encourage you. I believe that the MSPLOST failure, which was pretty huge, I believe that that was a bit of a warning. And I want to be gentle in this because we're all in this together. I was genuine a while ago. Live, work, and play. This is a great place to live, and I want it to continue being a great place to live, work, and play. So I want to encourage each of you to not just hear us, but to really listen to what we're saying, and not just to listen to what we're saying, but the why, the wisdom of some of what we're saying. Now, we're not all brilliant in our statements. I get that. But at the same time, we want to know that you're truly engaging in us and not just placating us when we're up here. So like right now, I'm seeing eyes, and that means so much to me. So I want to give an encouragement on how we can make all the meetings better. You're looking at me right now, and you're hearing me, and you're listening to what I'm saying. And I'm concerned because I think sometimes people feel like they're not listened to. And I want you to take that to heart, because I believe a lot of the vitriolic episodes could have been avoided. So let's move forward together, but understand that as we move forward, we've got to take into account, we do have the working poor with us. They can't take more taxes. They can't take more great ideas that mean more money out of their paychecks. And then there's a lot of people that aren't working poor, but they're working a whole lot more adhering to the budget these days because they have so much less margin. So I implore you, let's look at what's going well, but let's look at what's not going well. Let's find ways to minimize these budgets, because we got some runaway budgeting going on here, given that all these years, since what, 2016, our rollback has not taken place as valuations have increased. And y'all, as I've been out there knocking doors and meeting and greeting people, people on all levels are hurting. So let's move forward together and make sure that everybody gets that win-win. Thank you. Thank you for hearing me.
The next public speaker is John McLean.
John McLean, I really don't have anything prepared. I just want to make a few comments. So I was at the planning and zoning meeting on election day, stayed there for about 9 hours waiting to speak, and on election day. Anyway, what I noticed, there were 3 zoning cases, it may have been more, but I remember 3, where there were residents living in homes that had too many cars in the driveway. And after listening to that and seeing the Planning and Zoning Commissioner's response to it, I started wondering if what was going on, what has gone on in the past in this county, is that the volume of these code enforcement problems hit the planning and zoning and you guys, and consequently, instead of saying no, you change the code to allow the 4th car. And then you change the code to allow the 5th car. And because there's somebody that's not related in the house, or maybe 2, and somebody calls code enforcement on them, all of a sudden, okay, we got to allow the 2nd and the 3rd unrelated adult in the house. And I just wonder if that's what's going on. I don't know if it is, but I suggest it might be. The other thing I want to note, when you talk about affordable housing, there are 2 words in that affordable housing. One of them's housing. We've addressed housing by creating so big a density that we have infrastructure problems. I don't know that it's a housing problem. It's an affordable housing problem. And affordable housing, the only way you're going to address that is with government assistance. And government assistance housing doesn't need to be in these single-family subdivision homes in their backyards. So when you talk about affordable housing, you got to understand what's affordable and what's not. If I was going to build a 850 square foot home or an ADU in the back of my yard, which I won't do, but if I did that, I'd look at the market, and the market would determine what I could get for that rental. And it would probably be in the range of $1,500 a month. And if the utilities are included, it might be even more than that, because I have to use my utilities. I'm going to make a recommendation that before you start talking about things like a rain tax, before you start talking
Mr.
about—
McLean, your 3 minutes are up. The next public speaker is Deontay Bolden. Next public speaker is Christine Rosman.
Christine Rosman. I don't even know if I have anything to say other than I'm glad to see we have a community that comes together and that speaks their voice, and that you know what it is that we want. And so we have to trust that you are going to listen to us, because all these people have come up saying, we came to Cobb for a reason. We had a choice. We didn't pick Gwinnett County. We didn't pick Fulton County. We may have moved from Fulton County to Cobb County. And I can't tell you how many friends I have and people that I know that are like, that's why I left to Cherokee, because Cobb was getting to be too much like the rest of the counties. So what we in an ideal world want is to preserve the Cobb County that we know and love. That's all we're asking. Whether or not it will be very clear if you don't listen to us, because I can tell you, like some other people said, that there's a reason why this room isn't full today. It's because people work. If next Thursday, I don't understand about tabled, not tabled, whatever, does that mean that there's going to be a hearing next Thursday? I don't know. So anyway, but all I'm saying is people are sick and tired of not being heard. You can only be so polite, and so I'm not saying that we're not being polite, but we're getting sick and tired of it, of not being listened to. Thank you. Not by all of you, thank you.
The next public speaker is Rich Hensey. Matt Stegall.
Good afternoon. My name is Matt Stegall. I live in District 1. And yeah, I just wanted to say I actually think a lot of this conversation is super healthy. Commissioner Gamble, you mentioned about housing variance. I think we were talking about maximum lot sizes, missing middle housing, ADUs. All of these conversations are all opportunities for us to really provide housing, not just for today, but we're talking about communities here 30 years from now. And I think we were all sitting 30 years ago, before a lot of us moved here or started living in Cobb County, we would look at a lot of change. Whether we were for it or against it, there's no way we can avoid change in this county. We can't build a wall on our perimeter, no matter how hard I think some people might want to try, but there will be people moving to this county. There will be a demand to live here in this great county. And there will be a need for us to build more housing in this county. The question is how, and the question is where. We have a lot of those difficult questions that we have to answer, but it goes back to how do we solve these needs? How do we solve these challenges? And it also, kept hearing a lot of talk about the number of cars that were being required, for these houses or for these homes, and it kind of brought me back full circle into the MSPLOS and the transit question. And it's interesting that we're sitting there and saying, oh, we have more people coming to the county, we have more people living in these homes, and now we have more people that are having to take their car and driving around everywhere. And so it's that car-dependent sprawl type development that has put us in a situation that, we're busting at the seams with how we've been building for the last 20, 30 years. And there's not a lot more acres that we can clear cut and build housing, build neighborhoods on. We are running out of undeveloped land in this county. So that question is only going to get more complicated. Those solutions are only going to get more complex. And we have a zoning code that completely prohibits and excludes so many different types of housing types that can be built. And, I know some people are scared of density and things like that. Well, if we're going to have 150,000, 200,000 people move to the county, it is basic math that our density is going to increase when we look at the entire county. And so the question is where do we do it? How do we do it? How do we build a county that is, attainable for everyone, but also gives people that live here access and opportunity to both survive and thrive. And we're building that county not just for people who live here today, I lived here for 30 years, but people who are moving here today and people who are going to be living here 30 years from now. Thank you.
The next public speaker is Craig Harfoot.
Good afternoon. Thanks for having the public comment now. My name's Craig Harfoot. I don't agree with Matt because we got an unknown. We had an election. Trump won. He's talking mass deportations of illegal immigrants. Maybe we would have had 200,000 people jump in if we got, and have the New York problem, and they've got a problem. So I think we should just wait. Let's wait till February, see what actually happens. You know, there's all kinds of surprises ahead for us. I mean, it's not a guarantee anything. And what I can tell you is, when I came to Atlanta in '72, I was sleeping on someone's couch. I got a roommate, and then you get in this definition of fiancé. Heck, people live with their girlfriends. They had extra roommates. So we had a 2-bedroom apartment in East Point, and 3 of us shared the rent. Now that's affordable, you know. Back then, you know, I think the state only paid us $330 every 2 weeks, but I ended up saving some money back then. This is '75. But anyway, now, there's things you don't have control over, like the Federal Reserve lowering rates to 0. Well, that's where you got all your price inflation from your housing. And, you know, they took it up, now they bring it down, but here's the deal. The banks are all insolvent, basically, and they're going to keep the rates high. They're going to keep them at 6 or 7. And traditionally, I mean, when I was growing up, I think my parents were paying 6 or 7 rates in the 50s. It went from 3 to 6 or 7, and you know, but price stability in our county was, I don't have time, but I really would like to share this all with you at some point. But there was a guy that, my neighbor, built this mansion, tore down the $395,000 house and pulled a permit for $545, and a 40 grand for the pool. That house, he just did this in the teens, like 2017. It's assessed at $2.2 million now. But he didn't have, but I don't think he had $1 million in it. He probably had less because he's a builder. But he bought one, I'm gonna run out of time. But there were houses sold for $250,000 in our neighborhood, but they were torn down immediately, and this is 2019. And now they put something back, no one's bought it, and it's appraised at $895. Now, this is not how you
Mr. Harfoot, your time has expired. Liz Marchioni.
Good afternoon, commissioners. Thank you. Liz Marchioni from Marietta. For 40 years, I've lived in Marietta. My husband and I chose to live here because of the school system, and this goes in connection with the ADUs that we have been discussing. The school systems we chose to live here for were because families have strong nuclear families, strong nuclear family units. And that's why the schools are so excellent. Now, I understand that there are many broken families, but I don't support changing the definition of a family. I think when we start changing the definition of what families are, and that we blur the lines of the strong families that brought us to our great school systems. I think of an example of a cousin of mine who ended up, through his kindness and generosity and concern for an underserved child in a family, ended up not adopting him, but kind of fostering him along with his own family. He lived in an area of Fulton County where the school system was terrible. And I understand that's awful. I want all children to have excellent schools. I do not think changing the definition of families engenders that. I think we need to support the nuclear family, not change the definition of family. Another point that I want to make is Ms. Burrell mentioned that we spent over $500,000 for consultants to tell us how to zone Cobb County. I'm not familiar with those reports or what the results of those were. I'll dig deeper into that, but that's very concerning to me. There was a gentleman that spoke earlier here. I thought he had great ideas. I mean, we should have more town hall meetings. Ms. Sheffield mentioned that we should look at both sides of this. I agree with that. I agree. You know, I live in a community with an HOA. Some people might say, oh, that's a wealthier community. You aren't affected. No, we are all affected. I'm concerned about every citizen in Cobb County. I want people to have homes, affordable homes. Let's work together to figure out how we can do that. Let's have town hall meetings. We don't need over $500,000 in consulting fees to figure this out. We have smart people in this county, according to that brilliant man back there. But I think we need to look toward our community and our smart people in our communities to come up with these ideas. Forget these consultants. This is Cobb County. These are our Cobb County citizens. Please consider that. Thank you very much.
The next speaker is Hill Wright.
Hill Wright, thank you for having the speakers before lunch. We appreciate that consideration. You know, I listened to the deliberations here, and, you know, I kind of felt like, first of all, you know, we had something that should have been brought out to the community. The community should have had been able to discuss and understand and have input, but we had something that was basically rammed down our throats, and then after, and it's dismissed as, well, we do this all the time. No, something that's important where you're going to go into to our neighborhoods and start changing our neighborhoods and all that's important to us. We ought to have a say and understand it before it's ever brought forward. And I think today you got a slap down because of the way you try to do this. And Chair, I don't appreciate Commissioner Sheffield's trying to politicize this and assign motives to people for coming up here and speaking. I don't appreciate that at all. We should, if we're going to do something and we're going to look at solving issues, this should be something. I feel like what I heard today was, after all this discussion, that we got to sacrifice our neighborhoods so we can build it so they can come. I think that's kind of was sort of the thing. And I'm sorry, but I don't agree with that. I don't believe it's up to the people to have to sacrifice their neighborhoods to build it so they can come. I think there are other solutions. I think Commissioner Gambrill gave you some good advice, and there were other solutions and all probably out in the community that could have been brought to the table, but no, you decided to ram this through and tried to ram this down our throats. I don't appreciate that. Now, there's item 30 on the stormwater, I guess the ARPA funds going to stormwater. I'm glad to see that. I hope it actually gets spent fixing stormwater infrastructure. And I think that's overdue. That should have been something more of these funds were used to do to begin with and not just left to the now. So anyway, I hope in the future that you consult the community, you have town halls where you actually listen, you don't just try to go through and stonewall, but you actually let there be two-way dialogue so people get to have a voice in these town halls. Thank you.
That was the last public speaker.
All right, commissioners, we'll go ahead and adjourn for lunch, and we'll come back in 60 minutes. I said before that that would have changed this. I was gonna say too, but y'all be objecting so much, so I'm just like. Welcome back to our Board of Commissioners regular meeting this November 12th of 2024. We are now at our consent agenda, and the matters on our consent agenda are scrolling on the screen prior to our meeting, and will be scrolling on the screen once it concludes. We do have some revisions to our consent agenda. I have that community development item number 22 on consent. That has been withdrawn for a hearing. And we also have agenda item number 26 for CDBG. That item has been revised. And it's just to add in there that the Board of Commissioners are to authorize the acceptance and allocation of the funds, and that we're to authorize the corresponding budget transactions. And those are all the revisions that I have. Commissioners, do you have anything to add as far as comments or changes?
Yeah, I do. I actually want to add one of my hearings to the consent agenda.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. So, Bill, I don't know if we need to have Sam or anyone come up, or how we need to handle that. I don't see.
Sorry, and I don't see that group here. They might have been thinking that it would be a while before they got to the hearings. So, we could still add it to the.
Okay, and I believe the applicant is here. I hadn't met her, but is the applicant here for Prado, Taco Prado? Yeah, she's here. Yeah. Okay. So just make a regular motion?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, well, I make a motion to grant a waiver from Cobb Code Section 6-124 and 6-125 distance requirements from a residence in church to permit the issuance of an alcohol beverage license to the applicant.
Okay, that's
Which
going
is
to be agenda item 48.
Right, that's what I'm moving to
On our
consent.
agenda, yes, we were
I'm sorry.
planning to hear that, yes.
Yeah.
Could we do a motion to add it to consent?
Oh, I'm sorry. A motion to add it to the consent agenda, item number 48.
And I think it is you want to affirm the License Review Board's earlier decision, is that correct?
Okay, was that not covered in the motion I just read, to grant the waiver?
Yes, you can just add that.
Okay. Okay, by the License Review Board.
And to, so we were affirming it. Yes, you're good?
Yes,
Okay.
I'm affirming the License Review Board's decision. Thank you.
Second.
All right, is there any
Yeah, I have
discussion?
one question.
Yeah.
So this isn't the one you're pulling on today's agenda?
No.
Okay, this was to be heard today?
Correct.
Okay. All right.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Call the question. The motion carries 5-0 to add agenda item 48 to consent. Are there any other changes or revisions needed to consent?
Are we voting again for all consent?
I'm going to make a motion, yes, for all of consent. Just want to make sure there are no additional changes. Okay, not seeing any. Commissioners, I move that we approve the consent agenda as it has been revised.
Second.
Is there any further discussion? Yes.
Madam Chair, I'm opposed to item number 23, City of Smyrna.
Okay, and that is with respect to rezoning of a county-owned property in the city of Smyrna. Okay. Is there any other comment or question regarding consent? All right, we have a motion and a second. I'll call the question. The motion carries 5-0, recognizing Commissioner Burrow's opposition to agenda item 23. Okay, we are now at the regular tab, and the first matter up for consideration is our ARPA tab.
Good afternoon, Chairwoman, Commissioners, Deputy County Manager. We have one item under the ARPA tab, and it is to authorize the reallocation of American Rescue funding previously returned to contingency based on the investment strategy guidelines or guidance. As you know, the county received over $147 million of ARPA funding. We've worked with our consultants, Deloitte. The board allocated that money out to a variety of different programs, of which $85 million went to over 80 nonprofit programs, and the remainder went to county-run programs. So what we've done during this process is worked very closely with the nonprofits as well as the county projects, and any funds that could not be spent, either the project came in less or the project had to have a revision for some reason or the other, those monies were returned to contingency. To date, $3,069,406.82 have been returned, and as the board knows, we have to have all these monies fully allocated by this December. So what we're proposing for the board to consider today is taking those returned monies and allocating those to the stormwater management projects. They did receive an original $3 million, which was fully spent. They did return $18,000 in change, but that was due to project savings. So this would reallocate $3,069,406.82 to stormwater management projects. Any questions before I get to the recommendation? Yes, Commissioner.
This is the total amount, and it has to be allocated by the end of this year.
That is correct. This
And
December.
the projects have to be done by the end of '26?
26, that is correct, Commissioner.
Okay, so this is the return money, reallocating it to water, and there's no other
Not to date.
amounts left?
The only fear or the only contingency that we have in place is there any money that gets returned between now and then any money that gets returned after that final allocation this December. And we will work with our consultants and through the county manager's office and the board to determine how to best handle any funds. Like, let's say something happens in January or February after the allocation, we'll have to work with what that plan looks like. There is a few options available to us, but we would have to explore the special circumstances upon those return funds.
Okay, thank you, Bill.
You're welcome. Any other questions? Okay. All right, then I ask the Board of Commissioners to authorize the reallocation of $3,069,406.82 of American Rescue Plan Act funding to the Cobb County water system to complete stormwater management projects, authorize the corresponding budget transactions, and further authorize the chairwoman to execute the necessary documents.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any comments? I'll just share, commissioners, and to our director and our citizens, I know that there is significant need in stormwater. I do know that there's also a significant need that we have in our community. I learned from one nonprofit today that there are 125 residents who've been waiting to receive housing assistance, and I learned from another one that there are hundreds of residents on another list. And these are calls that I continue to get, and there could have been consideration for how we share these funds between now and the end of the year, because we will hear from these residents and there are potentially Cobb citizens that will go without. But again, I know the need for stormwater. I know that we have not addressed that to our stormwater utility. These are tough decisions to make, but know that there have also been several of our organizations who had been expecting for us to give them consideration as well. And it's going to directly impact our citizens during a difficult time of year. I can't support it. Yeah.
Bill, the figures that you gave out, the total was 148 million. 89 million went to nonprofits?
It was just over 85 million went to 80 plus nonprofit programs. So it's like some of those could have received multiple grants, but 80 projects that were run by nonprofit organizations.
Yes, 85 for about 90 nonprofits.
That's correct. Yeah, I think, because some received maybe more than one grant. That's how we got that 80 plus.
Okay.
Yes.
My suggestion would be to, I'm sorry, I didn't know you were continuing.
Sorry.
I mean, I understand that, there's definitely a need everywhere.
Sure.
But I think with the balance, I'm for it staying in our own county departments.
Okay.
Thanks, Bill. So 80 million was allocated to the 85, excuse me, to 80-plus nonprofits for the ARPA funds. But we also had ERA funds, and I know that's completely separate from ARPA, and the ERA funding was actually allocated before I assumed office. So there was also additional community support through the ERA funding as well. I am supportive of this agenda item in part. Earlier this year, several months ago, over the summer, we introduced the idea of a stormwater fee to help address some of the stormwater concerns that we have in the county with our aging infrastructure. That is something that we can't continue to not address. We did hold that item for further discussion, but in the meantime, we still have stormwater needs that need to be addressed that are really critical. And almost every workbook that we have, there are repairs that were made that were approved by the county manager. So those issues are real, and they're impacting people. They're impacting people. So, you know, I think that the $3 million to help address our stormwater issues will also impact those that the nonprofit community serves.
Absolutely. And Commissioner, just to your point, we still have the eviction diversion program through ERA that is going, anticipating working with Judge Murphy. I know he was here a couple meetings ago to extend that through ARPA. The ERA funds for his program are anticipated to go through March, and then the additional funding that the board provided through ARPA would carry him through the remainder of the year. So those are still actively going, so hopefully the citizens do take advantage of those opportunities that are there. But yes, I understand this is a tough decision as a whole because there's needs everywhere. So whichever need we fund, there's another need that will not get funded. I understand that. So I appreciate your consideration.
Richardson?
Yeah, and I'll just share, housing is certainly important. I think every survey that came back, stormwater and housing made their way onto those surveys. So I think we're doing the right thing by making sure that both are being prioritized, funded where we can. Unfortunately, with the stormwater, outstanding conversation on the stormwater tax, stormwater fee, we still have that opportunity for things that don't fall under our purview that are still unfunded. But at least the county infrastructure can be covered adequately, and that this is keeping pace with projects, because even the first allocation, it was based upon what projects could be completed within a certain time period. So yeah, I do support this agenda item. I just wanted to voice both of these things were prioritized by our residents. Thank you.
Gambrell? Yeah.
Thank you, Bill, but I know, I had an opportunity, within the past month to sit down and discuss, where these funds were going to be used and voice my opinion at that time. So I am in support of this agenda item.
Yeah. And I just want to be clear to our citizens that maintaining our aging stormwater infrastructure is the ongoing need of this county. It's not a one-time matter where we just have outstanding things and we're going to be caught up. So stating this is adequate to address where we are, it is not adequate to address our stormwater needs. This is something that we have got to look for, a recurring, robust way to address Cobb County's aging infrastructure. And the ARPA grant program does enable us to address infrastructure. It also takes into consideration recovery and response to a pandemic, which has had a significant impact on housing. And again, this stormwater is certainly a significant need, but I just don't want to give any impression that we are resolving Cobb County's stormwater needs through this agenda item.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and that's a good and valid point, is $3 million. Obviously, it will address some of our issues, but it will be an ongoing issue, as was mentioned earlier today with our housing. That too is an ongoing issue. So it's going to take a lot of thought and consideration and deliberation and partnerships with both this and our housing crisis.
Agreed. All right, is there any additional discussion? We'll call the question. The motion carries 4-1 with Chairwoman Cupid in opposition.
Thank you.
Thank you. I just want to clarify before we go on to our next matter, for the business owner of Taco Prada, we did vote to include this matter on our consent agenda, which means that we did approve your alcohol license. So I see you still sitting here. Perhaps you just want to see what we do for our very long Board of Commissioners meetings. But should you desire to resume business, you do not have to stay for the rest of this hearing. Your matter has been resolved. Thank you. You're welcome. All right, we will now go on to our regular tab for water system.
Good afternoon. The Water System recommends that the Board of Commissioners approve additional funding for the work order under the FY23 Stormwater Unit Price Contract with Wade Coots Company, Incorporated, in the amount of $37,242 for 64 Olive Circle, program number SW2273. Authorize the corresponding budget transaction and further authorize the chairwoman to execute the necessary documents. This is additional funding to do additional work in the area. The additional work is in the right-of-way, which falls under Cobb DOT's authority, so the proposal is that this additional work be funded through their SPOS dollars.
Okay, Commissioner Richardson.
So moved.
Second.
All right, any discussion? Call the question. The motion carries 5-0. We are now at our regular transportation tab.
Good afternoon, Chairwoman, Commissioners, Deputy County Manager, Drew Ressler with DOT, and we have 10 items for your consideration this morning. Our first item is to recommend the Board of Commissioners approve a first amended and restated term sheet with the United States Department of Transportation and the Georgia Department of Transportation for Acres Mill Road Managed Lanes Access Phase 2, Cobb County Project Number X2410, and authorize the chairwoman to execute the necessary documents.
Commissioner Richardson.
So moved.
Second.
Is there any discussion? Call the question. The motion carries 5-0.
Thank you. Our next item is to recommend the Board of Commissioners approve a contract with Advanced Sports Construction LLC in an amount not to exceed $488,060 for drainage system repairs on Wandering Vine Lane, project number B22124. Authorize the corresponding budget transactions and further authorize the chairwoman to execute the necessary documents.
Commissioner Sheffield.
So moved.
Second.
Is there any discussion? Call the question. The motion carries 5-0.
Thank you. Our next item is to recommend the Board of Commissioners approve a contract with Glosson Enterprises LLC in an amount not to exceed $395,104 for Barnes Mill Road Sidewalk, project number B2731. Authorize the corresponding budget transactions and further authorize the chairman to execute the necessary documents.
Commissioner Richardson.
So moved.
Second.
Is there any discussion? Call the question. The motion carries 5-0.
Thank you. Our next item is to recommend the Board of Commissioners approve project number B2565, task order number 2, to the 2022 master task order contract with Metro Traffics in an amount not to exceed $292,388 for 2025 traffic signal timing. Authorize the corresponding budget transaction and further authorize the chairman to execute the necessary documents.
So moved as presented.
Second.
Is there any discussion? Call the question. The motion carries 5-0.
Thank you. Our next item is to recommend the Board of Commissioners adopt a resolution authorizing the submission of a local maintenance and improvement grant program application for FY25 to the Georgia Department of Transportation for the resurfacing of county-maintained roads, project number B2919. Authorize the corresponding budget transactions and further authorize the chairman to execute the necessary documents.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? Call the question. The motion carries 5-0.
Thank you. Our next item is to recommend the Board of Commissioners approve change orders final to contracts for various completed resurfacing projects in the 2022 SPOS Transportation Improvements Program Fund and Water System Fund. A total net savings to the projects in the amount of $2,336,941.06. Authorize the corresponding budget and accounting transactions and further authorize the chairwoman to execute the necessary documents.
Commissioner Richardson.
So moved.
I'll second. Is there any discussion? Call the question. The motion carries 5-0.
Thank you. Our next item is to recommend the Board of Commissioners approve a contract with Backbone Infrastructure LLC in an amount not to exceed $1,036,432 for Ewing Road sidewalk, project number B2601, authorize the corresponding budget transactions, and further authorize the chairwoman to execute the necessary documents.
Commissioner Sheffield.
So moved.
Any discussion? Call the question. The motion carries 5-0.
Thank you. Our next item is to recommend the Board of Commissioners approve change orders final to contracts for various completed projects in the 2011 SPLOST Transportation Improvements Program Fund, 2016 SPLOST Transportation Improvements Fund, and 2022 SPLOST Transportation Improvements Program Fund, Public Facility Projects Fund, and Water System Fund, a total savings to the projects in the amount of $796,883.30. Authorize the corresponding budget and accounting transactions, and further authorize the chairwoman to execute the necessary documents.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? Call the question. The motion carries 5-0.
Thank you. Our next item is to recommend the Board of Commissioners ratify previous action by the county manager authorizing emergency drainage repairs on Liberty Lane in response to a sinkhole. Approve project number B22152 to the 2024 countywide unit price contract with Chatfield Contracting Incorporated in an amount not to exceed $555,503.21 for said repairs. Authorize the corresponding budget transactions, and further authorize the chairwoman to execute the necessary documents.
Commissioner Sheffield. Is that Burrell? Excuse me, I'm at 41. Go ahead, Commissioner Burrell.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Any discussion? Call the question. The motion carries 5-0.
Thank you. And our final item this morning is to recommend the Board of Commissioners authorize advertisement to hold a public hearing prior to expending $100,000 or more for engineering design services for King Springs Road sidewalk, project number B2745, and further authorize the issuance of a task order to secure required services.
So moved.
Second. Any discussion?
Just one. Thank you for the partnership on this one. Thank
Of
you.
course.
Yeah.
Well, this was District.
No map in my book with respect to this, but this is now District 4. Yeah, it used to be. Okay. All right. We'll call the question. Did we take a motion in a second?
Yeah.
All right. Did you have further discussion? You're good? Okay. All right. The motion carries 5-0. Thank you, Drew.
Thank you.
We are now at our public safety tab, and we have our first matters with the EMA director.
Good afternoon, Chairwoman, Commissioners, and Deputy County Manager. I'm Cassie Maslin, Emergency Management Director. Our item this afternoon is to request your approval of a contract with Crown Retail Services Incorporated for the construction of a pole barn storage area at the Cobb Department of Transportation in the amount of $106,562, which is funded by ARPA Program Fund 279. Authorize the corresponding budget transactions, and further authorize the chairwoman to execute the necessary documents.
So moved.
Second.
Is there any discussion? Commissioner Burrow.
Is this for EMA supplies and stuff?
This will be for the stockpile equipment that was provided with the CARES money originally.
Thank you.
Okay. The area that we had off of Alsto Road, you're still utilizing that too?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yes. So this will be mostly for the barricades that we have. That's for crowd safety. Primarily, they're already being stored there now, and that will put them in a protective cover.
Very good. Any other discussion or questions? Call the question. The motion carries 5-0. Thank you. We are now at our Support Services Agency tab, and we'll hear from our Property Management Director, Andrew Yakumovich.
Good afternoon. Excuse me. Property Management has 3 items this afternoon. Property Management would like to request the Board of Commissioners approve a contract with CAS Architecture in the amount not to exceed $250,800 for the architectural and engineering services related to facilities improvements for the Department of Transportation, Signal Sign Shop, SPLOST Project B2421. Authorize the corresponding budget transaction, and further authorize the chairwoman to execute the necessary documents.
Yes, Commissioner Richardson.
So moved.
Second.
Is there any discussion? Call the question. The motion carries 5-0.
Thank you. Property Management would like to request the Board of Commissioners approve a contract with Caliber Construction LLC in the amount of $130,000 for the roof replacement at East Cobb Government Service Center located at 4400 Lower Roswell Road, Marietta. Authorize a contingency in the amount of $6,500. It's 2022 SPOS Project B0910. Authorize the corresponding budget transactions and further authorize the chairwoman to execute the necessary documents.
Commissioner Burrow.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Is there any discussion? Call the question. The motion carries 5-0.
Thank you. And Property Management would like to request the Board of Commissioners authorize the purchase of roofing material from Garland DBS Incorporated in the amount of $186,163.59 for the East Cobb Government Service Center located at 4400 Lower Roswell Road, Marietta. That's 2022 SPOS Project B0910. Authorize the corresponding budget transactions and further authorize execution by purchase order through the Procurement Services Department.
Commissioner Burrow.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Is there any discussion?
Second.
Just a question. If these are both for the roof, why are we doing the construction and the materials separate?
The materials is through the Omni contract, and we also get project management with that, and then we just bid out the actual labor to get a better cost on that. So we
Okay,
end
but
up
they're
with,
both from the SPOS project?
that's correct.
Okay, thank you. Sorry.
It's atypical to see it separated like that. Yeah. Any other comments or questions? Call the question. Motion carries 5-0. Thank you.
Thank you.
We are now at our second public comment.
We don't have any persons to sign up for the second portion.
Thank you. Then that will take us to our appointments tab. And Commissioners, I move that we approve the appointments of Chinwe Okoronkwo and our own Director, Michael Register, to the Highland Rivers Governing Board. They both will be continuing their service. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, thank you. Any discussions? Call the question. The motion carries 5-0. And I believe our next appointment is an announcement.
It is, thank you. I'd like to announce the appointment of Douglas Chandler to the Neighborhood Safety Commission.
All right, thank you, Commissioner. That takes us to the Commissioner's public address, and we will begin with Commissioner Gambrill once the slides come up on the screen.
Please help and join the Cobb Department of Transportation for an open house to discuss the Cobb Parkway at McCollum Parkway realignment study. The open house will be held from 5 to 7 p.m. on Wednesday, November 13th at the Ben Robertson Community Center, which is located at 2753 Watts Drive in Kennesaw. Residents are encouraged to attend, review the concepts, and provide feedback. Gambrill's Great Pumpkin Contest raised an impressive $931 for Safe Path Children's Advocacy. This year's winning Halloween design goes to Cobb Public Library. Story Time with the Bride of Frankenstein, which earned $480 in donations. Second place was Cobb Parks with their Wicked design, raising $205. Thank you all to the participants for making this year's contest a success. And we will be at our next meeting to present a check to Safe Path. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Commissioner. We're at Commissioner Richardson.
Sure, and before I jump into my announcements from the text here, just want to say I hope everyone had a very happy Veterans Day, and definitely thanked those for serving our country and protecting our freedoms. And also want to say, if you missed me at the last meeting, it was because I was at the hospital, and want to welcome the new member of our family, Aurelie. She is wonderful. Everything went wonderfully, and just wanted to share that as well. So, yay! Yeah, Yes, it's on point. So into our actual announcements moving in. So from the office, we've got the Master Planning Community Chat. Our capstone interns are busy working on several important projects in Cobb County. Our interns invite you to a community engagement session focused on land use and master planning in District 2. You can join us 5:30 to 7:30 at Vinings Library, 4290 Paces Ferry Road. Attendees can share their perspectives about the future of their community, and you can scan the QR code and register or email our office to learn more information. And then from the community, we've got Medicare Changes Expo and Briefing. The Senior Citizen Council of Cobb County will host a free Medicare Changes Expo briefing from 10:30 a.m. to 1:30 p.m. Wednesday, November 13th at Schweitzer. Attendees will learn about upcoming Medicare changes and potential disruptions that may impact their health care plan. Providers will be in attendance to answer any questions and give personalized suggestions. Registration is required. Please see seniorsofcobb.org to register now. And then lastly, give thanks by helping those in need. The Thanks for Giving food drive is collecting donations to feed 1,000 Cobb families for the entire week of Thanksgiving. The drive is organized by the Center for Family Resources, which serves Cobb families experiencing homelessness or those in danger of becoming homeless. Community members are asked to participate by becoming event sponsors, hosting a Thanks for Giving food drive, or making a charitable donation. Visit thecrf.org to learn how you can get involved. And that concludes my announcements.
Thank you, Commissioner. And now Commissioner Burrow.
Thank you. Well, the moment we've all been waiting for, the new and improved Gritters Library ribbon cutting will be held this Thursday, the 14th, at 2 p.m. at Gritters Library. You're going to love it. It's unbelievable. Thanks to our library staff and property management and Parks and Rec. There's a new community center underneath on the bottom floor of the library. Thanks to Sonia Grant with WorkSource Cobb. She will have offices there too to help with job placement, and you're going to love it. So we invite the whole community to come out and see this new and improved Gritters, finally. Last week, we had a lot of activities going on to honor our veterans and show our appreciation. We had our own employee veterans event at the Police Training Center, and also the Chamber hosted the RMAC Luncheon, annual RMAC Luncheon. And there's some pictures from the different events and honoring our veterans. And then yesterday, I was also honored to attend the parade and event on the square for our veterans. So, and also participated in the Green Light program, which you heard about earlier this morning. Our Superior Pets for Patriotic Vets has a new adoption from the We Care Vet Fair. The trailer was on site, and Mr. Facey, who served in the Army for 3 years, adopted this sweet little pit bull and took home his forever best friend. And we're up to 259 adoptions since the program started. And then last but not least, congratulations to Michael Brantley. The Georgia Recreation and Parks Association named Michael the Cobb Parks Director as the 2024 Distinguished Professional Award. He was honored for his outstanding and lasting contributions to the field of parks, recreation, and leisure services. Congratulations, Michael. We're proud of you.
Thank you, Commissioner Burrow. We are now at Commissioner Sheffield.
Thank you, Chair.
You're welcome.
On October 31st, I had the privilege to participate in the ribbon cutting ceremony for Cobb Link Go, the county's new pilot transit system.
This program marked an important step forward toward creating more accessible, efficient, and sustainable transportation options for our community. Cobb Link Go is designed to help residents connect to jobs, schools, and essential services. It aims to reduce traffic congestion and provide a reliable, eco-friendly alternative for transportation. This initiative reflects my commitment to improving our quality of life, and I am excited about the positive impact it will have on how we move and connect throughout the county. A big thank you to Cobb DOT Director Drew Ressler, his team, along with VIA, our special partners, for their hard work in bringing this vision to life. Join me and Planning Commissioner Michael Hughes for November's In the Zone community meeting next Wednesday, November 20th at 7 p.m. Please note that the date has been changed from our regular schedule due to the upcoming Thanksgiving holiday. There are currently 7 applications scheduled to be heard in December. Please email rwanda.mcintosh@cobbcounty.org for the meeting link. I invite you to join me for an unforgettable evening at the Mabel House Complex Holiday Extravaganza. The Mabel House lights the night. This festive event will occur on Saturday, November 23rd from 4 to 8 p.m. at 5239 Floyd Road in Mableton. The Mabel House's historic home and amphitheater will be transformed into a winter wonderland. You'll experience the grand lighting of the holiday tree along with a special visit from Santa himself. And that's not all. The Tree Jubilee continues from November 24th through December 12th with a beautiful gallery display of trees and wreaths crafted by local artists, schools, and community groups, including myself. These lovely creations are available for purchase and will be delivered from December 9th to December 11th. Come be a part of the magical season and let's light up the night together. And finally, I am excited to announce my first annual holiday food drive in partnership with Must Ministries. Save the date for Saturday, December 14th as we come together to distribute food and toys to families in South Cobb this holiday season. It's going to be a wonderful event, and I encourage you to check out my newsletter for more details in the coming weeks. I look forward to seeing you there and working together to make this holiday season brighter for our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Sheffield. And I want to thank all of you for tuning in to our Board of Commissioners meeting today. I want to thank those that came and spoke with respect to our housing code amendments, and I look forward to working with you over the next coming year as we begin to have constructive and intentional dialogue around affordable housing. I also would like to share that the holidays are coming upon us, and we do have some changes to our Board of Commissioners schedule. So next week, Tuesday, we will have our regular zoning hearing at 9 a.m., but our 4th Tuesday Board of Commissioners meeting will actually be held next week, Thursday, in this room at 6 p.m. If you would like to participate in that meeting, again, please note that day and time change for that meeting. And lastly, I would like to share that I have opportunity to go do something that has always been a dream of mine, so much that I can't even share it. I'm going to Harvard. All right, I'm not gonna get a Harvard degree, but I am gonna speak, I am gonna participate in a roundtable of chairs across the country at Harvard, and I'm very excited. So I will not be here at next week Thursday's meeting, but hopefully we'll have a constructive meeting and hopefully a little bit less long than this meeting has been. With that, Commissioners, we do have 2 alcohol license hearings that will be on our agenda following my comments. We did have a 3rd hearing, which was with respect to Taco Prada, which has been moved to the consent agenda. And so the remaining 2 that I have before us is pertaining to Just Diet Enterprise. That's a beverage license hearing. And then I have Top Massage, which is also a license hearing, which you'll hear afterwards. Commissioners, before I move into the rest of our agenda, does anybody need a break? Or should we dive right in? Okay, why don't we go ahead and take, is 5 minutes okay? Okay, we'll take a 5-minute break and we'll convene at 2:35. For those of you watching, please feel free to come back and join us. Hello and welcome back to our Board of Commissioners meeting. We are at our Community Development Appeal Hearing tab, and again, we have two hearings before us today. The first hearing will be with respect to Just Diet Enterprise, and I will turn things over to our attorney, Sam Hensley, so he can walk us through today's hearing.
Thank you, and good afternoon, Madam Chairwoman, Commissioners, Mr. Deputy County Manager, Mr. County Attorney. As you indicated, my name is Sam Hensley, Jr. For the record, I am the attorney for the Business License Division of Cobb County. And we are here on an item today that was pulled from the consent agenda in regard to an application for an alcohol license for Jazdaya Enterprise, LLC, doing business as Jazdaya Enterprise, Swapndeep Singh licensee, located at 935 Veterans Memorial Parkway, Mableton, Georgia, 30126. Madam Chairwoman, our evidence will show that this application was administratively denied due to a distance violation under the Cobb Alcohol Code Section 6-124, which, as a reminder, reads as follows: no license under this chapter shall be issued to any location which is within a 300-foot radius of a property line of a private residence. However, at a public hearing, it is determined that the property values of the residents or residences will not be affected, that the quiet enjoyment of the premises by the residents thereof shall not be adversely affected, and that the grant of such license shall have no other adverse effect on the residents. The License Review Board or the Board of Commissioners may waive this provision. So again, those are the criteria that must be shown in order to authorize this board to waive that distance requirement. This matter came before the License Review Board on August the 22nd of this year, at which time, after hearing the evidence and testimony, the License Review Board voted unanimously to grant the alcohol license. As I said then, this matter was pulled by the Board of Commissioners in order to present a de novo hearing today. The applicant is represented by counsel, Mr. Dwayne Nathaniel Martin, who may wish to make a brief opening statement as well. Once that is done, I will swear in all the witnesses and present the county's case. And also, thank you for taking care of the Taco Prado item. I'm glad we were able to answer Commissioner Sheffield's questions and expedite that matter. So thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Chairwoman, I did speak with both sides for the presentation. Each side has 15 minutes to be able to make their presentation. I'll keep time here on the timer whenever you are presenting your case or you're cross-examining a witness that is against you, not when your witness is still there being cross-examined. And you'll also be given time to do a closing statement at the conclusion. So.
All right. Thank you.
Madam Chairwoman, members of the Board of Commissioners, my name is Dwayne Martin, and I represent Mr. Swapndeep Singh, who's here to my right this afternoon with regard to this matter. As Mr. Hemsley stated in his opening comments.
Sir, if you don't mind, can you just pull the mic just a little bit closer to you? Thank you.
Is that better?
Yes.
Thank you. As Mr. Hemsley stated in his opening comments, this application is before you this afternoon because the application does not meet the distance requirements under the Cobb County Code. A survey that was submitted with the application reflects that the distance to the nearest residence in question, located at 5600 Whispering Pines Road, is 293 feet, 7 feet shorter than the 300-foot distance requirement. At the hearing before the Alcohol Review Board on the 22nd of August, we presented testimony in support of a waiver of the distance requirement, specifically related to the criteria outlined in the alcohol code. The common wisdom for a type of business such as Mr. Singh's is that convenience stores have a tendency to promote certain activities that are deleterious to the community. That view is formed by the idea that packaged alcohol sales Locations cause the accumulation of trash, litter, and debris, and allow loitering and engage in the sale of alcoholic beverages to persons who consume alcoholic beverages. But it is our position that the documentation supporting Mr. Singh's application, which included a standard operating procedure which will attempt to address these particular negative concerns, will eliminate those concerns through responsible operation. Secondly, we also believe that Mr. Singh has committed himself to a responsible operational procedure by agreeing to meet monthly with the neighborhood surrounding the community, engaging in daily maintenance in the interior and exterior of the business, and the installation and maintenance of sufficient security lighting and exterior cameras to promote public safety. We were fortunate to receive a recommendation by the Alcohol Review Board to approve the waiver of the distance requirement, and that's the basis for the application being before you today, and it is our respectful request that the Alcohol Review Board's recommendation be affirmed. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
At this time, Madam Chairwoman, I'd like to swear in all of the witnesses.
Okay.
If you'll be testifying on this hearing or believe you may be testifying, would you please stand and raise your right hand? Will your client be testifying today? Not be testifying. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give before this proceeding shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? If so, say, I do. Thank you. I'd like to call Alicia Webb to the stand.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Could you state your name for the record, please?
Alicia Webb.
And Ms. Webb, what is your occupation?
I am the Business License Division Manager.
Is that for Cobb County?
Yes, sir.
How long have you been at the Business License Division in Cobb?
19 years.
And out of that time, how long have you served as the manager for the Business License Division?
5.
And describe briefly for us your duties as the Business License Division Manager, please.
In conjunction with the police department, we are to review each alcohol application that comes through our doors. After the police department does its investigation, then we have to review the code and determine whether or not the license is to be issued.
And are you familiar with Jazdaya Enterprise, which is the subject of this hearing today?
Yes, sir.
And how are you familiar with that establishment?
Reviewing the application, and then the application, the denial was appealed to the License Review Board. We appeared before the License Review Board in August.
And I'm sorry, what was the basis for the administrative denial?
As you and Mr. Martin stated, the distance requirements are not met. 6-124 requires that the entrance of the establishment be a minimum of 300 feet from the nearest residential property line. And based on this survey, the entrance is 293 feet from the nearest residential property line.
And this is a survey that is submitted by the applicant, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
As a clarification, is this establishment located in unincorporated Cobb County?
This application is in unincorporated Cobb County, well, is now the city of Mableton.
So if it is going to be or is in the city of Mableton, does that mean it is going to have to apply for an alcohol license through Mableton, or will Cobb County continue to handle that for the city?
Until the city takes over these responsibilities, they will continue to apply through us and be regulated by us.
Were there any other disqualifiers for the applicant to receive this license other than the distance violation?
No, sir, only the 6-124.
Are there other alcohol serving or selling establishments in this area?
There are. So the nearest alcohol establishment is Sky Events, Inc., doing business as Sky Restaurant Bar and Grill at 5590 Mableton Parkway. That is the closest establishment with an alcohol license. Again, that's a restaurant. And then there are several within a half-mile radius: Mexico Lindo, Quick Trip, Quick Serve, Mableton Bottle Shop, and Floyd Food Shop are all within a half-mile radius of this proposed establishment.
Are you aware if any of those other establishments applied for a distance waiver in order to obtain their alcohol license?
I am not. All of those establishments have been there quite some time. I wouldn't have been part of those distance. If there was a waiver, I wouldn't have been part of that. But the businesses I just listed have been there for quite some time.
Did your office receive any statements, whether verbal or written, in opposition or support of this application?
No, sir. I didn't receive any opposition or support in writing.
Ms. Webb, I'm going to hand you a document that we'll identify as the city's Exhibit 1. Can you tell us what that is, please?
This is a certified copy of Chapter 6 of the Cobb County Code of Ordinances pertaining to alcoholic beverage licenses.
Very good. Madam Chairwoman, I would like to introduce this into evidence. I don't believe there's any objection from Mr. Martin. Just so we have that in the record as a certified copy of the applicable code sections in this case. I have no other questions for this witness.
Opposing counsel?
We have no questions for Ms. Webb. Thank you.
Excuse me, Attorney Hemsley, may I ask the commissioners?
Absolutely. It is now time if any of the commissioners have a question.
Okay, commissioners, do you have any questions?
I don't have any for Alicia.
Okay, thank you. No, sir.
Very good. That's all the testimony I have in this case, Madam Chairwoman.
Thank you. We'll now hear from opposing counsel, I believe.
Madam Chairwoman and members of the board, we again thank you for the opportunity to make this presentation to you this afternoon. We simply would request that the board take into serious consideration the Alcohol Review Board's grant or recommendation of the approval of the waiver. That waiver recommendation from the Alcohol Review Board was given after thorough presentation and examination of the application and the request, and we thank you for the opportunity to make this presentation to you today.
Thank you. Please, yes. This is atypical for us to not have.
Well, I have a question for opposing counsel. Is that the extent of your presentation? Okay. Well, then I have a closing statement, which I'll reserve unless that served as your closing statement.
Before you close,
Yeah,
yes, we do have a
Yeah, I
question
do have
from
questions.
the board. Yeah.
My questions are directed to the applicant, and I know that the applicant is not prepared to testify, and perhaps maybe the attorney can answer these for me, but there are several here that I have. And one, in my research, I discovered that that suite is deeded separately. So although it's a part of a strip mall or strip center, that suite is separate. Can you provide some context as to why that is?
Would you
Mr. Martin,
prefer
why don't
to
you just-
answer at your seat or to go to the lectern?
Yeah, if you just go to the lectern, please.
To the lectern,
Commissioner Sheffield, I don't have any independent knowledge of the difference between the deed of the shopping center and that particular suite. We did submit a lease with the application that shows the landlord, which is the requirement under the code. Mr. Singh leases the property through a commercial lease agreement with the owner of the property. He came to identify the potential business location with a real estate broker, and he signed a lease with the appropriate owner of the property.
Okay, thank you. Can you share the details of the type of items? Because the application, based on the application, is going to be a convenience store?
Yes.
Is that correct? Can you share the type of items your client plans to sell at this location?
Yes. The items that are intended to be sold are general household items for sale, including dry goods, frozen foods, toiletries, other general household items, and merchandise. The square footage of the store or the facility is not large enough to be qualified as a grocery or market, but it is similar to a market. The only thing that it will not have are fresh produce.
Okay. And speaking of square footage, how large of a space would this suite
I'd have to refer to the application. I can provide you with that information if you'd like to have it.
I thought I had it written down, hold on. Based on the tax records, is 1,932 square feet. Does that sound
That's
about
correct.
right?
Sounds
Is
correct.
that accurate? Okay.
I just didn't want to misstate it without referring to the
No, I
application.
appreciate that. I appreciate that. Also, I wanted to ask the applicant if he's familiar with the businesses near his location.
Yes, Mr. Singh has actually engaged in a pretty extensive renovation of the property, which has improved that corner there. And he has had the opportunity to meet and to discuss his operations with the surrounding businesses. But as I also stated in my presentation comments, he's made a commitment not only to work with surrounding businesses, but with the residential community in the area.
Okay. And I'll get to why I asked that question, but just to let the community know and my board members know, this location is a part of the recent redevelopment of Brixmore at the Kmart Plaza. So there's been quite extensive redevelopment at this plaza. So I appreciate him wanting to come in and redevelop that suite, but there has been a greater redevelopment project there. But the reason I asked whether or not he was familiar with the businesses, because on his application, he answered no when he was asked whether or not other establishments were granted an alcohol license. His answer was no.
That, first of all, that application was submitted, this application has been pending now for almost a year. So in context, at the time, he may not have known the specifics of other licenses having been granted. We've not made any amendments to the application, but at the hearing in August, we were notified of additional alcohol license establishments in the area. So the statement was both truthful and accurate based upon Mr. Singh's knowledge. At the time the application was filed, he later learned of additional alcohol licenses issued in the area.
Okay, because Alicia shared that there are several establishments within this 1 mile radius, and there are 6 to be exact. There are 2 restaurants in the same plaza as the business that was mentioned. And then there are 4 other establishments that are either a liquor store or they sell alcohol. And one of those liquor stores is in the same plaza as this location. The Mableton Bottle Shop, that's in the same plaza as this location. So I'll just leave it at that. But that's all the questions that I have of the applicant. I don't know if you all have any.
Commissioner Richardson.
Thank you. Thank you. It was stated that there were no emails in support or in opposition. Just curious on if there had been any correspondence or conversation and what came back from that conversation with nearby businesses and residents.
The conversation was generally positive. There, as was stated in Ms. Webb's presentation, there's a public comment period. There was a posting of the application, and no opposition was recorded by Cobb County. So there hasn't been any other negative communication about the application, only a desire by Mr. Singh to be a responsible business operator. And just to the point of the number of alcohol establishments in the area, I think Mr. Singh recognizes that there are other businesses. While on-premise consumption businesses are different than package sale businesses, Mr. Singh's business is not a package store. He will hopefully have the opportunity to offer for sale a small percentage of his store, or have a small percentage of his store for packaged beer and wine sales, but it's certainly not the exclusive or the majority of his business operation. His grocery and merchandise are the primary form of business that he will be engaged in. The package sale will be ancillary and a smaller percentage.
Right. I was just curious if there had been any intentional outreach on the applicant's behalf towards, for instance, the residential location that is within that 300 feet.
I'm not aware that Mr. Singh has spoken to the residents there, but he remains open to being a responsible operator. He submitted a very detailed plan and procedure for security and thoughtful and responsible operation, and he's committed to that.
Thank you. That was my only question.
So it sounds like this is a part of a shopping center that's being redeveloped. What was in this location prior to Mr. Singh coming aboard or taking interest, do you know?
It was a print shop. The previous tenant was the printing place.
Well,
Commissioner?
go ahead.
Well, I have one for Alicia, but
Oh, well, can I just jump in and ask as a follow-up question to Commissioner Richardson? You mentioned that there was positive feedback to the application. Can you share with us what that positive feedback has been? Because I have not received any in support or opposition, so I'd love to hear what you guys...
I'm speaking anecdotally based upon conversations that Mr. Singh has had with his neighbors. Feedback was not recorded or documented.
Okay.
His communications in his verbal outreach with his neighbors was positive.
Okay, and just for clarification, when you say neighbors, you mean his neighbors?
Surrounding
and-
businesses.
Yeah,
surrounding-
but is that the commercial businesses, not necessarily residential?
Yes,
That's
as
what
I
I'm-
stated a moment ago to Ms. Richardson's question, I'm not aware of a direct communication between Mr. Singh and the residential.
Okay, I just wanted clarification on the comment you
No,
just
it's
made.
not a
Thank
problem.
you.
I wanted to relate to my previous comment, that's all.
All right, thank you.
Commissioner Gamble?
This would be for Alicia, but they're required to send a letter to any resident or business within a certain...
No. Unlike zoning, we post the signage and run it in the Marietta Daily Journal. We do not send letters in the surrounding area.
Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Burrow?
this is for you, Alyssa.
Thank you, Mr. Martin. I think we can have a seat, Mr. Martin, and Alicia can come up.
Thank you.
I actually am in a quandary, Madam Chairwoman. I have some questions that I need to ask. Apparently, the applicant is unwilling to testify. Mr. Martin has engaged in testimony, not just argument, in this matter, and typically an attorney doesn't cross-examine another attorney in these situations, but if he'd be willing to answer a few questions, I would like to ask in regard to the criteria in the code.
Sure.
Can we let Alicia?
Do you mind?
Yes.
Okay. Do you want to take the lectern?
If you can, I'm sorry, Alicia, we'll have him continue, and then you can come back up.
I apologize for interrupting
This is
here, but-
atypical for us. This is a bit of a nuanced hearing, so.
I
we
completely
are
understand. I
trying
know
to-
Mr. Hemsley very well. We've worked on alcohol license cases before. I've never been examined by him, but I'm happy to answer any questions. you might like to ask.
Understood.
So, Mr. Martin, do you realize that this is a de novo hearing before the Board of Commissioners? In other words, when an item is pulled from consent in these situations, we have to present the full case again to the board. It is not a record review of the License Review Board decision. Are you aware of that?
Yes, I am, and as I've stated before to you, Mr. Hemsley, if you would like Mr. Singh is not unwilling to testify. I think that's a mischaracterization of my statement. If you'd like to swear him and examine him, you most certainly may do that.
I will do it either way. Either you can answer this since you've been testifying on his behalf, or we can put him on the stand. The reason I ask is none of the criteria that is required to be addressed in the code in order for this board to be authorized to grant a waiver of the distance violation have been directly addressed. You've talked about a little bit about the business, where it is, and so forth.
You're building the record.
Yeah, and I'm happy to address those specific concerns, and certainly Mr. Singh is not an attorney and not capable of doing that. So let's do that.
Okay.
I'm happy to do that. There are a couple of requirements under the code as it relates to a waiver for a distance requirement. One is it relates to the property values and the diminution of property values. We presented evidence before the Alcohol Review Board, which outlined the specific property values of the 5600 Whispering Pines Road property, which has increased from $316,000 in 2022 to $397,000 in 2024. We also introduced to the Alcohol Review Board our argument that normally when a package or convenience store is in consideration for an application and a concern about property values, identified that the operations of the convenience store, whether it be because of loitering or because of increased crime, could affect property values. We made a presentation to the Alcohol Review Board which specifically outlined all of the public safety measures that Mr. Singh was going to introduce as a part of ensuring that there would be no negative effect on the surrounding communities and the residences. That application is before this body, and I believe it's a part of the record. If it's not, I will introduce it as a part of the record so that the board can actually see that Mr. Singh actually submitted a comprehensive and detailed security plan to address both loitering and crime, which includes both public safety measures, interaction with the Cobb County Sheriff Department and the Police Department, on-site closed-circuit TV cameras that are recording activities at all times, no loitering signs, all designed to address the types of things that can cause deleterious effects and affect property values for businesses and residents surrounding package store businesses. So that's the first issue. I'm happy to speak more specifically to the other issues as it relates to that. And if I need to either be examined by Mr. Hemsley to do that, he wanted me to testify, but if I'm going to make these statements on the record, I'll make them on the record in detail and have them entered into the record.
Thank you. So yes, it would be helpful if you do have anything that can speak towards what has been done with respect to real estate values. That would be helpful. I know you stated that you also have some documents that were submitted regarding public safety. Submitting that in the record will be helpful if it doesn't carry over directly, since this is a de novo hearing. Also, the second element to be considered is also quiet enjoyment of the space, which I believe your materials with respect to public safety can help address. But if there's something else that you can add to the record to address quiet enjoyment of the residents, that would be helpful as well.
With respect to quiet enjoyment, OCGA 51-9-1 guarantees the applicant of private property the right to enjoyment of their property from every act of another which unlawfully interferes with such enjoyment. The reality is that these types of businesses, there are general concerns that the activities that I just spoke of could affect private enjoyment of those residents. But as I stated a moment ago, the plans, the security plans and measures that Mr. Singh has proposed and has submitted with his application will address those.
Okay.
I'm happy to actually enter into the record Mr. Singh's complete application, which includes his security plan, which addresses the issues as it relates to quiet enjoyment, and all of the property value information that I stated. I'll restate that for the record if the board did not get that information. The specific property of 5600 Whispering Pines Road was valued at $316,150 in 2021, with an increased value to $397,040 in 2022, showing a increase in value exponentially over year, to the extent that these types of businesses can negatively affect property values through loitering and crime and other activities that are normally attended or concerns of these types of businesses. The security plan that Mr. Singh has proposed will address those.
Okay, great. Thank
And
you.
I'm happy to enter that plan into the record.
Yes, that would be helpful. Would you like to see that, Commissioner?
Yeah, I would. I
Okay.
hadn't seen it until now.
And you have to excuse me, Madam Chairwoman. Normally, these applications come up to the legislative body from the from the administrative body, and I
Okay.
apologize for
No
not
problem.
presenting those as a part of the presentation.
Okay,
That's
thank
an
you.
assumption I made, and I apologize for that.
Thank you. We do have a question for you from another commissioner, so we let him enter that first, and then we'll.
Yeah. You can have it.
I think he's ready for us.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Burrow.
This is for a convenience store, but did I hear you say that 10% of it would be a package store?
No, I did not. This is for a package sale license. So that's the type of license it is. It's not on-premise consumption. Convenience store is a term of art. As I stated in the description of the business, it is a market/grocery offering food items and general merchandise. So it does not operate as a package store. It doesn't sell, this is not an application for liquor. This is an application just for beer and wine.
Just beer and wine?
Yes, ma'am.
And no fuel sales, just the
No
convenience
fuel
store?
sales. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, because I thought I heard something about package store.
No. I think the point I was trying to make to Commissioner Sheffield is that when she asked me about other licensed establishments in the vicinity, is that a very small portion of the shelf space and product mix are beer and wine, that the primary business here is grocery or market with general merchandise and grocery items.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, are there any other questions, Commissioner?
Yeah, I have a question, but when we talk proximity, I just want to put this in context. The Mexico Lindo, and this is the distance requirement from the proposed location, 0.2 miles, 0.4 miles, 0.4 miles, 0.2 miles, and of course, the restaurant and the package store that's in the same plaza as this proposed development. But I had a follow-up question for you regarding property values, and you mentioned loitering and trash and crime and having a security system in place to combat those things. But I wanted to ask you, are there any other factors besides those that you noted that would adversely impact property values?
First, I'd like to speak to your statement about the distances to the other alcohol licensed establishments, just so the board is aware. There's no requirement in the code for this business to be any distance from any other alcohol licensed establishment. And so that issue, while a valid issue, Madam Commissioner, is not a legal issue for consideration by the board.
Right, and I'm not suggesting that it is, but when we talk distance, because in a part of the application, it specifically states that it's within a 1/2 mile radius. So I'm adding context and clarification
And
as we discuss.
I don't disagree with that.
As we discuss distance. But just going back to the property values.
Commissioner Sheffield, can I address that one point with you? Section 6-3 says the purposes of the chapter is to promote the health and general welfare of the community. And if you were to look further, while it's not a direct element, it does say that there is a general view of promoting desirable living conditions and sustaining stability of neighborhoods and property values, and to protect against concentration of the retail outlets for alcohol in one family residential area. So even though
And
again,
that was section.
it's the purpose, it's not saying he's required to fulfill that, but that is a consideration for the chapter of the code.
Right, thank you. I'll turn it back over to you.
Yes. Our understanding and our research indicates that for this type of business, as opposed, let's say, to a concrete mixing company or a waste transfer station or some other type of business which may affect quiet enjoyment or property values in a much different way, this type of business, a convenience store, the types of activities that generally can affect property values are public safety related or maintenance and property related. And so while in the instance, let's say, of a waste transfer station where you might have large trucks traversing across communities and causing traffic issues and perhaps damage to property, and those things might affect property values. In this particular instance, for a business such as this, it's more the public safety issues that are of concern. And so that's the basis for the public safety plan, which attempts to address the types of issues that are attendant with these types of businesses and to prevent those issues so as not to affect property values.
Right. And thank you for that, but I was really trying to drill down on, I guess, your opinion on whether or not those were isolated factors that would adversely impact property values. So my question is it just loitering, litter, trash, and crime? Are those the only things that would impact or adversely impact property values?
Certainly
in your
not.
opinion?
There are many factors that could affect property values,
Okay.
but they are not necessarily all related to the operation of this type of business. So while there may be a myriad of issues, perhaps 100 or more, that could affect property values from a general standpoint, in analyzing this particular application and the type of business and the way it operates, I believe it is appropriate to look at the types of activities that this business may, or this type of business may promote that could affect property values, as opposed to looking at the general landscape of all types of issues that affect property values generally. In the instance of the waste transfer example, there are no heavy trucks or
Right.
so we're not looking to address those types of issues. While they might affect property values in a general sense, this business doesn't operate in that manner, and so we're not addressing every single factor that might address property values, but just those that this type of business may create.
Okay, all right, thank you. That's all I have.
Commissioner Gamble, then I'll come back to you, Burrow.
Commissioner Sheffield, I'm not sure if you can answer this question, but is this property within the Mableton form-based code area? And if it is, did the redevelopment happen under the Mableton form-based code?
I don't think this parcel is, it narrowly escapes it.
Is it in the city of Mableton?
It is in the new city of Mableton, yes. But they have not taken on the license, the alcohol license.
And, sir, is this, does this have a drive-through?
No.
Okay, it's not a drive-through.
That's all
Are
I
there
have
any
for Mr.
additional
Martin.
questions? Do you have any?
I don't have any additional questions. I don't know if you all have any comments.
Thank you. We're going to call Alicia back up. She never came back up. Hi, Alicia.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, there are some questions that our board has for you. Commissioner Sheffield, did you want
No,
to
I
ask some
didn't have any.
questions? Commissioner Burrow?
What was the decision of the LRB?
A 4-0 vote to approve the distance waiver.
Do you have any other questions? Okay, commissioners, did you have any other questions for Alicia? All right, thank you, Alicia. Okay. I believe if there are no more questions, then we may be back to closing statements.
I have a brief closing. Do you wish to make a closing? Okay, you go first. I reserve closing.
Making these steps is almost like being on a Stairmaster, so This will be my last exercise for today. Thank you very much. As is stated in my opening and in the presentation and examination by the board, we acknowledge that this board must follow its code in making a decision whether or not to grant this waiver. Testimony will reflect that we've presented evidence to address the specific concerns of the code, section 6-124, with regard to property values and quiet enjoyment of surrounding residents, and that there are no other adverse effects of the business that have been presented before this board today. Specifically with respect to property values, for the type of business that Mr. Singh intends to operate, there are common types of activities that could potentially affect property values. Most of those related to public safety. And we have made presentations and offered evidence today, which has also been entered into the record through Mr. Singh's application, which confirm that he has taken proactive steps to address potential negative effects from public safety and from trash and litter and debris, which would prevent the possibility of negatively affecting property values. Further, to the extent that this business could affect quiet enjoyment through its operations by the nearby residents or any other businesses, we've also identified specific activities through Mr. Singh's public safety plan, which will address quiet enjoyment as defined in the state code OCGA 51-9-1. We believe that the activities, which include the security cameras, daily cleaning, no loitering policy, etc., address the concerns and qualify this application for a waiver of the distance requirement. Again, as I stated in my opening comment, this application was thoroughly examined in the appeals hearing before the Alcohol Review Board. The Alcohol Review Board, in its wisdom, made a recommendation to approve the waiver, and we would hope that this board would vote similarly. Thank you.
Thank you.
Briefly, Madam Chairwoman, I do want to say that I'm not trying to be difficult or hard-nosed about this situation. One of my responsibilities as the county attorney for the License Review Board and the Business License Division is to make sure that this board gets all the relevant information it needs to make an informed decision and to make sure that everyone is aware of what the code requirements are. We get hung up on this issue quite a bit, both at the License Review Board level and sometimes here before the Board of Commissioners, as to the necessity for presenting evidence of the criteria that is in the code. If it is not presented by code, this board doesn't have the authority to grant a distance waiver. So that was my intent, and I appreciate Mr. Martin following up and putting some documents into evidence that would help support that. So it's up to this board to determine the weight of that evidence and whether you are satisfied that none of those disqualifying criteria in 6-124 are present in this case. So just as a word of explanation as to my concern when I wasn't hearing anything addressing those criteria. So beyond that, I would just leave this decision in the good judgment of this board.
Thank you. Appreciate that. With that, I'll turn things over to you, Commissioner Sheffield.
Thank you. Thank you all for joining us today and sharing information regarding the details of the proposed business. I have driven by the location on numerous occasions, and I see that you are investing in your business as a part of the larger redevelopment plan at that corner in Mableton. But what has already been mentioned, as you are aware, that based on the county's ordinance, you don't meet the distance requirement, and that's why we're here. While I understand the License Review Board granted the request, it's just 7 feet shy, but it still does not meet the requirement. As was mentioned by Sam, it is within the discretion of the board to either grant or deny the distance waiver based on our code section 6-126. And I can appreciate Mr. Singh's desire to establish a business in the community, and we will welcome him into the community. I'm also appreciative of his safety plan that he plans to have in place and his willingness to meet with the community, although I question why that has not happened before now. So I'm not overly confident that it will happen after approval if that were to occur today. However, after reviewing the application and considering the testimony given today and some other questions that were answered, thank you so much for that, I have decided that I will uphold the distance requirement as set forth in section 6-124 of the county's ordinance, and I am prepared to make a motion.
Okay.
Okay. I make a motion to uphold the administrative denial of the application for an alcohol beverage license pursuant to section 6-124, distance requirement from a residence. And that is my motion.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Okay, is there any discussion? So I'd like to discuss, I know that we just heard testimony from the applicant. We've also had the License Review Board's decision to approve. We have evidence provided that addresses both elements of quiet enjoyment and also property values of the surrounding areas. Can you give further clarification?
Well, you know, regarding the testimony concerning the property values, you know, I'm not sure where that data was pulled. I'm not sure if there was consultation with the real estate professional. I oftentimes see on our application the affirmative to every question pretty much that we ask on the application. Would it adversely impact the community? The answer is 99.9% no, it will not impact the community. Will it adversely impact property values? The answer is always no, it will not impact property values. And those opinions are often given without any real true data to follow. And while I do understand from the standpoint of loitering, trash, and safety will bring down property values, but to the point that the chair made earlier in the code, it's also about the health and well-being of the community, and there are additional factors that can adversely impact the community. So it's not just isolated to this particular application. Regarding quiet enjoyment, again, he addressed that with his safety plan, and I think that's fine, but it still does not meet the distance requirement, and that's where I'm holding firm.
Commissioner Burrow? I'll just come down here, go ahead.
Well, first of all, the distance requirement is important, and we have to look at that. There have been other cases that have come, and to me, even though this is just a 7-foot difference from the requirement, which seems minimal, we have to look at it in each case. And I understand why it may seem like a fraction or minimal. I support Commissioner Sheffield in her position. I've had the same thing happen in my district, and so I know where you're going with this. Thank you.
Yes, Commissioner Richardson.
Thank you. I do have a question, because I have not had a chance to review the packet. Right. I was just going to ask if, in a topical review, if there was any evidence related to the property values question that was more concrete besides conjecture. Yeah. I know the security plan is in there, but I just wasn't sure. And I know
I flipped through it, I'm not finding anything that speaks specifically to property values, no.
okay. And then in general, I mean, my thing is always, I like to see the proactive nature, right? If you're going for a waiver, especially where there's a waiver of discretion, a proactive nature of reaching out to those that are impacted by what the code is meant to protect, to kind of show, hey, I know this is meant to protect the residents, I know this is meant to protect, not other businesses, but at least the residents for this particular waiver request. I would like to see that type of proactive outreach to say, hey, are you okay with this establishment coming in, and to have that correspondence in place. And so it's both of those things for me. It's the evidence piece, and then the neighborly component to it is absolutely critical. So, thank you.
Commissioner Campbell?
But while I understand what Commissioner Richardson is stating, and that we would like to see, it's not required by law for them to do. I also struggle with these because the bottom line, he is clearly within an activity center, which this is where this type of business is supposed to go. Nothing in our zoning code prevents a residential home from being constructed adjacent to an activity center. So chicken and the egg, right? We're putting a hardship on businesses that want to come in when they're going into areas that were designed for them to operate in. That homeowner moved into that home knowing those businesses were there. So that's where I struggle with this as well. Yes, there is distance requirements. If we need to do that, then we collectively as a board need to make sure that we don't put a home within 300 feet of an activity center. And then the question becomes, well, what are you going to do with that available land? So that's where I struggle with this overall, because again, this is an activity center. We know this type of businesses go here. There was testimony given that, we do have other establishments in this area. No, we cannot restrict a license because somebody else has one. So that's where I struggle with this motion.
Well, just going back to the neighborhood activity center and which came first, that or the home, the residence, both are pretty much around the same age, and I believe that they were both built in the 70s, so I can't determine which came first, right? The home might have been there first, I don't know, in the community center later. So even though it is in a NAC, and this is allowable in the NAC, we still have an ordinance in place that speaks to distance requirements. There would not be an issue for Mr. Singh if it was solely a convenience store. That's also required in the NAC. He can have that. The challenge before us is the alcohol license, not the convenience store itself.
And I just want to clarify, the question I was asking around the property values is because that is the legal threshold around that. I know other applicants have been able to provide some type of physical readout, analysis, what have you, and.
To that point,
Okay.
Madam Commissioner, and I apologize for the interruption. If I'm out of order, please let me know, because I know there's a pending motion on the floor, but Mr. Martin did show me that information about property values, whatever weight you want to give to it. I have no objection to that going into the record as well, along with the other documentation that he's handed in. That's strictly up to you, but I have no objection to that, particularly because that's now a question before the board.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Yes, please submit it
You can
because you
submit
read.
it.
Yes, you read to that document, and so I presumed when you ended in your packet that it was included.
So while that makes its way down, I think that's information from the tax assessor's website. So that's generally the, the value increasing. That's because that's the market that we're in right now. But there isn't a correlation between this type of use and property values increasing.
Not making
Sorry.
an argument, and I know you were, I'm leaning trust, if I'm not before, I apologize.
Now we have both. Because I allow Attorney Hemsley, I'll allow you to speak, but this is not our practice.
The documentation is not intended to establish anything other than what the property values are. The appreciation of the property, I think, is immaterial, and I didn't make those statements about the appreciation of the value to bolster the application, only to report the property values as they existed in public record. The point I was making was that what would affect those property values in the future, not anything specifically related to what the property values are.
Okay.
We don't set the property values, but we wanted to present the documentation. It was not clipped to the documentation that we submitted during our presentation. I appreciate you accepting it.
Thank you, sir.
Commissioner Sheffield, I'll share. I know the challenges in the district and the challenges in the community, particularly when we have a number of alcohol license locations that are close to each other. And I don't always peruse our entire code, but as I was sitting here reading it, it's kind of a little out of order, but the purpose statement follows a lot of the content of the code, and towards the end is where it states this purpose, where it includes consideration of a concentration of the retail outlets for alcohol in a one-family residential area, which is something that we've struggled with. And I support you in wanting to protect the community from having an abundance of that. And right now, if I look at the map, I'm showing 5 locations within a half mile of this location. And I didn't measure all the distances, but if this is address 935, and you have one right at 848, it's a restaurant across the street. 695, which is on the same side of the street, but across an intersection, but right there, not far from it. You also have the Mableton Bottle Shop, which is at 757 Veterans Memorial Highway on that same side. So I want to support you in keeping the health, safety, and welfare of your community. I can just share that I would lean towards us, if that's the precedent that we set, then let's make that very clear, because the applicant has shown that they have met the other considerations. Now, there's nothing that says that you can't deny it based on it. It just says that those are the criteria for our consideration to grant it. It doesn't say that you cannot grant it if those conditions are met. So as you stated right when you started off, this is within your discretion. My heart just goes out to the applicant for meeting the those 2 elements, going through the License Review Board, being supported, but my heart also goes out to the community when they do have a number of alcohol establishments in a close proximity. Here, I don't want to look at it just from an administrative perspective, but it isn't a knack, and I'm thinking of this area. I don't know how we've determined other residential areas and their proximity, but the closest residence is almost just outside, and I know it still doesn't meet it, and there's a slippery slope, but there's not residential that's immediately adjacent. I'll also acknowledge, and I'm far removed from law school, but there is case law that provides that even if somebody moves towards a commercial nuisance, that commercial nuisance can still be found in violation of having a nuisance and having to cease their activity. So whatever chicken and egg comes first, the resident is not necessarily held liable for knowing that that nuisance was there. If it's quiet enjoyment of a community, it's quiet enjoyment, even if that residence is built after the nuisance. So that shouldn't necessarily be your bar. I just, my heart goes out to the business owner, even though I have a heart towards not wanting to see a number of alcohol licenses in the same area as well. I know those concerns.
I'd like to also add, and we had a very healthy conversation regarding code earlier, and this may be an opportunity for us to address the code, because what I'm finding also in our zoning applications, we'll have zoning applications for convenience stores. Then they'll come back later and ask for a license permit, when at the time they know that they're planning to ask for it later. And then, the thought is, well, this is a convenience store. This is the typical type of sales that you'll see at a convenience store. So maybe there's an opportunity here for us to address that application process. Because I think what happens is applications are submitted and either the applicant is not aware that they have to come back for an alcohol license request, or they just make the assumption based on previous decisions that we will automatically grant it, when each case, each application stands on its own merit for us to consider. Each one is different, but I think some may feel, and I'm not saying that this is the case with Mr. Singh, but with some of the zoning applications that we voted on and decided, the assumption is that we will automatically grant it because convenience stores typically sell wine and beer.
I get it. Go ahead, Commissioner.
But if correct me if I'm wrong, he didn't have to go through a rezoning application because this building was already set. He essentially went to a leasing agent, and the leasing agent leased him this building, and we didn't have testimony, but I'm going to assume that the leasing agent knew of his intent of what business he was going to put there.
Right, and I'm not suggesting that that's the case with Mr. Singh. I'm just using that as an example of what I see occurring when we have applications for convenience stores.
Right, I understand that, but where I have a lot of empathy is, again, if a potential business owner goes and leases and is under the impression that they are going to be able to lease and be successful in an area, and now they're hitting the stumbling block because they're within 7 feet of a residential structure, that's where I'm struggling with this, because we don't know what the leasing agent said. We don't know any of those conversations of what led Mr. Singh to select this location for this business.
Right, and I understand that, but the burden should not be on the community. He mentioned he had an agent. That's a part of the agent's job to do their due diligence. It's a part of the applicant's job to do their due diligence. That burden should not fall on the community.
Question, we've been deliberating for so long. Have you recorded a motion? Yes. Okay, thank you. Okay,
But I think we also need to remember the community didn't weigh in on this case.
I agree.
Right.
And again,
That I agree.
they followed the law. As far as notice, we didn't have any testimony that said their signs were down or that they were delayed in posting or they were not clearly shown. We had no testament for that. So the community had the opportunity to provide the input and did not. And is this shopping center across from where, if I'm remembering correctly, you had a rezoning? It was the church property that ended up going to
The other package store that was approved this year?
No. It was, I don't know if this is the same area, but it was one that you had that essentially was approved at 24 units per acre. It was a church. I didn't know if this was in close proximity to that.
No.
No, it's not. Okay. And my only reason why that one came up is because that one had great community involvement. So we know the community in this area does get involved. And like, we didn't even hear from Mick on this case. And again, Mick is very involved, and we did not hear from them either.
Right, and I think having community involvement is great. I think having our civic organizations weigh in is great. But if they do not weigh in, does not mean that I should automatically say yes because there's no opposition, because as commissioner, I still have a decision to make. It's great when we hear from them, yeah, that's great. But the same people that might have come out and spoke against applications, alcohol applications in the past, I don't know if time were available to them, perhaps they would have been here. I'm not sure. But because absent that, because they're not here, doesn't mean that I should just approve it because there's no opposition to speak against it.
Commissioner, can you clarify your reasoning for denying it? Is it solely because it's not meeting the criteria? Can you please just be clear? Because what I don't, look, I've already shared my quandary here, but I want to ensure that I'm supporting you because I know the concerns, and we know some communities show up more than others at different times for different reasons, and I don't think it's dispositive whether or not a community is here or not. That means they care. But I'm looking for something other than it just doesn't meet the distance, because we have plenty of applications that just don't meet the distance. And if that becomes our bar, there's no reason. It's going to become very questionable when we, in the future, start approving applications that don't meet it. So I'm just looking for other reasoning beyond just missing.
Right, and as I mentioned earlier, each application stands on its own for us to have consideration.
Right.
Yes, it does not meet the distance requirement, but part of the code and what you read earlier is the health and welfare of our community.
Okay.
And while I am sensitive and understand that my decision should not be based on what exists in the community, based on that, and when I look at the establishments that are like 0.2 and 0.5 miles, there are 6 there. And when you mentioned, there's 6, and an honorable mention is the one that was approved just a few months ago that may be less than a mile from here. So, when you read the code about concentrated area, this fits that mold.
Okay. All right. Commissioner Richardson, and then I'll come back to you, Pearl.
Yeah, I just want to share, I'm supportive of whichever way you go on this one, but for me, the support in the motion that's on the table right now is specifically there are 3 requirements that are being brought in for us to deliberate on, and I'm just not seeing the evidence. I've seen it in other cases. I'm just not seeing the evidence be provided for one of those criteria,
Which is?
the property values. And that was the actual analysis tied to it, tying this establishment to what's predicted for those property values. And so, like I said, for other cases, we have seen that where we have considered those 3, and so I'm trying to limit my deliberation to the code specifically, for what it is that we can consider. I included my like to haves because that always shows a good faith effort, and there's credit that kind of goes towards that. But I didn't really see that or hear that in this particular case either, so I'm kind of, at the 2 strikes.
Can you clarify what additional information we've seen substantiating property values other than?
Just an analysis, not of the stated property values, but to say, hey, if this is out, like someone to come out and evaluate what that impact looks like, how does it compare to other neighborhoods?
Oh, like a real estate agent analysis.
Yeah, that's evidence that has been submitted for that particular criteria in other cases. And it's not in this case.
Okay. Beryl, yes, please.
The house in question, the residence in question, that's 293 feet, 5600 Whispering Pines Road, is that the only residence? Is there more on that street? And also, I believe the applicant's attorney said that they had discussion with the commercial businesses surrounding there. But if that's the only house that doesn't meet the distance requirement, why wouldn't they talk to the owner of the house that's in question and get their support or no support?
Based on their survey that they provided to us, this is the nearest residence. And I'm looking at the map to see if this fits.
Yes,
because
please.
it's-
Can you come to the mic, Alicia? Thank you.
With this being at the 293 feet, it looks like it's the only one. I will need to pull it up on our actual GIS map to verify that, though. The way it hits right there on the cusp of the property.
So that's not in a subdivision behind the shopping center? It's
It
just a
looks like it may
single-
be, I don't know if it's a small subdivision or if it's just yeah, it's just 3 houses behind there.
But it's the only home that doesn't meet the distance requirement?
It looks like it based on this survey, yes.
Okay. And correct me if I'm wrong, but there was no communication with the owners of 5600 Whispering Pines from the applicant?
Not that I'm aware of. I didn't receive anything stating that or opposition or
Okay. But
support of.
you never received anything?
No.
Okay. Thank you. Are there any other questions for Ms. Webb? Okay. Thank you, Alicia. Commissioner Sheffield, I'm going to turn things back over to you.
I'm not sure. Call question, I suppose.
Yes, okay. Okay, you're ready. We're done deliberating. I will call the question. Motion. The motion carries 4-1 with Commissioner Gamble in opposition. Thank you. We are now at our final hearing. We'll allow a few more minutes for transition.
Thank you, Commissioner.
My phone loses charge very quickly. If I could charge it up, no charge.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. Our last item today, and for the record, I am Sam Hensley Jr., the attorney for the License Review Board of Cobb County. We're here today on what we know as a due cause hearing on the health spa license held by Top Massage Georgia LLC, doing business as Top Massage, located at 2200 Roswell Road, Suite 150, Marietta, Georgia 30068. Shamel Wang, licensee, and Ji Han, I believe, is the owner of the establishment. The due cause hearing is brought under Cobb Code Section 78-301 And under that code section, the Board of Commissioners may suspend a health spa license for up to 12 months or revoke it. And you may also consider aggravating or mitigating circumstances in a hearing such as this today. This matter came before the License Review Board on June 13th of this year, at which time the License Review Board heard evidence and voted unanimously to impose a 60-day suspension on the licensee. Now, this hearing was originally scheduled before this board on appeal for August the 13th of 2024. That was continued at the request of Mr. Familetti, the attorney for the business, with the stipulation that the establishment would stay closed until this board could hear the case today, which I believe they have complied with. Our evidence will show that on April 10th of 2024, the Cobb Business License Division and Cobb Police Department Regulatory Services and Permits Unit conducted a compliance check at this establishment. During that compliance check, multiple violations of the Cobb Code of Ordinances were discovered, including performing massage therapy without a state license, failing to provide the county with a list of employees, and failure to maintain accurate records of treatment administered. Again, this is a de novo hearing, like before, where you'll be hearing this anew and all the evidence that may have been presented at the License Review Board and any additional evidence that may be presented by the parties here too. Just as a reminder, the county is currently under a 6-month, I believe, moratorium on considering applications for new health spa licenses, which I believe ends on December 26th. However, this was an existing license that was found to be in violation of the applicable codes. So that is why it has been heard by the License Review Board and why it is before you today. My witnesses will elaborate further on these violations, but the licensee is represented by Mr. Familetti, who may wish to make a brief opening statement, and then I will swear in all the witnesses.
Good afternoon, all.
Good afternoon.
We appreciate the opportunity to be heard today. So, and I have with me Mr. Eason Lee, who's the owner of the establishment. As Mr. Hensley has stated, the business has been shuttered since August 9th. So they've been under essentially a 90-day suspension in excess of that voluntarily. That was something done by Mr. Lee. He didn't have to do it. He could have kept it open pending the appeal results. He agreed to do that. And oddly, or a little differently than what usually happens, in the meantime, about the same time he ceased operations, he filed a new application for a new license with a different licensee. What happened in April was the licensee was called suddenly to China. He didn't have a therapeutic masseuse with a state license. And then roughly the same time, the investigators stopped by, found that people were operating with permits but not licenses. He was cited, and there are also violations of the record keeping and the filing of the list of employees with the county. All these things have been corrected. He's ceased operations. He's tried to do everything he can to fix things. He's not personally, Mr. Lee, he owns the business, but he's not a massage therapist. So he has a designated manager, which is allowed by the code. And the problem was the woman was called away, so he was temporarily without a licensed massage therapist. It's a therapeutic business. It's been in operation since 2023. The violations that have been cited have all been corrected, and the new application that he's filed with the county has a new designated manager with the proper licensing. So we're hoping that based on the de facto suspension of this business for 90 days, which is in excess of the 60 that was recommended, would suffice as a punishment at this time. He still maintains the space. He's paying rent. It's expensive. The people are out of work. He's hoping to get back into business and resume the business. If the business is, as I understand the code, if it's revoked, he would have to wait 12 months to reapply. And I think that would be a harsh penalty in light of the nature of the infractions. And I've been before this board before. I don't know if you remember Wang's Feet. That business had really multiple violations, and it had some inappropriate contact by one of the massage therapists with a customer. None of that is present here. Nothing so serious. This is stuff that was fixed, I think, because he's not in the business. He's learning as he goes, and he missed some things, and we concede that. But we believe that the suspension that has happened so far, 90-plus days, should suffice to punish, or remedy the situation and allow him to relicense the same business on the same spot with proper personnel. So, and he'll be here to testify and answer questions from the board. So, thank you.
Thank you.
One thing I need to do before I swear in the witnesses, Madam Chairwoman, is to ask the applicant if they will waive the charges and specifications, which is usually required in a due cause hearing. And I believe Mr. Familetti has indicated that they will waive the reading of the charges.
Okay.
At this time, I'd like to swear in all the witnesses who will be testifying or may be testifying in this matter. Please stand and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give before this proceeding shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? If so, say, I do. Thank you. You may be seated. I'd like to call Alicia Webb, Madam Chairwoman.
Afternoon again, Board. Alicia Webb, Cobb County Business License Division, Division Manager.
And could you briefly just tell us your occupation, place of employment, Ms. Webb?
Cobb County Business License Division.
And what is your role at the Cobb County Business License Division?
We issue regulatory licenses, one of which types is health spa applicants or licenses to be reviewed by myself and the Cobb County Police Department for approval.
And in the course of your duties, are you familiar with the establishment that is at issue today, Top Massage?
Yes, sir.
And how are you familiar with them?
So in this case, and in the effort of time, I'm going to try to hit the high points in the codes without reading letters to you in their whole, and then Detective Witt will take over from his encounters with the business. As Mr. Hensley stated, this went before the License Review Board in June, was originally scheduled to come before this board, and there were some scheduling conflicts, and we finally landed here today. On April the 10th of 24, at approximately 3:30 p.m., my office, along with the Cobb County Police Department, conducted a compliance check. This was a result of a complaint from another agency. We went out there at that time. Citations were issued to Win Nay for a violation of 78-273 for not having an updated list of employees, and 78-274 for no record of treatments on premise, and then 299 for employee holding a permit but not having it on site for inspection. So essentially, there were 2 employees on site at the time of our visit, one of which was conducting a massage when we got there. The owner was not there. As his attorney stated, he is not a state licensed massage therapist. The licensee on record with us at that time was a Mrs. Shumel Wang, who was not at the establishment on April the 10th, nor was he. He was not able for conversation either. So at that time, they were cited. Mrs. Nee was also cited by the Cobb County Police Department Permits Unit, Sergeant Formato, for violation of OCGA 43-34A-15E for no license to perform massage therapy. Again, there were 2, just so that we're clear, there were 2 employees on site, neither of which had the required state license to be conducting massage therapy. They both had permits from the Cobb County Police Department Permits Unit, which allows them to be employed there, whether it's as a receptionist, a cleaner, whatever the case may be. They're not licensed or permitted to conduct massage therapy in no shape, form, or fashion. Again, the owner was not on site. We couldn't contact him, nor was the licensee. Mrs. Shumel Wang was later determined to be at another establishment and not employed by this business any longer. His attorney stated that they shuttered the business on August the 9th, but could have continued operating. No, they could not have. They did not have an approved licensee on file because Mrs. Wang was no longer employed with the establishment. They did, in fact, submit a substitute licensee application, but at the advice of legal, we were to hold that application pending the outcome of today. So with that, that was the, in a nutshell, the Business License Division's contact with the business on April the 10th. However, in the investigation, Detective Witt has further information to provide to the board, whether it be by violation or aggravating circumstances.
So as a clarification, Ms. Webb, does the establishment currently have a licensee?
No, sir. There has been an application filed, but there has not been an approval from our office, so the answer is no.
I'm sorry, there hasn't been a what from your office?
There has been a substitute licensee application filed.
Okay.
But at the advice of yourself and Mr. Rowling, we've held that pending today. So there's not an approved licensee on file. No, sir.
And what happened to the previous licensee?
Mrs. Shumei Wang, we later determined was at another massage business, Tai Chi, which was formerly known as Holiday Massage, I do believe. But she left this establishment and went to work for another establishment. I do believe that Mr. Han told us previously at License Review Board that she was in China. However, we found her, Detective Witt found her at Tai Chi Massage.
Okay. Is it your understanding under the parameters of the current moratorium on health spa licenses in Cobb County, will you be able to consider that application for a substitute licensee once this matter is concluded?
At the advice of Mr. Rowling, yes, only because we were already in the process of reviewing this application.
Before the moratorium was instituted?
Correct. Yes, sir.
I don't have any further questions for this witness at this time. My follow-up witness will be happy to elaborate on the violations that were detected.
One quick question, Ms. Webb. You've heard that it's our position that the business closed on August 9th. Is that consistent with your understanding?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
If the board has any questions for Ms. Webb, this would be the appropriate time.
I'll start with Commissioner Burrow.
Yeah. Because this was postponed a few months.
Yes, ma'am.
So is the original application what we're hearing today, or the new owner, or what?
So this is not a denial. This we took before the License Review Board for suspension or revocation as a show cause hearing. They had their license and had in fact been operating. This was based on a show cause hearing, and the License Review Board recommended a 60-day suspension based on the violations at that time.
But is Ms. Shamel Wang still the licensee? No.
No, ma'am, she's at another spa now.
So how, I know you just asked these questions of her, but I'm totally confused
So
as to
Mr. Han is the
the
owner.
application at hand.
So Mr. Han is the owner, he owns the business.
Okay.
Because he is not a state licensed massage therapist, he is required to hire a state licensed massage therapist to operate as the licensee, essentially the responsible party who knows what you can and cannot do with a state massage therapy license and who should or should not be conducting massage therapy. However, she is no longer employed with this business, and the owner is not a state licensed massage therapist.
Okay, but he's still the owner.
Yes, ma'am.
So, and he's been closed since August voluntarily, which I appreciate that. Because we couldn't force him to while it was still pending, but voluntarily they agreed to close.
He voluntarily closed, but his license was void because he didn't have a licensee anyways. He should not, and
Right.
could not have operated either way.
Okay. Okay. So does is his application now include a state licensed person or manager if he's not a licensed therapist?
The most recent application for a sub, the gentleman is a state licensed massage therapist. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So isn't this pretty cut and dry? If we deny this, what we're hearing today, he can still apply with or he has to wait till the
So,
moratorium?
correct, if something, whatever the outcome is today, and the application that's in my office, should something be amiss with that, he would have to wait a year. Well, it could be a year based on the denial, but he would have to wait until the moratorium is up to even reapply.
And just as a point of clarification, the only options before the board for this show cause hearing is either a suspension or a revocation. It's confusing. I understand there's really no license in effect right now for this establishment because the licensee has gone away. But it's not a denial. That will come later if and when there's an application for a substitute licensee. Today, you're merely trying to decide what the punishment may be, if any, for the violations that have been presented on the license. And those will adhere to whatever license may be granted once that is taken care of, once a substitute licensee, if there ever is one, is approved. So, and you're not bound by what the License Review Board came down with, which was a 60-day suspension. You can grant 0 suspension, you can grant a 12-month suspension, up to 12 months, or you can revoke the license.
I'd just like to point out, Commissioners, that he has an approved state licensed licensee waiting in the wings. So if no suspension is ordered today, or if you're going to credit him for closed or suspended time served, sounds like a criminal case, but then he would only reopen with that new licensee. That's the only way it would work.
But that would be a whole new application.
Yes, and I have it at my office pending review at this time.
Okay. We have to go through the process of the statements, correct? Or can I offer
Detective Litt's next.
a suggestion right now?
I do have one more witness to elaborate on the violations, which I think is critical to this board's decision. But I have no other questions for Ms. Webb, except one, if you don't mind, and that is to hand you this document. Can you tell us what that is, please?
It is a certified copy of Section 78 of the Cobb County Code of Ordinances related to occupation tax and regulated licenses outside of alcohol.
And does that include health spa licenses? What
Yes,
we
sir.
currently refer to as health spa licenses. I believe there's an ordinance amendment pending to refer to those as massage therapy licenses, but it's the current code that we're working under now. And I don't believe Mr. Familetti has an objection to entering that in the record.
Yes, sir.
That's all I have for Ms. Webb.
Commissioner Richards. Commissioner Gamble, did you have a question? Okay, we'll start with Richards.
Thank you. I just wanted to know what, because I can't recall, but how long have they been voluntarily closed?
August the 9th, I believe. That was based on a request for continuance. They opted to go ahead and close the doors.
So
at that
it's,
time.
we're either at or approaching 60 days or after 90, okay. All right, thank you.
Commissioner Gamble.
And I'm not sure if these questions are appropriate for you, Alicia, or if it would be Officer DeWitt. But I guess where I'm struggling with this is, from what I understand from the code, they have to put on record who their therapist is and who works at the business and is performing massages. So if this individual who is on their application as the licensed massage therapist to oversee this, do we know when she left the business?
I don't have an exact date, no ma'am.
Because then and I'll let you address that in a minute, sir. Because then my next question is then the business owner also violated the law when they didn't notify us that there was a change in employment status.
So we went before the License Review Board in June. At that time, Mr. Hahn told us that she was in China. Detective Witt will probably be able to tell you exactly when he encountered her in another spa. It was shortly thereafter, though. She was not in China, obviously. When he found her, she was at a different spa.
Okay, so I will defer that question to Officer
Detective
DeWitt
Witt.
when he takes the stand. Or Detective, I'm sorry, sir.
Okay. Are there any other questions for Alicia? All right, thank you.
Madam Chairwoman, I would like to call Detective Bruce Witt.
Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
Could you state your full name for the record, please?
My name is Bruce Witt.
And where are you employed?
I'm
Mr. Witt?
detective with Cobb County Police Department. I work in regulatory services.
And what are your duties as a member of the Regulatory Services and Permits Unit?
I help regulate the businesses that are regulated by our county ordinance, so health spas, pawn, precious metal dealers, alcohol establishments, and record services.
And how long have you been with that division?
About 6.5 years.
And what is your rank?
I'm a detective.
Detective, very good. Okay. Just want to give you credit where credit is due. Are you familiar with the establishment that is at issue today, Top Massage?
Yes, sir, I am.
And how are you familiar with Top Massage, sir?
Well, if you don't mind, I'm going to go through chronological of what has happened.
That would be great.
And the reason I was able to go back is because of the substitute licensee or the new licensee that they added. We were required to do a background check on the business. And so going back, I found that originally Top Massage, their last renewal was 12/20 of 2023, and Shumel Wang was the licensee for the business. So like Ms. Webb said, she's a licensed massage therapist that should know what's going on. On 1/8 of 2024, Holiday Massage, which later changed their name to Tai Chick, also registered with Shumel Wang as their licensee for their business. You're allowed to be a licensee for more than one business because they have to have a manager or a licensee on site. But both of these businesses did not have any other licensed massage therapist or manager listed. So Ms. Shumel Wang couldn't be at both establishments at once. So that was the first issue that I saw looking back at it. Then, of course, in February, there was a name change from Holiday to Tai Chick Massage, which is on Windy Hill Road. Shumel Wang, once again, was named the licensee for that business. The business license office, along with Cobb County Police Department, they did a compliance check on 4/10 and, of course, found 2 unlicensed massage therapists there. One of them, though, was doing a massage. And since we've been going through this process, our process has changed on how we handle them. At first, we wrote citations for 4324A15 under state code for unlicensed massage therapy. And the solicitor's office notified us, you cannot write a citation under that, although some of them had already started being processed. From that point on, they told us we had to take a warrant for the arrest. And we spoke to them and said, well, you want us to take a warrant for the arrest of the owner of the business for this offense from now on? And they said yes. So after this time, we've started taking warrants for the owners of the businesses for allowing unlicensed massage therapy. And to date, I believe I've taken 12 of those. Prior to, which this case was, the reason that the owner here does not have that warrant is because we weren't told that we're not allowed to write citations for it yet. So If this was a couple months later, he would have had a warrant for his arrest for allowing unlicensed massage therapy. So then we had the License Review Board hearing, and at that time, it was addressed that Shumel Wang is not the licensee, therefore, they don't have a valid license. They told us that she left the country, went to China. Except on 7/10, I went to Tai Chick Massage and done an inspection there. Shumel Wang was working at Tai Chick Massage. I asked her, are you the licensee for this business? Because she was on record. She said yes. I asked her if she was the licensee for Top Massage also. She told me no. She's no longer associated with that business. I didn't ask her how long she'd not been associated with, but she told me she's not with that business anymore. So she definitely was not in China. She was in Cobb County at Tai Chick Massage as a licensed massage therapist there. I received the application, well, let me go back. So after the License Review Board hearing, the day after, now, mind you, Top Massage does not have a licensee, therefore they're licensed to conduct business in Cobb County as a health spa. They did not have one. The day after the License Review Board hearing, the business license officer went back out there. They were open again. And the person that was there at that time was Mr. Wu, Jensen Wu, who is the new named licensee on their application that they're trying to put as their new licensee. That application came in on, I believe, August 5th. The License Review Board was on the 8th. We went out there on the 9th, and he was there working. He also came into our office and applied for a permit, which he's not required to have because he's a licensed massage therapist. On his application, he gave an address of 2942 North DeKalb Drive, apartment C on the application, and then when he applied with my office, he gave a different apartment, apartment A. Same address, different apartment. Could be a misunderstanding, could be a mistake. I went out there I called him to try and talk to him, interview him, checking on his background. He said he worked at another place off Buford Highway that was a massage therapy place, and I went out there. They didn't recognize the name, had no record of him from what they told me. So I believe it was, let's see.
Mr. Hensley, let's let you know you only have 2.5 minutes left.
Thank you. If we
Okay.
could, yes,
Yes, sir.
conclude.
So he didn't work there. So when I interviewed him, I asked him several questions that are on the application. One of those questions was, are you married?
Objection. I know this isn't a courtroom, but I'm getting a lot of hearsay. I don't have the opportunity to cross-examine Ms. Wang, the other person you're talking about, so I'm asking if the testimony is not he said, she said, what are the facts?
No. I interviewed this individual, sir.
That's still, you're saying he said this to me, that's hearsay. I can't verify that because he's not here, I can't talk.
This goes to his state of mind, Madam Chairwoman, as to why he may have issued citations or sought a warrant or otherwise determined that this needed to be brought before this board.
The board typically does not exclude evidence based upon hearsay. It treats it more like magistrate court, where you're allowed to be able to hear other people's testimony that gives direction for what they did. So.
I do believe it's providing some clarification as to why you are following up on certain pieces of information, even if it's not taken as fact. It just kind of gives us some question here about credibility. But I hear what you're saying. I'm going to defer to our county attorney's advisement and allow it, and if there's additional issue, you could take that up with the next court. Yes, Commissioner Richardson.
All right, and there will be an opportunity for cross-examination on testimony as well.
Yes, yes. Our time is almost up, but that does not count against Mr. Familetti's time for cross-examination, if I'm correct, Mr. Rowland.
Thank you.
If you can conclude for us, that would be great.
Yes, so he had indicated to me, I asked him if he was married. He said yes, he was. His wife lives in New York, been married for over 20 years. On the application that they submitted as a substitute, as a licensee for the business, he indicated he was single, was not married. Therefore, he was untruthful on his application, and one of the requirements is for when we do a background check is to do one of their spouse also. So he was not truthful on his application. And there was audio and video recording of this interview that I had with him also, because I had my body camera on at the time. So therefore, I suggested or sent recommendation from our office to the business license office that the new licensee that they suggested, we don't suggest them to allow them be a licensee because they were untruthful on their application.
That's all the questions I have.
Thank you. Opposing counsel?
Just a couple. So Ms. Wang and the other individual that you interviewed, are they both Chinese, Asian?
I did not interview Ms. Wang.
Okay.
I'm talking about Mr. Wu that I interviewed.
Okay,
Yes,
because
I had a translator.
part of your testimony was that Ms. Wang told someone that she was not working at Top Massage.
Wang?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
She told who? She didn't tell you though.
She told me.
Okay, well, that was my question. Is she Chinese?
Yes.
Okay. Did she have any problem with the English language?
She was fine with the English language. She's a licensed massage therapist, therefore she's able to take the test in English. And she was able to communicate with me
Okay,
open and freely to tell me that she was not associated with Top Massage anymore.
Was the other individual who's the current proposed licensee, I forgot his name, he's also Chinese, correct?
Yes, Mr. Wu.
Was he fluent in English?
Not as much, but I had a translator.
Okay. I just want to clarify, isn't it possible for Ms. Wang to be a licensee at two different establishments as long as there's a manager at each one that's not her?
Well, they have to have a licensed massage therapist on site for one, but yes, as long as there's a licensed massage therapist, if there's a named manager, which they provide to the county, which there wasn't a licensed manager at that time that had been provided to us, besides Shumil Wang as the licensee, and of course our first visit, there was no licensed massage therapist on site at all.
But there were two permanent employees on April 10th, correct?
Correct, but
Okay.
you have to have a licensed massage
No, I understand what you're
therapist
saying.
when it's open.
Okay, that's all I have. Thank you.
That's all the questions I have for this witness. If the board would like to interview him.
Commissioner Burrow, do you have any questions? Commissioners? Okay, thank you.
I believe my time has expired. I would hope to make a brief closing statement whenever we're finished.
You have a minute and 28 seconds, but you have that for your closing.
At this point, I'd like to call Mr. Zehan to the stand. He's been sworn in. You can go stand up there. Could you state your name for the commission?
Yeah, my name is Zehan.
And do you also go by Easton Lee?
Yes.
That's your like Americanized name,
Yes.
correct? Okay. What is your role in Top Massage?
For me, yeah, I'm the owner.
Okay. And when did you open the business?
It's around June 25, 2023.
2023, okay. And is it true, as I've said in my opening, that you're not there on a daily basis? Is that correct?
Yes.
So you've delegated management to other individuals?
Yes.
What do you mainly do for a living?
I'm doing the cabinets.
Cabinets, okay. So you're not a professional massage professional?
Yeah, I'm not a professional.
I said that twice. Okay. And was this your first massage establishment that you've owned?
Yes.
Is it safe to say that you were not completely familiar with the Cobb County Code when you opened this? Is that
Yes.
Okay. Are you learning as you go?
Yeah, I'm sorry?
Are you learning as, one day at a time? Like, do you understand what you're supposed to do to keep it legal?
Yes.
Okay. But you didn't how are you learning that? I mean, when you opened it, were there some gaps in your knowledge?
Yes, my wife, she's doing she's running a master in Denver, Colorado, but she is pregnant during that time, so she told me how to run a business like the massage.
When your business was cited with these violations of the code, what did you do to fix them, and how quickly did you fix these problems?
Yeah, the first time, the inspector to my store, they give me the ticket. I know what I gonna do. I change everything. I hear the person who have the massage license. I changed the customer sign the form, and also I find a right guy who can do the licensee to be my manager.
Okay. Mr. Hensley and his witnesses have testified that Miss Chanel Wang was working at another establishment, or while she was with you or shortly thereafter. Were you aware of that?
She just told me she gonna back to China this year around April.
Right.
And I say, okay, no problem. And she told me she gonna be back around 1.5 months.
Okay.
So before she come back, the inspector came to my store and they say you do have the right employee who has the master license.
Okay.
So I have to fix that. I find the employee have the master license, and I fix everything the government who want me to do.
Who is the replacement licensed therapist that replaced her? What was his name?
Yeah, Guisen Wu.
Okay, and is he going to be the licensee on the new business?
Yes.
Okay. And did you voluntarily shut down in August?
Yes.
And have you maintained a consistent state of inoperation during that whole time?
Yeah.
Are you still paying rent on the space?
I'm sorry?
Are you still paying rent?
Yes, of course.
Okay, you've kept that current.
Yeah.
And what kind of a lease do you have? Is it a 1 year?
No, it's 5 + 3.
5, okay, so you're obligated for 5 years.
Yes, and after 5 years, they give me another 3 if I want.
Okay. Is it your hope to continue to operate and on that space for the full term of your lease?
Yeah.
Okay. And I've looked at a log of, do you now keep a log of customers that you treat?
Yeah.
And it looks like you're treating not that many per week. How many people, before you closed, how many people were you treating a week?
A week is around 16 for, let me see, 1, 2, 3, 4 plus 7 is around 16 to 18.
16 to 18 customers per week. Okay.
Yeah, per week.
And you understand that your testimony is under oath.
Yeah.
Is everything you're saying true and correct?
Yes.
Okay. Under penalty of perjury. Okay. Trying to think of what else. Do you understand that now the requirements of what in Cobb County a health spa needs to do?
Yes.
Okay. And do you believe you timely corrected your mistakes?
Yes.
Okay. Have there been any complaints by customers against your business for anything inappropriate?
No.
Okay. I didn't think so. That's all I have. Thank you. He may want to.
How much time do I have left? And that includes closing and any cross-examination, is that correct?
Yes, unless the board would grant you as well as Mr. Formaldetti.
All right, I'll take a shot then, briefly. Mr. Hahn, correct? Yes. Tell me again when you took over this business.
Is 2023, June 25th.
And you're a cabinet maker, is that correct?
I'm sorry?
Cabinet maker, is that correct?
I'm installed cabinet.
Install cabinet.
And sell the cabinet for kitchen and the bathroom vanities.
No experience whatsoever in massage therapy or health spas?
Yeah, no.
What made you decide to get into the health spa business?
Because my wife used to doing that. But during that time, 2023, my wife is pregnant. So she do not have time to do that. So she told me how to do that. That's why I hire a manager to run the business.
Okay. And you've indicated that you will now begin to follow the requirements of the Code of Ordinances. Is that correct?
Yes, of course.
Did you not understand those requirements when you obtained the business?
Yeah, right now I know everything.
Now you know, but you did not bother to learn them when you acquired the business?
Yeah, before the inspector went to my store to do that, so I am not clear about that. But for right now, I correct everything, and I had everything, the documents to the city hall for the new business license.
Do you understand how important it is for you to follow the Health Spa Code of Ordinances in Cobb County?
Mr. Hensley, you could plead for the board for additional time, but otherwise you're
Okay.
expired.
That's all I have.
Thank you. Commissioners, do you have any questions? Commissioner Gamble?
So is your wife a licensed massage therapist?
She's licensed. She has the master license in Colorado, Denver, but not Georgia. But she's not doing that job anymore because she has to care the baby.
But she was never licensed to be a massage therapist in Georgia.
Yeah, not Georgia, but Denver or Colorado.
Okay, any other questions?
Yeah,
Commissioner
just,
Sheffer?
yeah, just as a follow-up to that question, how long has your wife served in that role as manager?
My wife?
Yeah,
My wife is not a manager.
okay. Okay, thank you. I misunderstood part of your testimony. Thank you.
Commissioner Richardson?
Just to be clear, so as a cabinet maker, you were inspired to own a massage business, a massage therapy massage business because your wife is interested in that industry?
Yes, my wife have the experience of the massage store.
Okay.
So
And
she told me because, in the beginning, she gonna do that, but, she is pregnant and she do not have time. So she told me how to build the business and, hire a manager to operate the business.
Okay, and so when she shared with you those requirements, was she sharing with you requirements that the other states have?
Yes.
Like
Denver, Colorado.
You said California?
No, Colorado.
Oh, Carolina.
Yeah, Denver.
Carolina, okay.
Yeah.
Colorado. Okay, I can't tell if it's Colorado, Carolina.
Yeah, Colorado.
Denver, okay.
Yeah, Denver.
Okay, all right. Yeah, those are my questions. I just wanted to make sure I was clear. Thank you.
So this is your only store that you own
Yes.
in Metro Atlanta, Cobb? This is the only one?
Yes, that's the only one.
Okay.
Just a follow-up question. Did you own a store in Colorado, in Denver?
Not anymore.
You said no, not anymore, but
Not me, my wife.
so your wife had a store in Colorado,
Yes, a few years ago.
and she was in compliance with Colorado laws?
What that mean? I'm sorry.
And so did you, like today, you've had violations. Did you, when you were in Colorado, did she
No.
have any business violations?
No.
And she was licensed while in Colorado?
Yeah, she's licensed.
Requirement.
While I understand that, where I am struggling is if they were operating in Colorado for 2 years and were operating under the law, why they didn't come to Georgia and learn the law and operate under the law.
Any other questions? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
May I have leave, Madam Chairwoman, to ask one more minute of questions of this
I'm going
witness?
to defer to the board. Commissioner Brawl, starting with you. Whatever time we give him, we're going to have to give to opposing side, and I don't know how much time the opposing side is.
He can time me for 1 minute, and it will not take no longer, and I'm happy to.
The other side has 6 minutes and 23 seconds left.
Okay, Commissioner Brawl.
They have 6 minutes left,
The other
and
side.
he has none. How long is your question?
1 minute for 2 or 3 questions.
Okay, he's amenable. Thank you for that.
Thank you,
1
Mr.
minute,
Famiglietti.
Mr. Hensley.
Mr. Hahn,
We're timing you.
please. Isn't it true that your wife owned or was the licensee at New Massage?
Yes.
And isn't it true that New Massage was closed down?
Yes.
And isn't it true that it was closed down because there were 2 victims of human trafficking who were found at that establishment?
No.
No?
No.
You understand that you are under oath and that you are at risk for perjury if you do not answer truthfully.
No, but the New Massage, we sell that to other guys. So the New Massage is, when the inspector came to the store, they say that the ladies live in the store, but that's not true. The lady, they have their own house. They have their own family. There's no human trafficking.
Okay, that's all I have, Madam Chairwoman.
Here is New Massage. Is that the one in Colorado?
No, Georgia.
Oh, okay, thank you. I was going to ask.
Okay, I thought you said that you didn't have any other.
Sam, you wait now to ask that question.
I think we need to hear from the president.
Yes, sure. Yes, would you like to respond?
So your testimony was that Top Massage is the only massage establishment you've ever owned.
Yes.
Is that was True's testimony?
Yes.
So who owned New Massage on Canton Road?
My wife.
Okay. But you already testified that she's not licensed in Georgia. So did she have a licensee there?
No.
No?
Yeah, no.
Okay, so is that why it was shut down?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Was she working there?
No.
Okay, she just owned it.
Yeah, she's just the owner.
Okay, because she didn't have a license. Okay, thank you.
Commissioners, do you have any questions? Okay, we'll hear closing testimony. And if Mr. Hemsley has used his time, do we just hear from the opposing side, Bill? Okay, we'll just hear from the opposing.
Mr. Famiglietti, you have 5 minutes and 42 seconds. So.
Unless you want to yield some of it to me.
And there's a timer there on the board. I think you might put your notebook on top of it, but there's a timer there on the podium, so you're able to keep track of your time. Yeah.
So the facts are really not in dispute as to the violations that happened at Top Massage, and they were not substantial violations, and they were quickly remedied. The old saying in our world is the punishment should fit the crime. A 90-day suspension that was voluntarily given shows the good faith of Mr. Hahn. And we think he's now done everything he can do to fix it. And he's filed an application with a new licensee, waiting in the wings. And, you know, he's kept his lease current. He's in a long-term lease. This is a business without complaints that's highly rated on Google. It's over 4.0. And if it is revoked, he would have to wait a month to reopen. 12 months to apply again. And who knows what would happen with that. There is a pending application. We believe that today, in terms of what is before the commissioners, shows some violations that were remedied quickly, voluntary suspension of business, which I think shows good faith. I mean, not a lot of people would do that. And he took a financial hit for it. He would take a much bigger financial hit if he couldn't operate for 12 months or longer if a subsequent application is denied. So I just think the punishment should fit the crime. There has been punishment suffered, and I think the violations, if you compare the violations to the punishment, to the 90-day suspension, it's in excess of the 60-day suspension recommended, I think by the LRB. And I think, you know, he has earned a chance to reopen. That's my position. Thank you.
Commissioner Brawl, I'll turn things over to you.
Thank you. Well, first of all, these cases we do not take lightly. And being the owner, new owner, and just opening in 2023 is no excuse not to know the law and our code and not practice the code. There are several violations that operating without a state license, these are all critical to running a business, especially in this business. And this really isn't a reflection on you, but there are other cases that we have heard this year, last year, and the reason we have a moratorium till we can update our code with respect to these massage spas and the licenses. So the not knowing the law because you're a first-time owner is no excuse. And there are too many violations here. And if you closed in August, how did you correct? You say that those have been corrected. But if you've been closed, going forward, maybe you'll do the right thing if you're granted a license. But you have been closed, so I don't know how you've rectified the issues that, the violations that you received. So I know that the License Review Board gave you a suspension of 60 days, and you have closed for 90 days voluntarily. So what I would recommend, if the board agrees, is to revoke your license for 12 months, but let the 90 days that they've been closed count for the 12 months, so essentially they would have to close for 9 months.
Right, is there a second?
I just want to make sure, as I understand, I mean, you suspend the license for the 90 days, but if you're revoking the license, that means you're taking the license away. It doesn't automatically have a right back to it. Am I misstating that, Alicia?
I think what she's saying is kind of like credit for time served, like give them credit.
But that's under suspension, though, not a revocation, though.
Ultimately, I think she's saying to revoke for 9 months. But, I mean, at that time, it would be a suspension, not revocation.
Yes,
Right.
because for clarification, oh, go ahead. I have a
Well, I was going to say definitely on the microphone, because I know people are watching, but, sorry.
Thank you.
For the revocation, the only thing that I saw is they wouldn't be allowed to reapply until after 9 months, not that they would be immediately reinstated after 9 months. That's how I saw the
Right.
distinction between the suspension
So
and
you're,
revocation.
okay, so you're wanting to revoke it, but instead you're
For
allowing the
12 months.
reapplication process to start 3 months sooner.
In 9 months.
Okay, I understand.
So to reapply 9 months,
Pardon?
to reapply 9 months from the revocation
They
date.
can reapply in 9 months.
Okay.
Just for clarification, when there's revocation, that typically applies for a calendar year, or does it apply until the next year? Because don't we have the business license renewal at the end of the year?
It would be 12 months from the
When we
suspension, or for the
revoke, it's
revocation.
always 12
Yes.
months from the date of
Yes.
revocation.
Correct.
Okay. Okay.
That would be
So
my motion.
there is a motion on the floor to revoke with an opportunity to reapply within 9 months, granting the 3 months or 90 days that the business has already been closed. Was there a second? Or are you willing to second with that clarification?
I'll second it, but I have a question. Are we going to revoke it for Mr. Hahn, or are we going to revoke it for Top Massage? Because and the reason why I'm asking this is if it's for the business name, it's going to be revoked for 9 months, but could he come back once the moratorium is lifted and come back as another business? Because we've seen a pattern in the testimony where he's changed names of businesses.
Okay,
You
so
can do
how-
it for the licensee on file, that business owner, the corporate entity, and the DBA.
So would you amend your motion to include all that?
You can do it for Top Massage, the corporate entity, the owner, and the current licensee.
Okay. That would be my motion then. Because he's the same owner
Correct.
and the same address.
Correct. Same person.
If he applies and, okay, so, yeah, it is.
Because here, the materials, it requests for the hearing to be conducted with respect to the health spa license for Top Massage, but it says DBA Top Massage, and it lists the owner, but it can just apply to all 30. Okay.
Right. So I would just add that it would be for Top Massage and the owner and the licensee.
I would probably include this address as well,
And what?
the address.
And at this address on 2200 Roswell Road, Suite 150.
Yes, ma'am.
Bill?
So I will second your amended motion then.
All right, is there any additional discussion? Call the question. The motion carries 5-0. Thank you, commissioners. We are now adjourned.